this is not your typical journey meeting, even though it's been billed as a journey meeting like. This is actually kind of a cross between journey meetings and the Spotlight series. What we're going to have today and tomorrow is going to be a discussion, roundtable discussion, kind of a researcher summit. And there are key people that are involved in presenting or talking on the topics. But what we are not going to have is interruptions or Q&As. If you have a comment or a Q&A, please write it down. Put it in your notepad on your computer or write it down on a piece of scratch paper. That way we can keep everything going. We're not getting off topic and we're not going in different directions of where we should be. It'll make for a lot better summit for us. We'll be able to get everything on time and we'll be able to stay on topic. That's the key thing, to stay on topic. So if you guys go to projectjfk.com, I'm going to do a quick share screen here. If you guys are curious about, okay, well, what's the topic that we're on, Dave? Well, let me show you. If you go in here to bring this up here, you go in here to the, I got too many windows open. Give me just a second. Go in here to the events tab, and I apologize. I know Dave sent out emails. This is where the link should have been for people to sign up. I know I got a lot of emails that stated, please sign me up. Well, because of Eventbrite's policies, as far as you need to actually, Eventbrite has a thing where you have to go in and actually sign up yourself. It's solicitation policies. I can't sign you up, but the Eventbrite tab is over here on the right side where it says Eventbrite, and there's instructions. Click on the link here to sign up. So again, I apologize. That should have been where everybody signed up for their e-ticket. Instead of, having people, asking to be signed up. So in the future, when we're doing things like this, we send out a notification. Always check the website, and the events tab is located right at the top, or you can click on the three lines or what's known as the little hamburger. That will also take you to the events tab. But what I want to show here on this is the schedule is posted. So anything that is on here by time, just keep this window open if you want to. We don't have schedules, obviously, to pass out to everybody like we do in person, but your schedules are listed right here for both days. So if you want to check that, that's what we're going to go with. While we've got this actually open, on the home tab, if you scroll down to the Help Our Cause tab, there are PayPal buttons on not only the Project JFK website, but also on the JFK Historical website. If you like what we're doing and you want to keep having shows like this or programs like this coming to you, this is a free event this weekend, but we depend on donations to help out with, me on the technical side. This helps out with the Project JFK website, keeping things up and running financially wise. We can't do it without your help. So if you can donate, it's kind of like we did a stimulus conference a few years ago where I did a weekend conference and I said everybody gets to come in free. But for those of you that can make a donation, please do. This is something that, like I say, it helps us out financially to keep the lights on, so to speak, not to misquote from the old motel commercial, but help us keep the lights on. Make donations in there. You can give till it hurts, not to sound like Jerry, but yeah, it helps out. And then if you go to the JFK Historical website, there's also a donate button, which is David Denton's website. That also helps get his students to Dallas and to these functions. So if you can make a donation on both tabs, please do so. It's safe to do. It's encrypted. It's done through PayPal, and you can use your checking account, your credit card. If you have a PayPal account, you can make donations there. For those of you that make donations on a regular basis, thank you for your continued support, your monthly support. We know that you don't have to, but you do. So thank you again for that. I'm going to turn this over to David Denton here in just a quick second. But officially, I want to welcome everybody. It's been sitting here hearing me speak. I want to make everybody. I want to say thank you for coming to the History Declassified, a follow-up on the new files, a researcher summit, and roundtable discussions. Our guest speakers today and tomorrow will be Casey Quinlan, myself, David Knight, Brian Edwards, J. Gary Shaw, David Denton, Matthew Armstrong, Larry Rivera, Larry Snaff, Bill Simpage, Dory Wiley, and Chad Nagel. Sorry I put the extra H on Bill Simpage, but hey, he's a heavy hitter guy, so he gets the extra H in his name. That's my fault. With that, I'm going to turn it over to David Denton, and he's going to share a few things, and then we are kicking this off. Welcome again, everybody.
Thanks, Dave. I'll make this as brief as possible. Just want to say hi to everybody and thanks for being a part of this. We do have an excellent lineup of authors, researchers, legal experts, academics. We're trying to review what we perceive to be new material, declassified files and or other things, and it's been come out in recent years. A lot of the stuff that we'll be talking about, you might, especially if you've been with us in Dallas, you might say, well, this is kind of a review of things that you maybe have heard before. That may be true, but with a little different format. Our idea is to kind of present this information again and then take a deeper dive into it with some, as we said, roundtable discussions and conversations. And so so we hope to have a great weekend. Please be respectful of our speakers. I promise you one thing, this could be either through folks that are here as guests or speakers. There's probably going to be some things that are presented that you may not agree with, and that's okay. To be respectful anyway, and let's have a great weekend. And Dave, I'll turn it back to you, and you can introduce Larry Schnapp.
All right. Thank you, Dave. Our first speaker is going to be Larry Snaff. Now, Larry is a attorney up in, I've got that right, New York City, correct, Larry?
Yes, it is.
All right. And what's
Also known as Havana of the North.
Havana of the North? I like that. Well, what's nice about it is think of when you go to a doctor's office, okay? A doctor sends you, you go in there for your general practitioners, and then, of course, he's going to send you to your specialist. Well, in the JFK research community and part of Project JFK CSI Dallas and also the JFK Historical Group, we have our specialists. And not everybody knows everything about this topic. We've got always a general idea, but we have our specialists. And one of our specialists is Larry Snaff. Larry Rivera is also a specialist too, but I'm speaking of Larry Snaff at the moment. And Larry is our attorney. He handles the fact of knowing the legalities of the records release, when it's time to bring a lawsuit and to get people to get off their ass and actually give us what we're trying to find, which is the documents, the information, and to find the truth. Larry's a great guy to have on our show here today. He's been with us for the last few years, and we're happy to have him. So, Larry, take it away and give us what you've got there.
All right. Thank you, Dave, for those very nice comments, undeserved. And welcome, everybody. I'm glad you're able to participate in our program today. I have 20 minutes. I'm gonna give a big picture of where we are on the JFK records collection. Bill's gonna follow me. He's my co-counsel in the Mary Farrell lawsuit, and he's gonna give some more specific information. But basically, I don't know if anyone has seen Rex Bradford's piece on the Mary Farrell website, but basically he dropped a piece earlier this week essentially saying that the era of major releases for the JFK assassination are over, and I tend to agree with that. As people know, just by way of reminder, the records in the JFK collection were supposed to be released. Those that were redacted were supposed to be released in 2017. And President Trump and administration number one postponed the records twice. Second time was till 2021. And then when President Biden came in, he postponed, released some records, postponed others. And in 23, said his final act was releasing records, but then the records that would not be released were going to be subject to transparency plans that would be periodically reviewed to determine if records could be released, the remaining records. President Trump, when he came into office for a second time around, um, issued an executive order that essentially required the declassification of all the records in the possession of the federal government on the JFK assassination. Essentially, what's happened is the records that were subject to the transparency plans have been released. What we don't have is there are many records that were identified by the ARB, the Assassination Records Review Board, that were not put into the collection, the JFK collection managed by NARA, by the time NARA ARB went out of business. And that's actually been the focus for Bill and I on the records that are not in the collection. But for purposes of this discussion, essentially the records that were identified as JFK assassination records that were in the collection, for the most part, those records have now been released. Most of them are released in full. There's a few with some redactions. Um, there was a couple of drops of records in March of last year and then May of last year. In January of this year, there were more records dropped, although they were still with the date of March. So uh, that's kind of where we are with respect to the executive order. I personally believe that the executive order applies to all the records maintained by the president, by the government, not just those in the JFK collection managed by NARA. Um, Representative Luna from Florida is the chairwoman of the task force on declassification of federal secrets. As you know, she held some hearings last year. I've been in regular contact with her office, um, and where the task force is a part of the oversight committee of the House. They have no individual staff. They're basically Representative Luna, her chief of staff, and people that work for her have been working on this effort along with some other representatives and their staff, but they're now essentially in the phase of going to writing a report. There's going to be there may be one more hearing, but it's probably going to be private. Um, but they are still accepting requests for new documents, for documents that are not been released. And I have provided some additional priority document requests, as we call them, to her chief of staff, who then forwarded them to the council for the committee. And these are essentially records like the Donald Heath memos, the Donald Heath memo that referred to site reports that were prepared from December 63 to March of 64 when the CIA was investigating possible involvement of the exiles or the Cuban or the Castro supporters in Miami. He referenced these reports. We've never seen them. He told the HSCA about them. There's no evidence that anyone ever found these. So we've asked for those. We've also asked for the Carlos Marcello tapes that were where he allegedly confessed to having been part of the assassination. And actually, I'm writing a letter for her to send to both send to the acting attorney general and the FBI director and the director of national intelligence to try to get those tapes released. We're also trying to get the Bill Harvey travel records. And there's a few other stuff we're trying to get, but basically where they are is the task force. Congress is probably going to change hands next year. And we're entering the political season for Congress. They're going to be having a summer recess, and then in the fall, they'll be campaigning. So essentially, the task force is going to effectively come to an end by June. So they're now in the process of starting to write the report. And we're hoping that Jeff Morley is going to be involved in that effort to help write the report. And it'll be a report based on what the task force has discovered. I don't know if they're going to have recommendations in there, um, but I would suspect they will. Um, and the other thing I want to mention is that there's been a bit of a um, kerfuffle the last week or so between Bob Groden and Jeff Morley about the Wegman film. And, you know, Representative Luna had asked NBC to get the original Wegman film, which is a 16 millimeter film. I'm learning how news films are made. They're not like the typical films where they create a negative and then they create a positive. And she contacted NBC and NBC said they couldn't find it. Well, Bob said that he had seen it at a facility in Long Island City. And I've done some research and I determined that I think I know where Bob saw it at the movie lab or the Paith lab in Long Island City. Those are no longer film studios or film labs now. But what I learned was in 1985, NBC turned over thousands, hundreds of thousands of archival materials to the National Audiovisual Conservation Center, which is located in Culpeper, Virginia. So if the Wegman film was included in that collection, which that would seem to be where it likely is, if it still exists, it's probably within the possession of the Library of Congress. And so I just sent a note to Luna's chief of staff yesterday, advising them to basically try to find that Wegman film, and that's where they should go to try to find it. Um, the other thing that we're having problems with, the fact that the records are fully released, the records are released from 2017 online, but they're really they're not searchable documents from what I understand. They're basically images. They're old-fashioned photocopies, and it's hard to use artificial intelligence on records that are not searchable. So there are records available uh, on the Mary Farrell site, and Rex has converted them using OCR, so they are searchable. But to try to do artificial intelligence searches on evaluations on these static records is not really something that is easily done now. And I think one of the things we should be recommending is that NARA take all of its files and look, there's a whole bunch of records that are not even online. They're paper files, but they need to be able to put all these records online in searchable format so that we can use modern artificial intelligence tools to effectively analyze these records because they can't be done right now. And what artificial intelligence is doing is scanning the internet for records that are for things that are publicly available, and that's like blogs, articles, which are not necessarily, the document itself. So I'm also hoping that if we could find Matthew Connolly, who was a Columbia professor, got a grant from the government to create an LLM, large language model, for Cold War records to determine what patterns they could detect from those records. That's what we really kind of need to do for the JFK records. Um, but anyway, I'm running out of time here, so I just where we are with the Luna Committee is that um, the they're finished with their investigation. They're going to be doing report writing. If any of you have specific documents that you want to be looked for, I would suggest that you contact Representative Luna's office. They are always willing to look for records that they become aware of. But they're essentially now going to be shifting to the writing mode. Um, I think that's about where we are. I see some questions here. Is there any indication the April 25 visit by DNA Gabbard and company to CI facility recovered JFK records? Okay. There was a report about a so-called raid in April of 2025 that actually was organized by Bobby Kennedy's daughter-in-law. Um, she is a former CIA person. She was the campaign manager, And from what I understand, I communicated with Bobby, and they visited that facility based on a tip from a um, whistleblower. Um, and he told me to contact his daughter-in-law. She has not responded to me yet. She is currently working in the at the Office of Budget and Management. I think that's sort of like a position for her to be able to do work for Bobby. Um, Bobby wanted her to be the DNI, and they wouldn't, that was dead on arrival. So I think that she's basically using that. This is my personal opinion. I believe that she's using that position to do some investigations on behalf of her father-in-law, Bobby Kennedy Jr. So I don't know if they found any JFK records during that raid, and I'm continuing to pursue that, but I haven't heard back from her. Um, let's see, anything else in the are members of Luna's committee able to review unredacted versions of released materials? Representative Luna has the highest level of security clearance, but her staff doesn't. So she could see records. In fact, that's what, when on the UAP business, she's been complaining that she's not been provided information that she's entitled to see based on her security status. So she could. I don't know if other members of the task force have been given such clearance, but she could try to get if a redacted version was provided to her, she could see the unredacted version. So Dave, it's 11:17 or 10:17 your time, so I want to keep us on schedule. So can you say more about the more possible Luna Committee hearing that will not be public? I can't right now, but it's not related to JFK. Um, I don't permission to discuss this publicly, but uh, it would be related to MK Ultra, but that's all I can say.
All right, well, Larry, see, we've got on the schedule here. You're going from 10 to 10:20. So um, if anybody has more questions for Larry Snaff, you can please put them in the comment section. Maybe Larry can reply back to those during the chat section while others are speaking. That's another good way of we're going to have some time for open discussion between 11 and 11:30. But again, that's only 30 minutes, and we've got 63 people in the room right now. So
Right.
not
And
everybody's still.
Bill has some specific information he's going to talk about, and I'd rather let him. I gave a big picture. I like to give my other 3 minutes to Bill.
All right. Well, we're going to yield your 3 minutes over to Bill Simpage, and it's my pleasure to introduce Bill Simpage to our event today. Bill's been I've been you know um, friends with Bill for a lot of years, and he's one of the smartest guys that I know. He's done great work on Oswald, Mexico City, and also on legal aspects and other areas of the JFK assassination case. So, with that, let's go ahead and bring in Bill Simpage. Bill, be sure to unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted. How
There
you
we
all
go.
doing? Uh,
Welcome, Bill.
Thank you. I thought I would begin by offering dessert first with a little of the declassified information and then get into the other details about declassification I think people would like to know. On the dessert first category, if you've got I can put it up later, but I again, like Larry, I recommend Rex Bradford's article on the state of the case 2026. He just did a bang up job on putting his arms around a lot of the main issues that are bubbling up right now. And I had the pleasure of offering him one little item, which you can is in the links at Rex's article. And that piece of the puzzle is about Klein's, where the rifle was purchased. And what I didn't know was that the fella who did a lot of business with clients was a man named Samuel Cummings. And he's pretty famous. He's got his own Wikipedia page if you want to take a look at it. He was known as the largest small arms dealer in the world. So that got my attention. He worked with a company known as Inner Armco. I think they're now called Inner Arms. But that company, we have now found out through the releases, which again, you can see if you take a look at Rex's article. The company was literally owned by the CIA between 1958 to 1962. And then Cummings, who was a CIA officer in the, or agent, I'm not sure which, in the 50s, he was given control of the company in return for the CIA being able to use it to sell their enormous stockpile of arms. And so what this brought me to understand was the CIA was a lot better at small arms than I had realized. And now Cummings, and so they made a very healthy profit by working with Cummings over the decades. Cummings was also, and the CIA as well, were very familiar with Carcanos. Now, they didn't deal so much with the Italian Carcanos, which I can't help but observe that Bill Harvey would have known an awful lot about. And Johnny Roselli would have known an awful lot about Klein's because Klein's was based in Chicago. So those are two good things to think about. Cummings and the CIA were very versed, however, in what I believe were the Finnish Carcanos. And these, again, were basically a rifle that was developed in World War I. Some of them were very fancy and could really do the job. But others, like the Carcanos, were basically, doled out by the hundreds and thousands to the poor grunts who had to use them as basically the humanitarian rifle because it would blow up in your face rather than kill the enemy. That's what it was known for. They weren't the best of rifles. They had to get rid of them. And in any case, Samuel Cummings and the CIA knew an awful lot more about Carcanos than I had ever imagined. And so I just leave that for your research. It's quite a fascinating topic. The whole business of, I've gone into it in depth and I'm not going to do it here, but you get a new piece of the puzzle when you read that document. Now, another document I want to call to your attention, and I dropped this in the chat, so you can look at it right now if you want. It's called, what it is I think most of you are familiar with the ZR rifle 9-page document that was mostly written by Bill Harvey. The other 2 pages were written by his colleague, Arnold Silver. But most of it's in Harvey's handwriting, and somehow during the last year before Harvey died in '76, this 9-page handwritten document got into the hands of the church committee. And they had a field day with Harvey, as you can imagine. And Harvey was the assassinations bureau of the CIA. He took over the case in the early 60s from, what's his name? James Connell. And he and Johnny Roselli had a field day in Cuba trying to kill Castro. And before that, Harvey had been involved in trying to kill Lumumba and Trujillo and supplying the rifles to the people who actually did kill Trujillo. And in the middle of all this, that 9-page handwritten document I mentioned, it's finally not only been fully redacted, but it's also been reduced to, we found a copy that was reduced to typing. So it's a heck of a lot easier to read. And you can really get the context in a minute rather than laboriously piecing it back and forth. And having the key words makes all the difference. And if you look at page 18 of 21 on this document, there's some very fascinating information. What it says is that there's what Harvey's demanding when he sets up the ZR rifle assassination program in the 61-62 period. He's demanding one focal point for control, search, training, and case officering. And so he wants one focal point, and believe me, I do think that focal point was him. And he further wanted an overseas one-man base. And he went even farther by saying he wanted this one-man base to have its own non-station communications. So what that meant was that it was totally secure. Nobody could listen to it except the officer in charge, who again, I believe was him. And what's particularly fascinating is when you combine this information with the Devil's Chessboard, because in the Devil's Chessboard, David Talbot and Karen Croft relate that when Harvey got the news about the assassination, he was on Sardinia, which is a little island, not Sicilian, which is off Italy. Harvey at this point had been kicked out of the Cuban battle. He'd been the head of Task Force W until the early 63. He'd gotten basically cashiered during the Cuban Missile Crisis. So it looks like Harvey was not only the station chief in Rome, but that he had himself planted in Sardinia during the November 22nd period. And so if you're on Sardinia, think about it for a minute. Not only do you have complete control of the communications, you have complete control of who's coming onto the island, who's coming off the island, and you can always watch your back and have control over all aspects of your personal life. And of course, the communications are free from even the CIA monitoring them. If he got what I think he got, which is what I think he got. So, it doesn't mean Harvey's the grand poobah in all this, but he's certainly a person of interest that we should be looking at. And there'll be other people talking about him and Morales and the rest of that crew during this conference. So those are two of the bullet points I wanted to cover. And I wanted to stretch out with them a bit because the other ones are relatively straightforward. My third bullet point is the last one I'm going to make on the immediate releases, which is you'll see in the new releases, we've finally gotten all the personnel files that had been hidden from us and that we knew were out there. It doesn't mean we have all the personnel files. In fact, I think it's now that we've got them, it's time to make a list of the personnel files we have and look for the personnel files we don't. And you'll see them, they're referred to as OP files sometimes. That's Office of Personnel. But now we've got Bill Harvey's full personnel file. We've got David Morales' full personnel file. So if you want some light reading, this is some of the candy that's out there from the releases. My general observation is about the releases, that's my next bullet point here, point 4, is we certainly don't have all the files, quote unquote, but we do have all the files that were in the JFK collection that are not still sequestered. And there's a whole other thing called the sequestered collection that I think some of you are familiar with. The easy ones are the ones like, the Manchester documents that we still don't have from Carolyn Kennedy that I know people are continuing to push, like Representative Luna, trying to get Carolyn to release. And all I can say is good luck. She's been very stubborn, but maybe something can happen. Tax records, things like that. There are other things that haven't fully dropped yet, like all the ARB notes. They say they've dropped everything, but I think those are still in the hopper, still in the sequestered collection. And I think they are going to come out, but the question is when. And I don't have much more information on that. I'd like to find somebody who does, but I've noticed that they just keep leaking out. The pushing that we've done to release the files has led not just to the release of uh, most of the rest, I would say, of the JFK collection, but the MLK, the RFK, and even the Epstein files. It's worth noting that Trump agreed to the Epstein file release in 2024 in the same breath during the campaign that he agreed to the release of all the JFK files. So we should all claim some credit down the line. The video of that famous Fox interview is readily available on YouTube. You just got to Google it. All these files have accelerated the drive for declassification in the CI in the USA, which I think is super important. And in terms of the lawsuit that Larry and I are part of, we've had some, we feel the lawsuit played a role, just like the role of many other people, in getting these documents released. And that's of great import. So in this line, we still in the lawsuit are going to be pushing for more files, and I don't want to be giving away the story to the government by saying exactly what they are, but it's no secret that one set of files we want and are going to fight for are the Sheridan files. The Sheridan files are held by NBC once again. Sheridan did his famous white paper on NBC when he trashed Garrison back in the 60s. And, Sheridan was an interesting guy because he was trying to help Bobby get elected president. And if Bobby had gotten elected president, he wanted to reopen the battle about the files and his brother's death. So Sheridan was not a wholly bad guy, but he felt he was operating under Bobby's orders and Bobby's orders always. And that doesn't mean that when he took the files, because this is what you may not know, he took files that he felt were secret out of the JFK library and removed them without permission and took them to NBC and handed them to NBC. And the ARB with John Tunheim sued for those records, and they were in the middle of that lawsuit, and they literally ran out of time. And nothing's been done, at least to my knowledge, on this front since in the courts. I'm certain nothing's happened other than our case. And NBC knows these files are out there. They've not turned them over. And and what it illustrates is the importance of the libraries in general, because all these libraries are part of the holdings, just like NARA. And to that end, I have found an awful lot of great depositions at places like, believe it or not, the Gerald Ford Library in Michigan. And the reason why these are there is when you think about it, Gerald Ford was president in 74, 76 during the Church Committee, during the Rockefeller Committee, during the Pike Committee, when a lot of these documents are out. And so there's dozens of documents, dozens of depositions in the Gerald Ford Library. And I'm seriously considering going out to your part of the world, more or less, to Michigan, and seeing these documents, because I bet you a lot of them are still redacted, and we're going to have to turn to NARA and say, release these redactions, because I bet you they have not gone to all the different presidential libraries and redacted them all. I've been to the LBJ library in Austin, and there's a lot of redactions in there. And, I can't help but say it. If any of you folks are in St. Louis area, please give me a shout after this is over, because we could really use a copy of Antonio Veciana's military records, not military records, but they are being held at the military facility in St. Louis, and we can get them. All we have to do is pay the fee, and I can help make arrangements for the fee to be paid. But we need somebody in St. Louis to obtain these documents. So there's all these libraries, all these facilities around the country where we can get these types of documents. Now we only got a few minutes left, so I want to warm to my task here and say that we did take one serious blow in this lawsuit that you should that's matter of public record, and it's no secret that the judge views NARA as a passive recipient for the most part. The judge has all of his rulings have taken away our claim that NARA, in fact, has an important role to play here. And NARA passed its own regulation stating that they had the duty to do some heavy lifting. The judge said, "No, you don't," and "No, you basically can't." So this is unfortunately going to be a ground for appeal. But I wanted you to know about the hard stuff as well as the good stuff in this case. Now, one powerful tool that we've recognized through this lawsuit is that all FOIA actions that any of you might bring, or any of our colleagues might bring, they must be based on JFK Records Act standards, and you have to exercise it militantly through every part of the process. If you file a FOIA, you should say that it's a joint FOIA and JFK Act request, and every inch of the way you have to say, and you should attach the act in every argument, saying the act says this, the act says that. The act, most importantly, says it is here to because FOIA is not effective, is recognized by Congress and the courts when it comes to JFK records. Some of the few good rulings Jeff Morley obtained were based on that tool. It has to be pressed and litigated. Now, we're going to have to digest an enormous number of files in the next little while. And that's good because in the next 2 years, we're probably going to have twice as many files as we do now. It's important to remember Mary Farrell only has 15 to 20% of the files. And so we are teetering in a dynamic, which is not for the first time, but between collection and analysis. As these documents are released, as Larry said, you can't read a lot of them until Rex gets a hold of them. Rex is, the choke point at this juncture because he's been working, almost all the time when he's not on his day job. And he's months behind at this point in terms of the new documents that they have generated. And so you're going to see a big, big uptick in the next couple of years on Mary Farrell. And they're not going to be new documents. They're going to be old documents that we haven't been able to see without going to the archives. And, the horror is that until these things are in the hopper, you can't cross-index them. You can't use them for AI. You can't use them for their full capacity. So in closing, what I want to say the last 2 minutes here is that a sizable portion of cold cases have been resolved with AI, DNA, fingerprints, and a whole host of new forensic tools. There's no reason to believe that this case, the JFK case, cannot reach historical resolution in the next few years. And given the fact we're the last generation, many of us, who were alive when Kennedy was alive, it really is on our shoulders now. Almost all murder cases are resolved based on circumstantial evidence. And it's easy to forget that. We have a lot of circumstantial evidence in this case, plus the direct evidence admissions by several people that people like Larry Hancock have cataloged. The only question really is whether these admissions are credible. And in the context of this growing and vast amount of circumstantial evidence. And finally, we have to remember in terms of document release that we have to look ourselves in the mirror. Some of our best files remain locked up in our own homes, in our own computers. Mary Farrell's behind by months, as I said. We could use financial support. And if any of you are inclined, sweat equity. Research. Lancer is planning to let researchers purchase their own presentations and put them up on YouTube. Those of you who own those documents, you should put yours up now. They've given their okay to that. Project JFK has a great website. I encourage all of you at Project JFK and the historical group to accelerate the size of your website so more people have access. You're doing great Do more if you can. All of us with websites, like Larry Rivera, he has a great website. Keep posting. Don't stop. Uh, and make plans to post your papers on the internet and store them with other researchers so they don't get thrown away. Paper and electronic are both good. Don't throw anything away. Think of ways to make them more accessible. That's it for me.
Thank you, Bill, for that information, and also for the call for us to get off our asses and to
Lots of us are on our asses. That's why we're here.
I get that. So yeah, with that, I appreciate the information, Bill. I think we all do. If there's any questions that you have for Bill so we can stay on time, please ask them in the chat feature. And Bill, if you would be kind enough to answer those questions, if any of those that may pop up from our audience, that'd be great. With that, I'm going to bring in Larry Rivera, who is part of Project JFK CSI Dallas. He's we're no longer a tripod. We're actually four-legged now. So he does a lot of great work. He's been writing a lot of great books, and he does a lot of great research that he gets a hold of something and then just like a dog, just sniffs it out and pulls the information to give to us, and then divulge it not only here in our meetings on Zoom, in our conferences, but also on his website. And Larry, go ahead and give everybody your website, or put that in the link for people so that way they can come to that, view what you've got and what you're working on. And with that, Larry, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, if you'd be so kind to let me share the screen while I put up some files here to share. And I appreciate Bill's comments there. And the file that I'm putting up there has been OCR'd and indexed, and it's got quite a story that I'm going to cover now. The William Sturbitz.
Larry, go ahead and click your share screen, and then that'll ask me to give you permission.
Okay, let me drop the second real quick.
We keep the share screen thing locked down just because we've had a couple issues in the past, so it's not something that.
Okay, it says disabled.
All right, let me see if I can enable that real quick. Give me just a second.
And while you get that going, yeah, from the beginning in 2017, we knew that the files were not searchable, and Rex, as Bill has said, has done a tremendous job. But we have to go out of our own way, and make those searchable, and that's what I've done with the William Sturbitz deposition that was taken by the Rockefeller Commission. I think this is one of the most important documents that has been released in its previous form. It was completely redacted. The new version, believe it or not, and just like Bill was talking about the Bill Ford, not Bill, Gerald Ford Library, that's where this document came from. And lo and behold, it was not redacted in the manner that it had been when it was released by the CIA. But guess what? This one came out in 2023, okay? And the latest one, which came out in 2025, is still redacted. Are we good now?
No, Larry, we're still trying to get that to come on.
So anyway, it has a different RIF number, okay, and I mean, I think this is one of the most important documents, because William Sturbitz lays out his entire knowledge of the CIA and the AMOTs, who were run by Morales, by David Sanchez Morales, and how important these AMOTs were, and who was helping him with the AMOTs, which turns out to be Cesar Diosdado, which if I can, get this going here, I'll show you who this guy was. He was known to have been U.S. Customs. Joan Mellon is the only author who writes a little bit about him, but I went and did some extensive research on him, and it's all piecemeal. You get a little here, a little there, but you start getting that picture, okay? And Sturbitz, said it like it was, and he didn't mince any words. He did not hold back. He talked about everything. And so again, I have OCR'd the file, so it is searchable. For example, if you do a search on the AMONTs of the previous file, the one that was completely redacted, you get 0. When you do a search on the AMONTs of the jail from the same version of the file, which came out in 2023, and you get 24 references on the AMONTs. And they were working with the NSA. They were the cream of the crop. And the one person who was identifying in Key West, who was brought in by William Harvey, okay? And the Diosdado story is replete with gun running, eavesdropping, bugging. He worked with worked against Mas Ferrer, and then at the same time he was selling them the arms, for the invasion of Cuba through Haiti. But the one thing about that is, if you were going to invade Cuba through Haiti, guess what? The first thing you had to do was go and overthrow Papa Doc. All right. And at the end of the day, he couldn't even muster 400 people, soldiers, to go, and everybody knows what happened to Mas Ferrer later on in 75. But Diosdado is very, very interlocked into the Cuban exile reception there in Key West, carding everybody, taking photos, creating files. I mean, if he would have been the Himmler, of this whole thing, because his record keeping, was incredible. In fact, almost to a fault. And there are documents here that are in this file in case we can't get to see it now. But or if you want to run it over there, Dave, whatever you want to do, we don't have to screen share, so that we can move on. And it's just amazing, the information that is still out there. You just got to know how to dig, and you can't stop. We've been working on the new files for 9 years now, and we're still finding nuggets. Okay. Like I said, searchable. And another thing, Bill mentioned Morales's full file. Do you think Morales's full file is only 61 pages? I don't think so. Okay, and David Denton and I have spoken about this many times. There has to be more. There have to be more. I would estimate at least 2,000. Now you get his file there, and I think tomorrow we're going to talk about Morales, because I've got some really, really interesting stuff, especially with the new pseudonym that we found, and everything that entails regarding PB success. And so it's just a matter of plugging away. Dave, just run it from I put it in the chat. Just run it from there.
All right, give me just a second, Larry.
Some amazing stuff on Diosdado. It's just, he was short, dark complected, amazing. His background was exactly the same as David Sanchez Morales. He was from Laredo. He worked in customs over there. He was so meticulous. He was, like I said, and there's this one specific case where he committed perjury, So customs in Laredo didn't want him over there. So they pitched him to the CIA, and to see if the CIA could do anything. Okay. Are you going to do it yourself over there?
Yeah, I can't seem to get
Okay. Just scroll down. It's no problem. No big deal. So I'll stay at the top there. His AM Swirl -1, AM Swirl 1, okay, was his cryptonym, his cipher. And AM Swirl 1, like I said, was involved in carding all of the new arrivals down there in Key West, okay, AM Swirl. And he was on loan from customs to the CIA because of what I was just talking about, this problem that he had there in Laredo. So William Harvey, go ahead. You can go ahead and scroll down. You can go ahead and scroll down. No. You missed that. Right. Okay. Yeah. And I went in and did some digging on him, and there was a website online that was about former customs agents, FOPA, I think it is, something like that. And they had this biography on him. He had passed away, but I went and copied the entire website, for my research. And then now recently, when I went to try to find that website, it disappeared. But fortunately, I had copied the website, and it had a full biography on when he'd been in the Army, a highly decorated soldier, when he went into customs, and then they elevate his situation here, as he worked clandestinely for the Cuban situation. I went down to Florida, but it doesn't give any details. Now we now know the details. Go ahead, and what he was about. And like I said, he was on loan. J.M. Barr was U.S. Customs. Go ahead. And he was working, he went down there to work for Harvey at Task Force West, Now, AMTOP #2, who, my God, I in my book, I can't, I've been able to tentatively identify him, okay, because there were so many different people who he could have been, but he was the main pipeline to the CIA who was informing on everything that Hure and Manuel Rey were doing, and the only thing that we know about him is that him and Rogelio Cisneros were they grew up together in Camagüey. They fought together with the 26th of July movement for Fidel Castro. Then they ended up as exiles in Cuba, and that's where they entered the anti-Castro movement. But AMTOP, is incredible. We could not find any indication of his identity. But in this one case, go ahead to the next one. AMTOP reports on AM Swirl being on a hit list, okay, from this Frente Nacional Revolucionario de Cuba, and that he, he was going to be, they were going to take him out, and they had reasons to do it. Go ahead. And one of the reasons was because he had supposedly planted some kind of automatic weapon in one of the boats over there down in Cuba, and he was really giving all the Cuban exiles coming in a really hard time. Here's a sample there of the mugshot books that he kept, from all the carding, and that's where they would recruit the AMOTs. They would, the cream of the crop coming in, and then he would go. And I mean, that Diosdado and Morales working together is obvious. We don't need a document that tells us, hey, these guys work together. It's obvious. And the AMOTs is that one point that, binds them together, apart from both of them having a relationship with William Harvey. Go ahead, next. Next page. Okay, so I put up these documents, okay, and they tell you, what exactly he did there, and he had a lot of power. He had a lot of power. Go ahead, because we've only got 7 minutes here. Go ahead. So, like I said, he had committed perjury in open court. And that's how he ended up in Key West, because Customs in Laredo didn't want anything to do with him. And they, like I said, they pitched him to the CIA. Harvey said, yeah, we need somebody like him. Go ahead. You see, he perjured himself. The document says it here. Go ahead. Okay. Now, I was just talking about this when Dave couldn't get this going, but I've already spoken about that. This is the RIF number, and this is the file that I dropped in there for everybody to see and keep and study, because I think this, like I said, is one of the most important documents that you will find on CIA operations. Go ahead. Like I said, one of the most, if not the most. Now, Sturbitz testified that Morales' AMOT's program employed between 100 and 150 people trained by the CIA, and they were divided in two distinct groups. interrogations, debriefings, and then there was a special portion of the AMOS, go ahead, that went on to work with the NSA. The NSA would provide all the frequencies that they wanted monitored. And here is what I was just talking about. Okay, before and after. Now, how is it possible that the Sturbitz document 2025, you cannot search it? If you search for AMOT, it's not there. And this is also one that I OCR'd. But if you go to the previous version, the one that I got from Mary Farrell, but it was a Ford library document. Go ahead. Okay. And this is where, you know, like I was talking about, the AMOT's working with the NSA. Keep going. Oh, and by the way, yeah, this is very important. And this is something that I do in throughout most of the book. I give you both before and after versions of the document, because this is what will incite and this will stimulate a little bit of critical thinking about, okay, wait a minute, why were they redacting this? And one of the pieces of information that we never knew is about this Homestead Center here, that even as the latest document on the Sturbitz, the one on the left, you see they tried to redact it with the magic marker, but you could still see through it. But the one part that they completely redacted, they really didn't want anybody to know about, was the Homestead operation there south of Miami. Okay, and that's where they were running these AMOTs and doing the monitoring the Cuban government broadcasts. And very, very interesting reading. Go ahead. So again, seriously, David Sanchez Morales and Cesar Diosdado had to have crossed paths, if not outright worked together in the anti-Castro duties and activities. Like I said, the AMOTs are the common link that joined them, you know, besides the relationship with William Harvey, you know, and even though you don't have a specific 201 file, he did have a 201 number. So there was a file on Diosdado, but with this him being in limbo between customs and the CIA, so we had this limbo going on here, you know. So and when William Harvey tried to get him, he said when he tried to recruit him, he said to discuss Cuban refugee matters and operational problems of TFW, Task Force West. Go ahead. Okay. And this is the document where William Harvey is asking for Cesar Diosdado on 15 May 1962. Go ahead. And this document had existed for a while, but it meant nothing until AM Swirl 1 was cross-referenced to Cesar Diosdado. And it gives you a complete breakdown of everything that he was doing there in Key West. Go ahead next. Got 3 minutes. Jim Barr, U.S. Customs, go ahead. You can go, again, he's Sanchez Morales is first appraiser of Cuban exile talent, okay, who could be later on recruited for paramilitary activities, the exclusive AMONs, et cetera, you know. And then after William Harvey left, guess what? His successor, Desmond Fitzgerald, said, I need him too. Go ahead, next. Okay, and well, that's the next one. But this one's very interesting. You know, Diosdado was gun running since 1957. Okay, now that's another issue that we need to look at him. You know, if he was doing it for as part of his job, or if he was doing it to make money. Go ahead, next. On the side, you know. And more information on him. Here's where that incident, you know, where why they on this situation with the automatic weapon, you know, and they were all the Cuban exiles were up in arms because they thought that this guy was too tough, and they started to complain about him. Go ahead. And again, here comes Desmond Fitzgerald. Okay, and when Diosdado's contract is up, you know, he wants him as well, you know. So who was this guy? Go ahead. And for the 40th, there was a big article in the Key West Citizen. Keep going. And it was about a bust that Cesar Diosdado had made on the group of Jerry Hemming. Okay, and you've got all the information there. Go ahead. And you get this, that they were brought back because I believe these guys were acting like cowboys, loose cannons, and this was something that Morales and the CIA probably didn't want at the moment. Okay, and he sent Diosdado to go and bust them, they stopped them from shipping out to Cuba because that's what they were going to go attack Cuba. But later on they gave them all their weapons back and everything. So keep going. Almost done. So, then one last thing, on Diosdado, could Sanchez Morales have lobbied for him amid his troubles in Laredo, influencing William Harvey to bring in Diosdado to deal with the Cuban refugee matters and operational problems at TFW? Or was he just following Kennedy's directives of reeling in the exiles and making sure there were no loose cannons? There's still a lot more to learn on Diosdado. And the last one here. Keep going. Last one. Okay, here. So final question. Was he the good guy or the bad guy? Well, it depends on what perspective. Either from the Cuban exile perspective or from Odio. That's it. 1 minute.
All right, Larry. Thank you for that. That's a lot of information. It looks like that is downloadable in the chat. Real quick, Larry, while I've got you, can you try to attempt to share your screen one more time?
Oh.
I want to see if it's working.
Oh, yeah, it works now.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Gotta love how Zoom changes things on us.
I would, it's that's why we improvise when we have to. No problem.
Improvise and overcome. Yes. So with that, we're right on time.
I got a couple minutes because I got to take the wife to the airport, but I've got about 15 minutes if anybody wants to say anything.
Okay, well, right now we're in for the open discussion portion. So we're going to have a few open discussions throughout the day. Let's open this up for if you have questions for Larry Snaff. And Larry's trying to get back in at the moment, so Larry's not with us.
I'm here.
Oh, he's in. Okay.
I also want to point out that I put in the chat, there's a great website called JFK Diffs, and it automatically compares redactions from documents. So you'll see where the link is, and you just you plug in the RIF number, and it'll show you the different versions of the document, sort of like what Rex does, but this actually shows the changes in different colors and stuff. Some guy did this. It's a great tool. Now for Larry's document, there's no comparison. I don't know what happened. I guess it was the first time it was released.
It didn't exist.
Right.
That's why it was great when Bill mentioned about the Gerald Ford Library, because that's exactly the situation that we got. And it was a Rockefeller Commission document, so it's not something that the CIA would have been monitoring or whatever.
Yeah, and so that's an example. I plugged the number in, and it just has no comparisons. So
I want people to study to realize how important this William Sturbitz document is. It's something to be studied, really.
I echo Larry Rivera's comments on the Sturbitz document. It's just incredible. It mentions, for example, about how the AMOTs had a card file or documents of more than 1 million. And they claim, at least Sturbitz mentions in there, Larry, and please check me on this, that they were basically destroyed. And I think one of the reasons they were destroyed, quite apart from the Kennedy case, was that my understanding is the AMOTs got increasingly into drug running as the 60s were.
Well, and assassinations too, because they fanned out to all the different throughout the world to attack the Cuban embassy personnel, who that Fidel Castro had sent to work at all those embassies, and there's cases where, even in Mexico City, where they send hitmen, to AMOTs, were quite a collection of individuals, I have to say.
You can see fragments of the AMOTs files in the Carlos Blanco site that we've set up on Mary Farrell. And we also have a pretty good one. You've probably seen it, Larry, on AmSwirl, the Diosdado.
Yeah.
Because he wore a variety of hats, as Larry was saying, and he is a person we really need to spend a lot more attention to, because he had his hand in everywhere. He was basically cross-designated between Customs and CIA.
Well, I have to say, there's no coincidence, where these two guys had basically the same background, from the southwest portion of the United States. One was Arizona, the other one was Texas, but they had virtually the same backgrounds, Mexican, Tex-Mex, big families, things like that. And tomorrow I'll talk about Morales, some stuff there that's very interesting.
So, Bill, I have a question. I know that the Tom Dodd's records are in, I think, Yukon, in Connecticut, and his committee was investigating Klein's, as well as the place that the Crescent, where I think Oswald ordered the rifle, the pistol from.
Well,
And
the Crescent shipped that material, I believe, to clients.
oh, okay, whatever the place was in California, and but I don't think his Dodd's files have ever been reviewed, and that might be an interesting place if someone's in Connecticut to try to look at the Dodd files because there may be some information there that from his committee. Um, and the other thing I forgot to mention, I don't know, Bill, if you did when I dropped off for a second, was the RFK files that were taken from the White House and put into the JFK library. I confirmed with the JFK library that those documents finally have been, the ARB was trying to get them. They've been shifted over to the National Declassification Center for mandatory review. And so I've asked Luna to see if they could try to accelerate that process because who knows? Those are files that he took from the Oval Office, and they probably have Cuba stuff in them.
Well, the RFK, RFK never had his own library, and this came to my view the other day. So, unlike they float around, they don't have a good home.
Yeah.
There is a good assassination center in Western Mass, or Dartmouth. I can't remember which.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah, that's where the heart of Philip Melanson's materials and other people who've been doing the
Oh.
research. So they've got their own home. The RFK folks, we should have closer relations with them because we have a lot in common, especially now that things have heated up with his documents again.
Yeah, I mean, Bobby's not involved. Bobby's focused on Maha. We kind of got informal word back that he's that's what he's focused on now. He's not going to be doing. Maybe Amarillo might do something, Amaryllis, but Bobby's focused on Maha and the upcoming campaign. So he's not going to really be helpful. I don't know who in the Kennedy family is in charge of that trust that was running the records. Was in charge of the records. Um, but that's another source of information that we should be looking at.
I want to throw this out
Can
here
I
real
ask a
quick.
question?
Sure.
Can I ask a question? I keep seeing Howard Hunt's name on these documents, especially when they're, just presented by Larry. And I'm reviewing a Howard Rolling Stone magazine article. Take it for what it is. But in there, it states that he told his son information in regards to who was involved in the plot to kill the president. Has anybody heard anything about this particular narrative? Has anybody talked to his son? Has his son published anything? Is his son alive? Does his son have a son? Anything on this guy?
We could get into the whole. You're speaking of E. Howard Hunt's.
Yeah.
Are you referring
Deathbed
to?
confession.
Yeah. Are
Yeah,
we
yeah, yeah.
referring to St.
Another
John Hunt,
famous
his
one,
son?
right?
It's a little controversial, so probably,
Didn't Talbot write about it? Somebody wrote a pretty good précis on it.
yeah. And there's some speculation that his son was sort of like pushing him to say things. There's
Dementia is a dangerous drug.
yes, it is. Yeah. That's the problem with memory, and you get people that when they get into their 80s and 70s, who knows, the memory can get polluted very easily. And he could be just settling some scores too. I think, I mean, I think the general, Bill, maybe the general consensus is that you have to look at that with great suspicion.
I think that's a fair summation. Not completely throwing it out, but not taking it in either.
Very skeptical, you know.
Skeptical and also take it with a grain of salt, guys. I do want to throw this out here real quick. The chat logs, they are not available after the meeting. I mean, I'll upload a section of, but the actual clickable links may not be available during that. So if you guys see something in the chat log, whether it's a document, whether it's a site to go to, make sure that you actually click on that. If you want to, save the link or you want to save the website, please make sure you do that during the meeting, because I know I have a few people that will contact me after one of our journey meetings and they're like, or during our conferences, and they're like, I can't get back to that link that you guys showed. Make sure that you copy those links, or you go to those sites and bookmark them, so that way you can view these again. I know we're on a fast-paced, time frame during the summit here, so you don't want to miss out to go back and pick out the key details, or as the famous line of picking that shit out of pepper. You'll have that opportunity to do so. Either you don't want to miss out on what the speakers are saying. So I just want to make sure that you guys realize that the chat feature, it's not live after we close the session today and tomorrow. So guys, I'm going to change.
Hey, Larry, what did you think about what Sturgis said about Sturgis in that Rockefeller document? Stuggets, or whatever his name is, William.
Hurwitz.
Yeah, but what do you think about what he said about Sturgis? He kind of like really minimized Sturgis's role. Kind of like said he was just a soldier of fortune, no relationship with the CIA. Did you look at that at all? I guess he's not.
Larry will be back. He had to leave
Okay,
for about an
okay.
hour, so he will be back to but
Okay.
save that question and ask him again when he gets back. For some reason I gotta keep naming you, Larry. You have all kinds of different things that pop up on your deal from what we had, the long list and then user. So
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid some people.
you're staying incognito is what you're doing. But is there any questions from the audience for what we've spoke about today so far? Between obviously Larry's not here, but Larry Snaff and Bill Simbich are here. So is there anybody that has any questions pertaining to what we've discussed over the last say hour, 15 minutes? I do love seeing the while we're waiting for
What speakers say are the three most important points raised so far.
yeah, what's being said in the comment section. I mean, we're having great interaction there. Keep that up, everybody. That way, the more that we share, the more we ask questions, the more we're going to find out, the more we're going to know.
So, Bill, I think I guess one is that the JFK collection, as it's officially known, is probably more or less released. But there's plenty of records that are in the collection. What else would you want to add?
I would add that the collection itself should be viewed as a beginning.
Yeah.
We're in a new generation now from 1993. Any search worth its salt would come up with far more documents. So I would reject any notion of finality,
Right.
and we should be using our best imaginations to do our own individual FOIAs or to consider lawsuits for something more ambitious. But most importantly, I think it's important to find key areas of research and post analysis of what we already have. We don't collect. I'm big on collection, really big on collection, but I'm even bigger on analysis. And I think that's where we sometimes could use more shoulders to the wheel.
And I would suggest to Russ and other people, we have to get these documents searchable. and not just the documents that are online, but the paper files. And, you know, if we could get some foundation or open government or some rich person that's interested in American history to fund the project so we could turn these documents into search, because we can't use artificial intelligence effectively on these documents. And that's the next level of analysis. Artificial intelligence has its fallbacks, I mean, its flaws. Um, but we can't even really we can't use it for the official documents. And so that's something that has to be this research is going to be limited unless we can really start using these tools. And I just we need to figure out a way to get these documents searchable, and maybe that's NARA doing it, getting it. I don't know. We just otherwise we're just gonna have individual. It's sort of like invading Normandy and having individual soldiers trying to go forward as opposed to having a whole wave.
One thing I definitely want to touch on real quick while we're on this topic. I know that you and Bill, spoke about this a while ago, but AI is, it's great for using as a tool,
Yeah.
but the problem is AI gets shit wrong. Just it does. AI is and the internet is searching for, like Bill said a while ago, it's searching documents and blogs and information that's been put out there. It's the thing that we have to understand is you have to go back and actually look at the physical documents that have been released. You can't just go by a AI summary or any of the AI tools that are out there, like Copilot or Gronk or any of those, without actually going back to the source and reading it yourself. If you just take the summary, sometimes that summary just it's not correct.
No, right. And it's about prompt. So you begin with prompt having correct prompts, but we had a great example in the first batch that dropped last year when some guy went on Grok and said that he discovered that there was a conversation between Salvatore Russo and Jack Ruby on Thursday night, the 21st, claiming that Jack Ruby got $5,000 to kill Oswald. This is before the assassination. And as it turned out, after a lot of research, what happened was Grok had hallucinated and had taken Salvatore Giancana and combined it with Perry Russo from New Orleans and created Salvatore Russo. The meeting never occurred. But still, it is a tool. You have to have good prompt writing, and it also wants to please you. And so you have to be careful how you write your prompts. But it is a tool that can be used. It's great for like detecting patterns and stuff. Matthew Connolly wrote a book, The Declassification Engine, about Cold War records, and it was a fascinating book. He got a grant from the government to do LLM on these documents, and it was able to figure out not just the next word, but the words around the redacted words. For example, he discovered the number one name that was redacted in these records was Kissinger. Not surprisingly.
Another thing that a lot of people have asked me, especially since last November when I did a presentation on AI and the JFK records and how to use it as a tool. I get asked, and that's kind of my little section of expertise, but it's what I explain to everybody, and especially younger people, because they just go to the internet, they do a search for a topic, JFK in particular, and then they're bombarded with pages after pages after pages of information. And I said, well, here's what you have to understand. Some of the documents that we've had released in the past, the new documents that have been released, they're unredacted. I said some of those words we kind of could fill in the blank, but having those words actually on the paper, not blacked out, like what Larry Rivera was talking about a while ago. Some of them you can clearly see, but there was a lot of documents that were redacted where you couldn't see. You had to kind of make it up, kind of like AI does, kind of just make shit up to make you happy or to fill in the blanks. Having those words in the new documents, the new release documents, they're important to have because they give you the full picture and you're not second guessing. Some things we're still going to have to second guess on, or we're going to have to fill in the blanks when it comes to this topic. But having the documents that we're getting now and having the unredacted versions, we're getting a fuller picture of what those documents state, which we're going to talk about between today and tomorrow.
And the other thing is you have to train just going on to like Gemini or Grok or Chat GPT. I mean, you have to train these documents, these whatever the platform you're using on the documents, because these are specialized documents. I mean, Bill will spend decades studying how these CIA talks, and you have to. That's what Matthew Connolly did. They trained their AI system on these documents, and so we need a dedicated. It's just going to be. We're not going to get fully analyzed. We're going to accelerate the analysis. We need to get this tool to work for us, and right now it can't.
No, and a lot of people think that AI is. And I saw a while ago, AI is the new God. Well, no, AI is it's been around for quite some time. It's not in its infancy, but
Yeah, it's the new dog.
sometimes. What's that?
I was saying it's the new dog. It will do some great things for you in a flash, and then it will lie to you incessantly.
And it
Correct.
makes errors. Like yesterday when I was researching the Wegman film, first Gemini told me that the facility the embassy has in Long Island City right now is an archival facility. And then I did another search, and it turned out it's a hub, it's an operational facility. It's not the place where they hold the records. So, you have to verify. Trust but verify.
You have to treat it like an idiot savant. It will give you startling insights, but it'll also tell you things that are simply false.
Right, right.
It's kind of the bastard stepchild to the Cliff Notes that we had back when we were younger, guys. Uh,
Hey, David, this is Casey. I want to make a comment here because I think just to let people know what I'm doing right now. I'm on what I call a library tour in the state of Kansas and the state of Missouri, and I'm projecting two programs on the JFK assassination, and I'm getting probably between 40 and 45 people on the average to come into these library conferences, and I speak for about 2 hours, then open it up to the rest of the public, just to figure out kind of an idea where they're at. And most of them will come up to me and they said, "Have you read all of the files?" And I said, I've been researching this thing for 63 years. They've just released 81,000 documents. And I said, let me give you an example of what a document might look like. And I projected that to them, and they said, "Well, do you have some answers for us?" I said, "Guys, I do not have another 63 years to give to this."
Right.
But at the same time, I said we have helpers out there, and AI I think is going to be a helper in the future. And I agree with you guys 100%. When I was getting ready to present in Dallas last year, Larry Rivera comes up to me and he says, "I'm going to show you what AI is doing." And so I'm getting ready to go out and present, and he shows me, and I'm looking at this and I go, "You just blew my mind. I can't go out there and present." He goes, "No, you can." He says, "These people don't even understand where you're at in this," but he says, "Go ahead and present it, but at the same time, understand." I said, "I understand. There's a better methodology," but it just blew my mind. Some of the Blender things that he was using in AI, and some of the stuff that's coming as jokes down. For example, when Trump put a picture of himself as Jesus Christ or whatever, and then all of a sudden you have an AI version of where Christ comes in and punches him out. And I'm sitting there going, how in God's name did we get this far in our history? This is totally unbelievable. But I do want to point out that there are still people out there that are willing to sit and ask questions. And I have to water it down because after listening to you guys, it's tough for a person like me to go out and try to teach this. But But nevertheless, there are people out there. I had an 80-year-old woman, God forbid, an 80-year-old woman. I'm sorry, I know some of you guys are up there, but well, of course I'm 77. But at the same time, she says, that picture you have on there, that's incorrect. You've got to get Jackie Kennedy out of there. And I said, which one was that? And so I went back and looked at it and I said, you know what? You're absolutely correct. So I corrected it right there and got rid of Jackie Kennedy because I was showing people who I thought might be feasibly blamed for the murder of JFK. And she goes, "You got to get Jackie out of there." I said, "Well, you do know," and I kind of told her on the sideline that there are history teachers that will sit back and say Jackie had a ring gun, and I said, "Well, that's here we go with the BS again," and the BS is going to be compounded more so when we hit AI. But I wanted to point out to you that a lot of the people like Larry Hancock, Larry Schnapp, Bill Simpich, and Larry Rivera are four people that I do a lot of research on and sometimes with, and it's those people. And here recently, Dory Wiley. Dory Wiley gave a great presentation down in Dallas about Vietnam. And it's not that it hasn't been there. It was there, but he compiled all of the facts about Vietnam and made a presentation that kind of blew my mind. And so I'm taking bits and pieces of Dory Wiley's information, and I'm going out and one of my programs is called, let's see if I have the correct name here. I have one called Grave Injustice, and then I have one assessing blame and responsibility for the murder of JFK. And then I have one called JFK in Vietnam, or the straw that broke Camelot's back. So it's an interesting thing that you guys do, and I nitpick pieces of information, and I have to say that I want to honor, and I know we haven't said that yet, but I do want to honor Bill Kelly, who passed away this year, and his website, Counter Coup, I used almost every day, and I know David Denton has used things like this, and so I want to point out that we lost a pretty darn good researcher and a spokesperson for JFK.
You know what's going to happen to his website?
I don't, but I'm not sure who's in charge of that. I thought maybe Copa might, but I'm not sure.
No, he and Copa weren't having a relationship anymore.
Okay.
But we
Unfortunately, it may with Bill's passing, it may come down to the fact of his website going dark if it's not renewed. We run that same risk here at Project JFK. If we don't do the renewal or somebody's there to pick it up and take the mantle, then we end up losing resources. And hopefully Bill's website will be still taken and looked after and paid for after his passing.
Yeah, someone's got to, we want to make sure that website it doesn't disappear.
Well, with that, guys, we are closing our first discussion on the declassified documents and update overview, and we're going to move on to JFK's attempts to reform the CIA. And I'm going to turn this over now to David Denton. I have to step away for about 3 minutes. David, you ready to go?
Yeah, Dave, should I, first of all, on the share part of it, I've got a PowerPoint up. Should I go ahead and punch the share button now? Have you opened it up?
Yeah, go ahead and hit the share button, and you should be able to share that PowerPoint, and we can see it.
Okay, I'm getting some other things here, but
yeah, when you hit the share screen, you're going to see the little window of where your PowerPoint is, and then you'll click that, and that will it'll highlight a blue square around that, and then you'll hit the share, and that should pull it up on the screen for us.
I'm getting some security and privacy stuff coming up here, Dave. I mean, it says allow. Try again here.
All right.
All right, I've got the entire screen. And I'm getting some security. I don't know what I'm getting here, Dave.
I'm
Right,
trying to look through your glasses to see what your screen looks like.
what's that now?
I'm looking in the reflection of your glasses to see what your screen looks like.
Okay. You see anything?
Not not exactly. You've got your PowerPoint open, right? You've got it
Yes,
shrunk
I
down.
do. Yes, I do.
Okay. And then on Zoom, you've got the share tab. You hit the share, and then you're going to see entire screen application windows underneath that. Do you see that screen?
Yeah, I hit that, and then something came up on security and privacy, and I'm not sure what click to lock. Click the lock to make changes. I don't know why it's not some privacy issues, I guess. I don't know.
Um, you should. I know. I just had Larry test it. His didn't show that. Um,
I'll walk it through again here. All right, I'm going to hit share. Uh, it,
Click the lock and then enter your password.
open system settings. It's all right. Still not getting anywhere here, Dave. It's just asking me. It's going through all my stuff. I mean, I don't know what's.
Do you have a document open on your desktop?
Yeah, I might.
So that you have to if you're going to share, you have to open the document on your desktop and then click on it if you're able to share.
All right. Hang on. I got. Yeah, here's. There was.
Dave, try to open
think
that. I got to take care of this real quick. If you need to, vamp for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm still working on it here.
So the guys that do scan are used to the OCR. We're talking about 5 million pages in the JFK collection, of which only a small fraction have been put online. I have no idea what that would cost to, even assuming we could get access or NARA could do that. I would assume you're talking millions of dollars to do this. I'm going to contact Matthew Connolly to see how much of a grant he got, because they hired engineers to create an LLM to, review scan and then review these Cold War documents. I just have to assume we're talking millions of dollars, and that to me seems like out of reach of a crowdsourcing or crowdfunding. I just don't. I mean, I could see getting hundreds, maybe $100,000, but I can't imagine us getting $1 million from crowdfunding. So I think we need to get a grant, and there's got to be some rich person that is interested in this, history, a Peter Thiel or someone like that would want to contribute some money, or other people. That's the way we're going to have to go, I think.
Larry, what about the final report with Luna? Don't you think there could be a pitch in there for
Yeah,
narrative?
right. The report there should be recommendations in the report, and that should be something. I'm going to be talking to her chief of staff next week. I'll remind them. The other thing we need to think about, by the way, it hasn't come up, is, the Cuban government, assuming that then there's a new Cuban government, there's lots of JFK files that supposedly the Cuban government has. And, if this government collapses, we need to think about, how do you make sure those records don't get destroyed or get lost?
Hey, quick to interrupt here. Dave, do you have your can you send me your PowerPoint in email and I'll just run it from here?
Yeah, my problem is here's the other thing I got going, Dave. I'm at my house and I got my material through one share.
That's okay. Here's the thing. Here's what the problem is. Download your PowerPoint to your desktop.
Right.
And
Okay.
then open the file from that
Right.
share, because if you're going through OneDrive, you're going to run through security features because you're
Yeah.
probably going to the campus website where you're hosting it at.
Exactly. And if it comes down to it, I may have to this afternoon, I can run out there and do my presentation around here. But right now, of course, we've got to get this done. So, all right. So you're saying, let's see.
Yeah, download the file from
I just want
OneShare.
to, so maybe you guys could figure this out offline or something. I mean, but we need to figure out, we need to also talk about getting the Cuban files. And the problem is if that government collapses, you know what happened when Iraq's government collapsed, right? Uh, the government documents were all like destroyed, or people were going through them to try to find information about their family members. There's got to be some plan in place to make sure these records aren't destroyed. And I assume that's a Department of State issue as opposed to a congressional issue.
Well, I have to confess, I'm not worried about the documents being destroyed, whether this government collapses, which I think is highly unlikely,
Okay.
or not. I think the important thing is to maintain good discussion with them and the Mexican government and the Russian government and the Ukrainian government. There's a number of governments that we should be having some kind of cross collaboration with, because you're right. This is a stupid situation at the end of the day.
Larry, where would you start on this? Would you start in it at the congressional level and then move to the State Department, or would you?
I don't think, look, Congress, the ARB was prohibited from contacting the Cuban government by Senator Strom Thurmond.
I'd say State Department. Yeah.
And I think Rubio, assuming that that our government is talking to the Cuban government at this point, I don't, maybe this is a recent development, but Rubio would be the person, I think, to his department would be the one that would probably want to do this. I mean, would have to do this.
Yeah, and Rubio's also head of NARA. So
Yeah.
he's wearing two hats here. It's in his self-interest. If he wants,
And he's also the national security, the head of the NSC, right?
yeah. So I mean, the problem with Rubio all along has been he wears too many hats. He's hard to work with in this situation.
Yeah, and his hats are conflicting.
Dave, sorry to interrupt, but Dave, I ran into the same roadblocks after I downloaded, but I just emailed it, the downloaded presentation to you. Can you try opening it up on your end for me?
Yeah, let me do that real quick.
Okay.
Which email did you send that to?
Night Pub.
All right, let me sign into that one. Give me just a sec.
Bill, I think the guy that the guy that was the guy that wrote the couple books from Cuba. What was his name again?
Escalante.
Yeah, he's still alive, right?
We think he's still alive. I can't imagine Escalante working very profitably with the U.S. government at this point.
Fabian Escalante, yeah.
Right.
Or maybe there are people that within the community that might, I don't know. We got to figure out a way to make sure this is an historic opportunity that we can't lose.
I would suggest the National Security Archive might be the best place.
Oh, yes. Peter, yes.
Yeah, Peter Kornbluth is the way to go, I think.
Unfortunately, Dave, no, the link you just sent me, makes me want to sign into the college website.
Here's what we'll do. How about if we just I will just try to present the material verbally to you here
Okay.
best I can. I apologize, everyone. I hope I can give you enough detail. And this afternoon, Dave, I'll go out to the college and make sure that we should be able to do it from out there. Correct? Anything that's on my computer, I can get away from that OneShare thing. I think that's our problem, right?
You should be able to. Worst case scenario, you'll be able to download the file directly to your computer at the college, and we can go from there.
Okay, well, I'll do the best I can. I'm going to pull up my presentation here in a moment here, and and I'll give you the details of the best I can, okay? And we'll work with it. So, and again, this is a presentation that I discussed in Dallas in November, and in some details, some of you folks might have heard it there, and yet I feel like it's great for some follow-up and some detailed information. It's based upon documents that I primarily looked at in early 2025. It came out in the latest batch. And I think some of you people, some of us, we've already talked about some of the difficulties. Again, stuff coming directly out of NARA, no search engine, no, I feel like I was fortunate just to find a batch of documents. Some of them were kind of connected with each other, but they're basically about JFK's campaign to reform the CIA. He created an advisory board with respect to that. Some of the best and brightest individuals that you would expect JFK to bring in. But let's kind of start with something I think is really important, the Schlesinger memo, which a lot of folks talked about, anticipated. Arthur Schlesinger basically, detailed the problems, in effect, the quote unquote wild beast that the CIA had become. The numbers were just incredible. It came out of this document that 47% of U.S. political officers and embassies worldwide were actually CIA. The CIA had 123 so-called diplomats that were actually CIA agents in Paris alone, which shows you the degree. And Schlesinger even questioned about it, which was a great question to ask. Who was actually running the foreign policy of the United States? Was it the State Department or was it the CIA?
Dave, is this your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it from.
You got it.
This is the one you used from 2025.
Excellent, man. All right. I feel a lot better about things then. Okay. So if you just want to kind of swing the documents with me, Dave, we'll go from there. Okay.
All right.
All right. I'm going to get rid of what I have here first. So you have in front of you the slide on that. Let me again try to. Okay, so if you want to go to the next slide, Dave. Again, I'm trying to bring this where I can see it. So JFK creates this advisory board that would meet 23 times beginning with the May of 1961. It's pretty obvious where this came off of, the Bay of Pigs. I mean, that's certainly. The timing is unmistakable, and I'll speak of that in a minute. And these documents do strengthen the narrative of the Schlesinger memo in terms of this clandestine agency and it being out of control. The first meeting was on May 15th, 1961. Interesting enough to show the significance of it, JFK himself shows up at that meeting. And I think clearly sets the agenda about his concern about the CIA's covert action powers, that they may no longer be, quote unquote, worth the risk and needed a reassessment. And I think this board held true to that. And again, I don't have time to mention all these people. I think some of them will come up as during the course of my presentation. You can see they were individuals speaking to this board, Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board that JFK created, from typical of JFK, inside and outside the government, people in the academic world, people in the intelligence world. They had a cross section of, these oftentimes refers to the best and brightest to talk about this issue. Okay, let's go on, Dave. So again, there's little doubt the Bay of Pigs was the catalyst for creating this advisory board, and these are things that we generally understood. We can have our impressions about the Bay of Pigs in the afterward. It's easy to understand that, and no doubt that Kennedy felt deceived about what happened with the Bay of Pigs. And I put this up, doomed to failure by design. I know Dave Talbot in his book kind of portrays that idea that did the CIA really orchestrate this whole operation to lure JFK into an invasion of Cuba? I think there's strong evidence of that. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, and this is a document I found a few years ago, not in the latest batch, but in a previous one. And if you see the highlights there, this I think is very important. Dan Brigham, a reporter for the now defunct New York Journal, interviewed some of the released Cuban exiles after the invasion. I think this is a CIA document. And he came back to the conclusion that many of the Cuban exiles felt like the whole invasion was quote unquote doomed to failure by design on the part of the CIA and are holding the CIA responsible. Those are incredible words coming from the very folks that were involved in that operation. You could also make the presumption, since Brigham gave this material to the CIA, you have to wonder if he's, Mockingbird, whatever, that's checking into the background of that. But there's that scenario. Now, did JFK have a full understanding of this deception? I don't know about that. I know he had to feel like he, in some respects, was double-crossed. He took responsibility for the invasion. But it's clear that was the impetus for wanting to make all kinds of changes for this out of control agency that he perceived. So let's go on to the next slide. So in the very first meeting, as I mentioned, on May 15, 1961, Alan Dulles shows up. And I got to feel like, and there's a couple things that come to light here, that I feel like Dulles senses that he's in trouble after this, the failure of this operation. He actually poses the idea that, interestingly enough, that paramilitary operations should not be conducted by the CIA. And, of course, this is after the fact, after this massive failure of the Bay of Pigs. And so some of the board members, like Clark Clifford, that name is obviously pretty familiar to you. They said, okay, well, yeah, what else? Should we just shut things down entirely? And he said, no. Dulles said, look, we have proprietary organizations that were propped up by the CIA, were involved in intelligence gathering, such as the Radio Free Europe, which shocked Land and Clark Clifford. Clifford said, I was on the board of the Radio Free Europe. You're saying you guys have compromised that agency? Again, this kind of thing shows the scope of infiltration of the CIA across these different various departments that the board was coming to grips with. Even JFK himself in his first meeting, a rather eye-opening admission, saying he did not have extensive knowledge of covert operations of what the CIA was doing around the world beyond Cuba and Laos. So JFK is saying, I don't know what these folks are doing. And maybe that's the first thing there, is just to get information at the extent of the CIA's operations, that were in the dark, that they were operating their basically, their own foreign policy. Okay, let's go on. So as I said, 23 meetings happened over the course of 3 or 4 years in terms of discussing these reforms and the possibility. They were constantly requesting information from the CIA. It's consistently clear that the 62 means the board wanted more information on the CIA's covert actions. It's also clear this agency was resisting that. One board member, James Killian, said everything lacks clear information on covert actions with respect to Cuba specifically. General James Doolittle, the war hero of the Second World War, obviously, said a great number of people in the CIA are more interested in political, psychological, and propaganda and paramilitary than they are on the dry, difficult, but important task of collecting, interpreting, distributing intelligence. So Doolittle's saying, You guys have gone way beyond what should be your charge of collecting data. You're more into affecting things politically with propaganda, in obviously covert action against foreign governments. Okay, let's go on. John McCone's an interesting, I know Larry Rivera's done some things with him in documents as well. I mean, I think McCone is a guy that is generally understood, that once he fired Dulles, and I'll go back and speak to that in a moment too, in respect to these documents. It was the idea that McCone was an outsider, that McCone had some sort of connection to JFK. I'm not saying tremendously loyal, but the idea was that, he's putting somebody in that's not one of the key perpetrators of all this covert action around the world, that he might be able to somehow be reining these things in. But McCone, he comes across as every bit as resistant of any type of reform or being forthcoming with any information as Dulles was. When confronted with requests for information by this board, he responded by saying that you're asking about activity that seem to be concerned with matters which were appropriate for the DCI himself to pursue. In other words, McCone's saying, stay out of my business. I'm not really interested in throwing information at you at this point in time. Okay. But let's talk, before I move on, let's go back on Dulles a bit. This is a bit of an interpretation, and folks can take it as they choose, but it's interesting how Dulles, was willing to give something up in that first meeting, and willing to give up paramilitary operations. It makes you wonder if it was Dulles understanding that his neck was on the line, so to speak, that it didn't do any good. Obviously, JFK fired him anyway, but that he was willing to possibly give something up to hold on to his job. And that's an interpretation on my part. But as a result, obviously, that didn't happen. McCone becomes the head of the DCI of the CIA. And I feel like he's simply not cooperative, not forthcoming with information that this board was trying to attempt to gain access to. Okay, let's go on. And this is also very important. Among the documents, there was also a 41-page memorandum by the CIA about those same meetings. But it's, talking about, doing your own version of things. I mean, that's exactly what the CIA did. It sounds completely different, but when you actually read the documents from the board itself and all the criticisms and all the complaints about the CIA, and then you read the memorandum by the CIA about those same meetings written by Helms, Meyer, McCone, Kirkpatrick, and everything was like, hunky dory. Like, they detected no evidence of a critical attitude towards the agency's covert action program at all. And that's simply not true. I mean, it's the CIA massaging things, I think. Okay, let's move on. So we move on to, again, these meetings were ongoing throughout JFK's tenure. And in January of 63, it's clear that the board is getting more frustrated with the CIA's lack of accommodation for their requests for information, requests for details on covert action. And so some of these things obviously come out. Dr. William Baker, who is a prominent American scientist who advised multiple United States presidents on scientific and national matters, said one of the most searching and far-sighted the board has produced one of the presentations they gave. But he also noted that McCone's written response to this report that they had created was devastatingly empty and inadequate. Dr. Lance's intelligence gathering on the part of the CIA was inept. Clark Clifford suggested the board should deliver a hard-hitting report and make sure this was big for Clifford. We don't want to just make a report here. We want to make sure these things are followed up and these reforms are implemented. At one point, I don't have this on the slide, one of the board members actually interjected himself and went down and observed, well, one of the I can't see exactly where it was at, one of the covert operations that were ongoing. He wanted to see what was going on. He wanted a firsthand look at what one of the operations that the CIA was conducting. Okay, go ahead, Dave. And again, frustration turns to sarcasm. By mid-1963, board member Gordon Gray stated that if at today's meeting the board received a full story concerning clandestine and covert actions being planned and executed under the CIA auspices, this would certainly constitute a milestone. He said, it would be a first if you guys would actually come forth with some real and accurate information. And then the subterfuge, the double talk coming from the agency. Dr. Land described it every time that secrecy is used as a cloak for an assumed efficient but sensitive operation. One may well find later on the removal of the cloak, there really was nothing there. Clearly, the advisor board, which included many of JFK's closest advisors, were becoming increasingly concerned about the agency's unchecked power. Okay, all right, let's go on. And so that's was the state of my, my course of my investigation and research. I began writing an article on Substack about all this. One thing I initially did not have, again, it is what it is, and I'm sure a lot of this stuff is being, as we said, put onto the Mary Farrell site where you can do more in terms of search engine. But at the time, I was operating out of NARA. That it's just luck of the draw, so to speak, on finding information. But late in the process, I came across this document. And this one is really the most critical part of all of it, I think. I had not yet seen anything that detailed any list of reforms that the Reform Board actually had until I came across this document. It was a document dated January 30th, 1964. Obviously, JFK is dead. And the purpose of the meeting was to recount to Johnson, the now President Johnson, what reforms the CIA was interested, or excuse me, the advisory board was interested in seeing out of the CIA. Obviously, none of these things came to pass. Okay, I think I'm getting ahead of myself, but that's pretty obvious. But the first thing that strikes it, and I looked at, this document has a complete list of 170 recommendations for reform on the part of the CIA. That is thorough in and of itself. The sheer volume of things they wanted to see change in regards to the CIA. In a general way, obviously, as what JFK wanted, they wanted more transparency on the part of the CIA. They wanted assurances of political control of covert actions, if in fact the CIA could even should continue covert actions at all. And I'll get to that in a minute. And they were interested in protecting the president. I mean, clear, this goes right back to the Bay of Pigs and the embarrassment that JFK had to endure from accepting the blame for the whole Bay of Pigs operation, which was a CIA operation. It's not hard to understand. This board says, the president should be somehow protected or insulated from, potential things blowing up in his face in regards to clandestine and covert action programs like what happened with the Bay of Pigs. Okay, Dave, let's go on. Next one. Let's go into the meat of this, though. Okay. Next slide. In no uncertain terms, these recommendations, if they had been fully implemented, the CIA would no longer exist, possibly even by name as it had before. I don't know if I'm missing a slide. Can you go ahead one more slide, Dave? Yeah, go back. I don't know, that crucial slide's not show up. Okay. Yeah, one more. I'm sorry, one more, Dave. Forward. Yep, you're going too fast. One more. Back. There. Uh, 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 this is a problem. I don't have to go backwards one more. And one more. And one more. There. So just stay there. All right. This is the one. This is the key one in terms of critical information coming out of this January 30th meeting. Okay. And these things, if implemented, again, the CIA would have taken a devastating hit. Let's put it that way. But let's go through them here. Number one, they were recommending the DCI, the head of the CIA, although retaining overall responsibility for the CIA, would be directed by the president to assign the deputy DCI the day-to-day operations and direction of the CIA. In other words, they wanted to split up power between the head of the DCI and his assistant. In other words, to kind of eliminate some of that concentration of power. And then the second one, interestingly enough, is almost in effect saying they wanted to put the DCI under house arrest, in effect, almost by the DCI should be housed in the executive office of the president of the United States. And let's also point out one other thing that's not on here is that, yeah, the DCI would give up clandestine power himself, assign it to the deputy, but he would still be held responsible for what they did. He would still be held into account, yet delegated out to the assistant. That the CIA should place increasingly emphasis on the acquisition of hard intelligence and decrease the excessive emphasis on covert action, even one step further, the next line down. Even consider the feasibility of transferring clandestine operations and covert actions from the CIA to some other agency. And of course, that in effect would just totally defang the CIA to do what JFK said in the very first meeting, is simply, is it worth the risk to allow the CIA to conduct covert actions at all? And then the last one, which is the one that's the most eye-opening that I came across, symbolic though more than operational, but that consideration be given to a possible change in the name of the CIA. I think that's fascinating that, in some ways that would, in the existence of the CIA, by forcing it to a name change. Like, for instance, I just thought of this, like, what happened with the fall of the Soviet Union? What happened to the KGB? They no longer became the KGB, right? I forget what they're referred to as today. They wanted to, in Russia, to eliminate any connection to that past by actually changing the foreign intelligence operations name of the KGB. And here we have an organization, this board, suggesting the same thing. Okay. And so I think these things are incredibly eye-opening. All right, let's move on to the next one. So in no uncertain terms, if these recommendations had been implemented, the CIA would, in some respects, this covert action taken away, its name changed, would be what JFK we've that oftentimes has been bandied about, that quote coming from JFK about the CIA should be scattered into 1,000 pieces. This is that. In effect, this is on paper pretty much that desire on the part of the CIA, on the part of JFK, in terms of what should be done to the CIA. Okay. All right. Let's move on here. And then the change. And I do see a discernible change. I found one more record of one more meeting in June of 1964, several months later. Now, it's important to note, there were some changes on the board itself. Primarily the same people, but a couple folks came in, some of them with a questionable backgrounds. But it's apparent the whole attitude, the whole perception coming from this board is completely changing. In June of '64, there are no, at this meeting, there are no discussions about the lack of transparency on the part of the CIA, the lack of political control, decreasing covert action, concerns about all these other things that have come forth. They're nowhere to be seen. In fact, what you do see is that the special group, this special operations group. Of course, you might be familiar with that. That actually approved a separate group that approved CIA operations, and the CIA itself suddenly become much more forthcoming about everything they were involved with in covert operations. They were willing to share these things now after JFK's death. For example, in the first 6 months alone of 1964, the special group approved, I believe, 23 out of 39 proposed operations on the part of the CIA all over the world, from Cuba, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Panama, Africa, Asia. They were operating all over the world. And did the board question that? No, not at all. In fact, the board's only reaction to this vast array of activity was simply to review the information and suggest that it could be evaluated for later study. So the change is apparent. I mean, it's dramatic, it's stark, I think, in terms of the desires on the part of JFK to bring about massive reforms on the part of the CIA. This board that he had constructed dovetailed that opinion and it took that approach and was aggressive about trying to get the CIA to become forthcoming about information, desirous of reforms being implemented. And then, 11/22/63, all those things go away. Okay. All right, let's go on one more slide. I think I've kind of come to the end here. So in effect, if you want to regard this as a war, is that overly dramatic? I don't know, or desire to reform the agency between JFK and the CIA. It's easy to draw conclusions from this. JFK's comments at the May '61 meeting about CIA covert action programs being not worth the risk seem to be all but forgotten, along with the desire to bring organizational reform and change, to rein in their power. All these things fell to the wayside. And tragically, the president's vision of that reform died with him. His assassination marked the end of the push for a more restrained CIA. The agency quickly regained its power in the years that followed. Although interesting enough, I've had conversations about this. Is be good for discussion, I think. It's interesting that we'll be talking a little bit about Johnson tomorrow. Obviously, you get the impression that Johnson wasn't so interested in covert ops in Cuba any longer, and didn't follow that direction. Obviously, much more towards Vietnam. So I'm not sure if the agency got everything they desired in terms of especially Cuba. But at the end of the day, of course, those reforms didn't happen. At the end of the day, Kennedy died and the CIA won that war. And that would be the conclusion to make. There was one more meeting that's interesting that I didn't mention. I'd like to talk about it when we talk about Vietnam with Dory in a later segment. It's interesting that on the very day of the assassination, 11/22/63, this advisory board met, and of all things they were discussing was kind of an ongoing conflict between the military and the CIA over who should be in charge of covert ops and operations in Vietnam. on the very day JFK died. I think that's an interesting thing that I just want to throw that out there. We can kind of revisit that, I think, when we talk about Vietnam tomorrow. But that's basically my presentation. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss things. I know I asked Casey to kind of do a follow-up. Casey, are you there?
I'm there. Am I on?
Yeah, yeah, I know you've looked at some of these things that I've talked about. I'd like to kind of turn the thing over to you a little bit. Also, I know if there are, I'm not access to any questions, Dave, but if there are my question segments over on the side, if there's anything, Dave, is there anything you'd like for me to answer right now that might be asked, or do we want to go to Casey here?
I think we'll put a pause on the questions right now until we have an open discussion, later on. But to keep on time, let's go with Casey, and that way we don't cut too much into the lunch half hour.
Okay, all right, Casey,
Okay.
I turn it over to you.
Okay, well, we'll see where we can go with on this one. I've got to tell the rest of the people that are here that Dave Denton and I talk quite a bit on the phone, and we talk about his courses that he's teaching and how to teach some of those things and what influence that I might have in reading the documents that have been released and also going back in the past. One of my big things is to look and see how the CIA began. And we all basically know that the National Security Act created the CIA, created a whole bunch of other things. But it's my belief that the CIA is directly answerable to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and also the Pentagon. And there's a difference there, but at the same time, they're almost like one and the same, but there's still a difference. And I know most of you understand that. The CIA to me would be the covert and or the clandestine arm of the Pentagon, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff have overall control of that, at least in maybe in name only. But once we start looking at who actually controlled the CIA and the documents that pertain to the beginning of the CIA, when you go back to, and you have to go back to World War II, you have to go back to the OSS, and you have to go back to General William Donovan, along with Allen Dulles, Richard Helms, and that whole group that came over to the United States after World War II was over, and when Truman basically said that we don't need another. We do not need the OSS because we're not in a wartime situation. So they went through a series of trying to keep what they had intact, and gave it other names, and then eventually through the National Security Act, we created the CIA, which we think we needed to provide assistance for whatever you want to give the definition for national security. And I know there are authors out there that have gone back and forth trying to figure out what is national security. Okay, and it seems like everything that the State Department, the federal government, and everybody goes, oh, the federal government. Well, the basic point is that when somebody in the federal government, whether it be state, whether it be the president, whether it be probably even in the court system, the idea that if it's a national security item, then it's shelved and nobody gets to see it. And I remember John Newman, Professor Newman, coming in 1993 in Dallas, and he was given a presentation, and he walked into the room. And this is before we had iPhones and things like this, but we've had people who were recording things, and he says, turn off all of your recording devices, turn off all of your cameras. And it got pretty shaky there for a while, but he was marching up and down saying, turn them off. He says, you just don't understand. I'm still in the military, but I'm going to give you some information that a lot of you don't have access to. He says, all I wanted to do was to find out how we got into Vietnam. And I came across this entire JFK assassination thing. And boy, you talk about getting people's attention. Well, people wanted to record that. They wanted to film it. And he goes, no, you're not doing it. I'm a major in the United States Army. And he goes, I'm with intelligence. And he says, I'm putting my life on the line, or my reputation on the line. And he says, I don't want anything recorded. So hopefully nobody recorded anything, but I didn't have any devices to record, but I did help him set up his program. And he was trying to figure out on the side how JFK was assassinated, and he wasn't going there. He wanted to find out how he got into Vietnam. And so probably tomorrow we'll talk about with Dory Wiley and Professor Denton about what happened with Vietnam, and is it a stepping stone into and ending 1963 and beginning 1964, and I think it is. But at the same time, wow, we were sitting on something in 1993 that just started to come about with some of the release of these documents. And I believe that the documents that David covered are surface documents. I call them surface documents primarily because I think that there's more to that than what you would look up online. I always tell students or the people that I'm talking to, I said, you can get online right now and you can pull anything up that you want. The problem is that most of you will believe what is on there. And I said, I revert back to when I was teaching high school, that my students would come in, my first early students would come in and say, well, it's on TV. And if it's on TV, it must be true. So now, if it's on the internet, it's got to be true, right? No, and we know that. That's why we continue to do all the research that we're doing right now. But as for the CIA, most of the same people who were running the operation of the OSS in the middle of World War II and at the end of World War II would come over and set up what we now know as the CIA. So in order to be able to understand, I believe, the murder of John F. Kennedy is that it resides in the concealed history of the Pentagon, NATO, and the implementation and execution of CIA and U.S. military covert assassination packages. Now, when you get into that, you have problems trying to figure out who to believe and what to believe. But at the same time, I got direction from several individuals who were in the service at the time and basically said that the CIA was running covert intelligence packages to murder people in South Vietnam. And I said, I believe that, but I said, can you document that? No, can't do that. But this is where our community is. I mean, we have some very intelligent people and lawyers that are going after these documents to try to prove what? That CIA, military killed JFK. Well, I believe that did take place. But these guys are intelligent enough to cover that up. And they've had a long line of history to do that. But if we bring it into the future, we have to look at it and sit back and say, what did they know? When did they know it? And so on and so forth. But at the same time, these guys that came over here used the same policies. And I believe it was an operational directive through the OSS, Operation 19, that gave them permission to actually, during a wartime situation, to go out and commit murder. Okay, well, it's a war. So, but they're going to illegally commit murder under Operation 19 of the OSS. Okay, now, I believe what they did is they kept that on, brought that into the CIA, and maybe put it on the back burner, and maybe talked about it, but at the same time, we don't have very much information as what they did with it. However, I remember Bella Abzug back in the late 60s, early 70s brings this up, saying, well, does the CIA have permission to kill people in the United States? And she was talking to the lawyers who were representing the CIA, and they basically told her yes. Yes, they do. I'm sitting there going, holy cow. Okay. Well, the CIA can, from what my understanding is in reading the documentation, is that the CIA could commit murder outside of the United States. Okay. And that would be probably in Europe or Russia. Okay. Well, that's where you get crossover lines all over the place. And the problem with that is trying to define who the CIA is, what the CIA stands for. And I know David mentioned that John F. Kennedy basically felt that the CIA was out of control. I don't think it was out of control. I think the CIA was operating how the CIA operated during World War II with certain specifics that it now becomes the under our own government, under the National Security Act, and it becomes an operational facility to do what? Digest intelligence. Can we kill people in the United States? And that's what Bella Abzug was asking. And she got the answer, and they said yes. I'm going, good God. And these are lawyers for the Justice Department, the CIA, and the United States government that are basically saying yes. Now, if that is true, then I know what happens is that the CIA becomes the #1 whipping boy for the murder of John F. Kennedy. And maybe rightly so. But trying to find documents that said, yeah, we decided to kill JFK on this date. We decided to hit Dealey Plaza. We decided to, the grassy knoll, we inside the car. I mean, my God, you have so many different theories and theorems that you sit back and you go, well, which one's which? And that's the questions I get asked right now from some of the people. Can you give us some direction? I said, I can. I can give you direction to go out and read and do some interpretation, but you have to read. Okay. And so basically, we look at this with the possibility that the CIA could have pulled something off like this, but you also have to realize that military intelligence during World War II was just as keen, CID, CIC, that all those individuals in conjunction with what will become the CIA later on after 1946, 47, these people all did certain things under SHAEF, Supreme Headquarters Allied Command Personnel in Europe. And here's the thing, most of it, I know when I was growing up, I looked at President Eisenhower as a grandfather, an old grandfather out playing golf every day, and that's how I looked at him. You can't look at him like that. He's a 5-star general. He ended World War II. How did he end it? Well, he used the OSS. Maybe abused it. I don't know. But basically, if anybody ran covert intelligence operations during Eisenhower's regime as president, he did. In fact, some of the generals under Kennedy and the Joint Chiefs of Staff were fired primarily because they wanted to go back into Cuba and use the CIA or use the military intelligence or both, or where there's a crossover there. And I'm going to mention this, AXI, for those of you who don't know, the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, directly involved in the Pentagon, directly related to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'm just going to throw that out because we're going to talk about that later on. But when you come across all these organizations, you're trying to figure out who's in charge and who gets the responsibility for whatever assassination is taking place. It's my understanding that MAGA or MAAG, military adjustment and let's see, it was a system to bring in the advisors to Southeast Asia. I was told by several individuals who were in that, when I interviewed them, they said, well, that's how the CIA legally brought in assassins to search and kill people in Vietnam. And I got a hold of one Vietnam veteran who basically told me, he says, I was a sniper, and he says, I was assigned to kill this one person. And as he told me, I said, well, did you just go out and do it? He goes, no. I spent 3 weeks looking at what he did. I surveilled him, what he did, where he went on a daily basis. And then he said, then he took him out. And he says that was all based upon the CIA and the MAG program, which allowed the CIA to bring in legal assassins through another organization, which was our advisor program. So that's another thing to look into. But for the most part, we're looking into the possibility of covert intelligence, clandestine intelligence, close to the same thing. We're looking at the possibility of false flag operations. In fact, there are several books written that JFK's assassination was a false flag operation, and that the false flag operation became what a lot of people will sit back and say was a sting operation. That JFK's assassination was set up in advance, and that the Secret Service, wittingly or unwittingly, brought JFK into the kill zone and allowed the shots to be taken. All right, now that would be a sting operation and also a false flag operation, and they're two different things, but at the same time, those are things that we have to look at and investigate. Now, the bad part about that is that there's no documentation on that. So now what we're doing is we're speculating again. And that's where a lot of the people that I talk to sit back and they go, can you give us some information? I said, you have to read this. I'll show you the books. I have 62 books that I show my fellow researchers and the people who are out there that these are the books that you should read. And most of you who are authors on this are part of that book release that I tell them to read. And most of the time I'm in a library. And I said, what I did to begin with is to find out how many of these books are actually in the library. And the answer is none. None of them are in the library. Okay. Libraries are set up on a national level, and they get X amount of dollars to bring in X amount of books, and they can only bring those books in. And if somebody wants to bring in other books, no. I've got 78 boxes of books over my research over the past 63 years that I wanted to pawn off on several libraries in the state of Kansas, and you can't do it. Everything has to be broken down so that, and it's amazing. They won't accept books. Now, college libraries will, but even the libraries in the state of Kansas won't. So I want to point out to you that I believe that the documents that are being released about the CIA, and I'm certain there's going to be more that point in the direction of what JFK wanted with the CIA, he didn't get, and that I'm not so sure if it changed, but it was never implemented. And so since it was never implemented, JFK becomes a footnote in our history, and that's why it's the same thing in the Pentagon Papers. It's a footnote. And I'm not even sure if there's a footnote in the Pentagon Papers about the murder of JFK. But I wanted to point that out. I know my time is pretty much up, but I wanted to reiterate that what David has pointed out, I've used in my documentation and PowerPoint programs to show what the CIA is and how it was invented and what it's doing today. But the problem with that is that you don't know who to trust and when to trust those things. But there are some good, solid researchers out there. Larry Rivera, Dory Wiley, those people out there, Larry Hancock. Man, pay attention to those guys. And even the people who were talking today with Larry Schnapp and Bill Simpich. Great researchers, and read what they have. So I'll end right there. I know my time is being pushed.
Hey, Dave, can I follow up on what Casey said briefly? You there?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave. I'm going to be brief anyway, so go ahead.
Okay. You mentioned something interesting. There's a story, of course, this is kind of anecdotal, and I have repeated this story over the years. I don't know, some folks may have heard it, but you Casey, you brought up a little bit about, the assassination program in Vietnam. Obviously, Operation Phoenix, of course, most folks are aware of that. CIA's program for taking out suspected Viet Cong village heads. They may have assassinated over maybe 1,000 people. Some people have speculated that. And a few years back, I gave a presentation at a local library, and not a lot of folks there, but this was over in Indiana. I'm on the border between Illinois, and a gentleman showed up at this presentation of mine, and it's kind of a general. I was giving a general overview of the assassination and all the things that we're aware of, and this guy was very antagonistic about everything I was saying. Was questioning everything along the way. Was actually kind of being a disturbance. Some folks were being upset with him, and at some point, I just kind of confronted him back. I said, are you intelligence?" And he kind of said, "Yeah, I am," or he was. He brought forth the idea that he was a former member of the Central Intelligence Agency. He lived about an hour away, and he showed up for this meeting, this presentation. And so it went. And then after my presentation was over, he came up to me, and he flashed a beat up DOD card that said Operation Phoenix on it. Now, some folks have said, well, would there really be such a thing? And I don't know. I mean, it looked legitimate. I mean, whether this is all made up or not, I can't say. But he was and he was the right age. He was probably in his early 60s to probably have been in Vietnam. Don't think he would have been somebody in Dallas. But after spending the entire time at my presentation questioning everything I said, he made a point. He said, I confronted him. I said, "Oh, so you were Operation Phoenix, huh?" I mean, I tried to make a point of not being intimidated by him. I kind of thought that was his point. But he made the point. He said, "You know what? We did what we had to do in Dallas." And then he walked away. Interesting. That whole thing that happened. And then a week later, I had another presentation in Indiana, and lo and behold, another CIA guy shows up, much more friendlier guy that had, I guess were both retired agents in Indiana. But the point being that this whole operation that Casey's talking about of assassination that was in Vietnam, is there some connection? We want to, I want to bring that up a little bit tomorrow too about the Gary Underhill comments that came out and were kind of in the national consciousness last year, and Underhill's statements and about Southeast Asia. It's worth discussing further, I think. But I wanted to kind of inject that story in a little bit about the gentleman who apparently was Operation Phoenix. So with that, Dave, I'll let you go. I'll go back to you and let you make some comments and go forward.
Hey, Dave.
Right, well,
Dave, I got one comment. And back in 1994, we had a conference in Olathe, Kansas, and we brought Marina Oswald up. And Marina came over to my house with several select of my students, and she had dinner. And there's a knock at my door. And I go to open the door, and there's this 6'6" guy standing there in a tie, smiling. And he says, "My name's Ferris Rookstool." And I said, "Yes." He says, "I'm with the FBI." And he says, "We'd like to talk to Marina Oswald." I said, "Well, show me your badge." Now, my problem is this, and I'm sure everybody else would have this problem. How do you know if that badge that he's showing you and that identification is really the FBI? But I knew who Ferris Rookstool was. He'd been in the Waco, the whole different aspect there. But I said, and I looked out in front, and there was 5 black limousines out there. And so I said, "Wait right here." And I said, "Shut the door." I walked up to Marina, and she says, "Ferris Rookstool." She goes, "I do not want to talk to him." I said, "It's all I need to know." I went back and I said, "She does not want to talk to you." So he left. But at the same time, you just don't know who you're going to meet or talk to especially when you're out giving lectures and conferences. So I just thought I'd throw that out.
Yeah,
David, you were
yeah.
there.
David Denton, I want to go
Yeah,
back to your presentation.
yeah.
Have you seen the National Security Archives? They did a drop this week for the 65th anniversary of the Bay of Pigs, and they released a May 18th Schlesinger memo that looks like it's the predecessor to the June memo that said basically how to design an intelligence service, the British model. And it looks so he initially looked at the British to see how they did things before writing his memo, that the one that just got declassified. So you may want to, I put a link in the chat. You may want to take a look at that. It was
Yeah,
interesting.
definitely. I would love to take a look at that. I mean, that's an interesting follow-up.
It's a short memo, but it just shows he examines how the British set up their system. They separated the paramilitary from the intelligence, and they're trying to figure out, have we done it this way, would the Bay of Pigs had happened, right?
Yeah, and that's further confirmation. Yeah, great.
Okay, well, let me interject a couple things here. Going back to the topic of JFK's attempt to reform the CIA, we know how much there was of animosity between JFK and the head of the CIA, and the CIA as a whole itself. We've heard the term he wanted to splinter it into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the wind. We know with the new documents that have been released, there's not a lot of new things like I spoke about earlier. There's not a lot of new things there in the documents, other than the fact that there are new things. Now that may sound like a double conundrum, but here's the thing: what we actually got in those documents of being, unredacted, or being able to fill in the blanks better than what we've been doing the last 60 some years, is looking at the spycraft of the CIA, looking at their surveillance, not only here in the United States, but across the globe. I'm looking here at different articles, and this is what I've been studying for the last few weeks, knowing that I was going to be talking about this topic. There is things as far as CIA surveillance of Soviet embassies in Mexico City, the Soviet agencies, and revealing the names and positions of those that the CIA recruited. These are details that we didn't have prior to. We had thoughts of it, but we didn't have the details of those names. And I'm not going to give you the exact specific document numbers. We don't have time for that. But you can find them. The idea of Oswald in Mexico City and Soviet Union. Do we believe the documents that have been released as far as, was Oswald ever in Mexico City? We know that we went to the Soviet Union, but that starts a whole nother debate on whether or not, the photographs we have of the supposed Oswald looks like Al Bundy from, or played by Ed O'Neill, down in Mexico City. We look at the CIA's activity on covert activities in Cuba, targeting revolutionary leader Fidel Castro. I know Dave has talked quite a bit about this on the Schlesinger memo, and I read the article that Jim DiEugenio wrote on the Kennedys and Keene website that goes into the unredacted text of the June 61 memo that Larry was just speaking of. There's the point that I'm trying to make here is you've got to go in there and you have to read. You can't just take AI or a summary version of it. And is it a interesting read? Well, it's interesting for a researcher, but can it be dry to the aspect of the common layperson? Yeah, absolutely. I get into the CIA, the documents release, and one thing, and you guys may know from my speakings and presentations I've done on mafia connections. The one thing that came out that really stuck with me it's a previous release document that detailed RFK being briefed on potential plans to kill Castro. And it states RFK asked to be told before the CIA works with the mafia again. And it's a footnote on the document. And I'm just sitting there going, okay, how many times I've heard people tell me the mafia had nothing to do with the Kennedy assassination. The mafia, yeah, maybe the CIA contracted to the mafia. But it's right there in the unredacted document that Attorney General at the time, RFK, wanted to be notified whether or not the CIA was going to work with the mafia again. Well, right there tells us that there was a connection between the CIA and the mafia. The CIA foreign footprint, as it's called. I'm taking this out of an article that I've got up here on the screen. This says that Schlesinger had also argued that Kennedy that CIA's reliance on controlled American sources had been encroaching on the traditional functions of the State Department, and the CIA had been seeking to infiltrate the politics of American allies. Well, we look at 1960s, and with the 1960s, and we look at today, the United States basically becomes the world police. It's not just what goes on here in the homeland of, the U.S. It's also what goes on in foreign countries. And part of the Schlesinger memo and being unredacted, I've read the two different versions, and yeah, there's a lot of fill in the blanks. How many? I'm not going to ask for a show of hands because there'll be probably a lot of hands popping up. But how many people played Mad Libs as a kid, and you're trying to fill in the blank? It's kind of what we've been doing with the documents for 60 years. We've been filling in the blanks, and not everything makes sense. Some things we look at, and yeah, we can have a good chuckle at. But that's the key point of finding out exactly what's in there. What did JFK? What did he want to do with the CIA? He damn sure didn't want to run it as business as usual, especially after the Bay of Pigs incident, and then going into the Bay of Pigs or going further. He questioned everything about what he was being told and what he was being steered towards. Let me go to another document here. There was a key point I wanted to point out here. Something that was significant in the documents that I read through. This was a CIA document dated April 24th, 1963. We actually, learn in there about the 14 Cuban diplomats that were our agents. And I'm just going to paraphrase here. It says the degree to which they were people inside the Cuban government who were in fact working for the agency. In terms of the so-called Operation Mongoose, which was the effort to destabilize and overthrow the Cuban government, this helps us better understand to what extent were Cubans assisting in that effort. Later in the same document, we learned there were 2 Cuban ambassadors on the payroll who provided first-rate reports and were closest to the bone in what Castro was thinking. The CIA and what they refer to as spycraft. I don't know how many people's actually been to the CIA, or I'm sorry, not the CIA, the Spy Museum in Washington, D.C. I know me and Brian went there in 2019 and learned a lot about the spycraft of the CIA and undercover agents. I'm sitting there going, okay, it's one thing to see it as a James Bond film type of thought process, but it's a whole nother when you're actually looking at this is the shit that really happened, and we've questioned it for generations, for years, decades. JFK knew that some of the stuff that was being done under him as the leader of the United States, some of it was questionable at the time, but it was also the fact of the buck stops here, and he's going to have to answer for what is happening under his administration. I think the fact of what was happening at that time was going to be kind of a hard sell if it ever came to light of what actually was transpiring at the time. We're questioning it now of being what's released in the documents. Are we to believe the fact that maybe the best interest of the United States was being met, or was it the fact that we had several key agents in the CIA that was sitting there? I don't want to say maybe doing shit for themselves, but we were under the scare of national security. We were under the scare that we were doing the right thing, or what was going to protect our national security. There's a lot of comparisons between the 1960s going forward through the 70s, the 80s, 90s, hell, even today, that we have to question what's actually being done, not just here in the U.S., but across the globe. Are we in the aspect of doing what's right, what's just, and what is to protect us as a nation? And I think some of the things that where JFK was steered in the wrong direction, such as the Bay of Pigs operation, has a lot to do with why he wanted to restructure or I don't want to say reclassify, but basically make the CIA into a different entity than what it was. I go back to the JFK film. Presidents come and go. The institutions, the buildings, they're still there long after an administration ends. The CIA was doing business long before JFK took office, and they continued doing some of their shady shit even long after he was in the ground and the flame had been lit at his gravesite. It really makes me question what attempts were made on JFK's behalf to reform the CIA and where it's at now. I'm still pouring over documents. I mean, I know Casey said it earlier. I got asked questions too, just recently at one of the library events that we did in Kansas City. And I had people coming to me and ask me if I'd read every document. Hell no, I haven't read every document. I don't have that much time. There's only so much time in a day as a single dad to devote to research and daily life, work, and so on. So we depend on each other to, pull information. I know Larry Rivera is great about dissecting information, putting it out there as a website. Bill Simpage is another one. Several of you guys. It takes a village, or it takes a research community, which that's what we are, as a research community, coming together to basically go through this shit. And are we going to have a definitive answer about every document that's been released? Eventually, but it's not going to be anytime soon. And that's the reason why I know me and David Dent were just talking the other night. We had a push for the Dallas conference last year of the JFK records that have been released and declassified. And are we going to have a big dump or a big push for this year's conference? And yeah, we're going to have a Dallas conference because it's important. We've got to continue doing the work, and we've got to continue asking the questions to seek the truth. Just because the records have been released doesn't mean that our job is over. We still have a lot of work to do, and we've got to continue pushing for the fact of coming together for things like this, whether it's online, whether it's in person in Dallas, whether it's the monthly meetings. And yeah, I'll apologize. Hell, I haven't really had time to do a lot of monthly meetings recently. Like the last year has been pretty backed up in my life. It doesn't mean that our work is done or it's time to pick on a different topic. This topic is still important because if we continue to look at this topic the way we have, and now with more information going forward, we can get better answers. We can get a better overall picture. And the guys that we have, working, hardcore at this, Russ Baker, Larry Snapp, Bill Simpage, David Denton, me, Casey, and Brian, and Larry Rivera, among others. We are trying to break down the information and bring it to the audience so that way you can have an understanding, because I know for a fact we don't all have time to sit there and read through thousands upon thousands of pages. I finally got through the last records release about 2 years ago that was released, damn near 10 years ago. So it takes a while to get through everything. And then here comes a new release, and we're starting over from square one again. So we've got to continue doing the work. We've got to continue doing the work and trying to get the information so that way we can teach the younger generation about what took place not only on November 22nd, 1963, but also what took place in the 1960 administration. And what, if we can learn from that, maybe we have a better understanding of just what the hell is going on today in our political climate. So with that, there's my soapbox. I'm going to turn it back over to David Denton.
Yeah, hey, I wanted to follow up, Dave, on something you brought up, because I think it's important. And you talked about the CIA and the mafia. One of the most important documents that I came across in that respect came out not in the latest release. I'm not sure, one of those rolling releases during the Biden or Trump 1.0 era, but it's a chronology of the relationship between the CIA and Johnny Roselli. I think if you go on, you do a search engine on that, I think that document's very important.
Mm-hmm.
One
I
of
agree
the
with
things,
that.
one of the things that mentioned, and even there's an admission on there at the very beginning of that document. It says that we're basically committed to, they called it gangster type actions, that the CIA on paper was admitting that, yeah, we're going to do some bad stuff. And Roselli is the guy that is the kind of the conduit for that. And I'm actually going to talk about Roselli a little bit with respect to Bill Harvey again tomorrow. But that's one document to look at in terms of mob connections in the CIA. I just wanted to bring that up. So.
Yeah, I know exactly which document you're talking about. I'm trying to see if I've got it here in my computer where I can do a share screen of it.
David, there's a new film coming up. It's called November 22nd, and it's not out yet. But at the same time, John Travolta is playing Johnny Roselli.
Yeah, wait a second. So we've been talking about this movie, and
okay.
This movie doesn't have any funding. So they shot the movie. Leo Zahn, who's a regular on JFK Facts podcast, regular attendee, he's been giving us up to, he's from Hollywood. And first of all, it's based on the Giancana family's account, and Giancana had nothing to do with the assassination. In '63, he was too busy stripping Phyllis McGuire. He wasn't even like in charge of the Chicago Mafia. He was an acting head. So this movie is basically the Giancana family trying to monetize something about their grandfather or whatever. But the movie doesn't have any rights yet for distribution. So they shot it in Canada, and Travolta's there, but it's not, right now it's not going anywhere. The mafia connection would be Marcello or Trafficante and Roselli. And I have a whole Roselli file. By the way, they did drop a file on Marcello last year, but the file was basically on the efforts of the Department of Justice to find out who was helping him get his false birth certificate in Guatemala. So it wasn't really related to the assassination. And Jim Eugenio is incorrect about certain things about Marcello, including when Marcello was first attempted to be deported, he was asked countries he would like to be sent to. Jim has interpreted this as meaning that Marcello wanted to go back to Italy. in fact, what was really happening was this was a very shrewd legal strategy where they put Italy down as a country, and then they worked in Italy to have the Italian government deny the request.
Wow.
There was no place for him to go. So once again, Jim is talking about something he doesn't know about in this particular area. Um, so Marcello had, Lucky Luciano lost control of his. Not it was not Lucky Luciano. Vito Genovese lost control of his operation when he had to go flee to Italy. Nobody goes to Italy and still tries to run their operation in the United States. So I'm just raising that. But there's a lot of interesting stuff. Was it Casey about Johnny Roselli,
Yeah.
Harvey, and the timing? If you look at the records that were released, Harvey charged some travel records to the Quinn operation, and it was first class tickets to Chicago and lots of phone calls to Los Angeles, two places where Johnny Roselli was. So it looks like something was going on with Johnny Roselli and Harvey in the spring of '63. After Harvey was already supposedly removed from the head of Task Force W.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's no money and no producers on this thing yet, huh?
They shot the movie, but they don't have any distribution rights yet. So they basically kind of shot it, hoping that with the guys like Travolta involved, that somebody would want to distribute the movie. But it's going to be a bullshit movie because it's about Giancana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny that
Leo's on. Leo's on is here. All right, Leo's on. Leo, you want to? Can we get Leo to talk about it? Is he able to? Yeah, Leo, you want to explain? Because I'm just interpreting what you said to us. Maybe he doesn't want to talk.
He's supposedly online, but I'm not sure if he's in the box right now.
He's going to jump on another computer so he can explain to us exactly what's going on.
I think it's kind of, I'm just going to throw this out as a tidbit. When it comes to Travolta, I mean, obviously, if you want a film to be picked up, you want to put, a top billing actor, especially in the lead role. And it's kind of funny because I was at lunch with Brian and Casey just a few weeks ago when I brought this up to him. And I said, it's kind of funny. I said, Travolta has, I said, he's come a long way from Danny Zuko. I said, he's played John Gotti, and now he's playing Johnny Roselli. I said, I like the guy as an actor, but shit, I think he'll take about any role that he can get.
Well, maybe he can play Earl Warren.
He's got to fuel his private jet. It's expensive.
Private jets. I've been there in Ocala. You should see the setup there. Unbelievable. He's got a hangar and everything. And he's got a private runway there for himself.
I remember you telling me about that, Larry.
Yeah.
At some point, Leo would be able to get in, but he can give you the information about the status of the movie. And from what he said to us, that there's no assurance it's gonna be ever seen in movies in the movie theaters at this point. But
shit, I would take it straight to DVD release. I mean, I just want to see it. I mean, it's one of those things where, yes, you want the truth. Hollywood's going to take, licensing, and they're going to take a stance because they've got a story to tell. But sometimes it's just worth the fact of, vegging out for a couple hours and just, taking a break from reality.
So it shows you the difference between the Giancana family, the descendants are trying to monetize, while Marcello's family is trying to say, oh, he wasn't involved in the mafia, and they're claiming that it wasn't RFK that deported Marcello, was some overly enthusiastic member of his anti-mob outfit that did it. So it's interesting, different approaches.
Hey, David.
Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, can I tie up a loose end from this morning? Because before I had to leave, I received a direct message from one of the attendees who wanted to know how Cesar Diosdado would have interacted with the INS. And that's a very, very good question. And actually, he was the gatekeeper to the INS. If he wasn't convinced, with your intentions, he would send you to McAllen. And that's exactly what he did to Eloy Gutierrez Menoyo, the hero of my book. There's a couple of heroes, but this is the main hero, Eloy Gutierrez Menoyo. And he was in McAllen, Texas, when the Bay of Pigs happened. In fact, E. Howard Hunt made the comment in his book that the reason they sent Eloy Gutierrez Menoyo and Max Lesnick and his gang over to McAllen in the January 1961 is because they wanted to make sure that they were not interfere with the Bay of Pigs. And then obviously later on, Eloy demonstrated that he was not pro-Castro. Quite the contrary. He was anti-communist, and he ended up 22 years in jail in Castro's prison. So there you go.
Well, I appreciate that, Larry. Welcome back, by the way. I just want to throw out a couple quick things. I just got a text from Brian Edwards, and he is running a little bit late thanks to the bad weather. He did arrive back in KC. So when we come back, because we're getting ready to take a lunch, no, you don't have to leave. Matter of fact, if you would like to sit here and communicate back and forth with each other through the chat, that would be fine. Please let's not do a free for all and unmute your mics and start talking back and forth, because otherwise that shit gets kind of out of the hand. So let's go with I got Leo Zahn coming back in. If he can shine quick light, we'll give him a couple minutes, and then we're gonna head out to do a quick lunch and grab a drink.
Leo's on now.
Hi. One second. Let me turn off my PC. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Leo.
All right, I just uploaded some shots from the film. Pretty stellar cast, as you can see in the chat. Few images. I just uploaded them.
Let's see if we can see those. Yeah, they're still coming through on my end. They may not be.
They're just a bunch of JPEGs, still images from the film. I uploaded them from my PC. I had to jump on my Mac to talk to you guys. So they should be like 4 or 5 images, David.
All right, let me. I'm hitting the download button at the moment just to see if I can bring them up on the screen for everybody to see.
Basically, the film is in post-production. That means they haven't. They were supposed to. I have a contact in Munich because the sales rep who put some of the financing together is in Cologne. He has done some international financing for independent films in the past, this guy. Some money came from Europe, I guess, some from Canada. They cobbled together a budget to get the film through Principal Photography in Winnipeg, also taking advantage of very favorable subsidies and I think 25 to 30% in provincial assistance from the province in Canada. So they made it for very low budget. I don't know how many millions they spent. I'm sure Travolta got something, but not a whole lot. He probably was on set less than 2 or 3 days, from what I'm told. Did the images come through? Are they in your system now?
They're uploading.
Okay.
I found this
Mandy Patinkin, it's a pretty good cast. Anyway, they're still in post-production. We were supposed to hear back from them early April about any festivals, film festivals, but so far nothing. We're checking back next week, actually. So it's in limbo. The project has been in trouble for years. It used to be a David Mamet project. Then there was a lawsuit.
These files are not coming through.
Oh, poof. All right. Is there an email address I can send them to?
Yeah, you can send it to me at nightpub, KNIGHTPUB@yahoo.com.
Say that again.
Knight, yeah, KNIGHT.
Yeah,
P is in Paul,
yeah,
U, B is in boy, nightpub@yahoo.com.
at yahoo.com. Okay. All right, I'll send them.
Talk about an unexpected detour.
Yeah.
Hey,
Jokingly,
sometimes we run into things like this.
yeah, jokingly, how about Tom Hanks? Do you think Tom Hanks would support it?
Oh God, no.
You always got to be the shit stirrer sometimes, don't you?
Okay, these are all shots from the film called November 1963. Here we go. Okay.
So what does this mean, Leo? That it's in post-production, they don't have any
Yeah,
final.
well, my assumption, it can mean a lot of things. First of all, there's a lot of digital effects that are expensive, and uh, it's very expensive. Final sound mix, rights, royalties, whatever. I mean, it's a huge part of production of a movie is post-production. So we were like 2 months ago, we were told we're still in post-production. They finished shooting in August last year. Okay. So it's in trouble, obviously. They don't have a trailer even, not even a teaser. They got nothing to show. So it'll come out eventually in some form. Who knows where, what streamer, who knows? They got something, but it's not finished. I'll keep you guys up to date. Did you get my email?
No, I'm still waiting for the email to come through.
We finally got Travolta's hangers, the picture of Travolta's hangers from Larry in the chat. Yeah, but unfortunately, it's just going to be a bullshit movie. So
Yeah, it's less than 1 MB.
And you said that's a nightpub@yahoo.com, right?
Nightpub@yahoo.com. Yeah. knightpub@yahoo.com from Leo at Mirage Films.
All right, let's see if I can find it here.
well, you can always try to find it
Yep,
during.
I got it. Here we go.
They got Tony Accardo plays a big role.
Yeah, well, Tony Carter was the boss. I mean,
Yeah.
you kind of was the acting. Carter was kind of just staying in the weeds, but he was pulling the strings. So Giancana couldn't do anything. Unlike Marcella, who had complete autonomy to do, he had the biggest empire and he had autonomy to do what he wanted to do. Giancana didn't, and he would have had to got permission from the commission and Occardo. So the idea that Giancana pulled this off is just bullshit.
Also, there's a bunch of lawsuits about this project.
Within the family, right?
No, it's because David Mamet was initially involved, and then he filed a lawsuit. It's very murky, but if you Google the like Deadline Hollywood did report on it a couple of years ago. It's been in development hell, as we say, for years. So here we go. That's Mandy Patinkin
He's playing
playing Accardo.
Occardo, yeah.
There's like 6 more images.
Ugh, Nicoletti. Oh,
That's Nicoletti. Yeah.
Yeah, he's known for shooting with a pistol. You're going to shoot a president with a pistol, right?
Yeah, that's Giancana. That's what's this guy from Mad Men playing let's see the cast.
Jack Ruby.
Robert Carlyle.
1 second, I gotta let me go.
Robert Carlyle.
Kind of skinny for Jack Ruby.
Yeah, Jack Ruby, Robert Carlyle, the English actor, exactly.
Yeah. Ah, okay.
And that's Jefferson White, who's an up-and-coming, very good British actor playing Oswald. He has a career ahead of him. He's definitely happening.
Looks like Tony Cardo, Sam Giancana.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Using Robert Carlyle for Jack Ruby is like the biggest miscast I can think of. Goodness me.
That Travolta, that's Johnny Roselli.
That's Roselli. That's correct.
Oh God, where's the silver hair?
Yeah, so it's Robert Carlyle plays Ruby, Dermot Mulrooney plays Chucky Nicoletti, Mandy Patinkin plays Cardo, Jefferson White Oswald, Sam Fischella, unknown actor, plays Giancana. Neil Jackson plays Tipian. Who's Tipian? I don't know. And then Eric, somebody plays Pepe Giancana. I guess that's the uncle, right?
Yeah.
From the book.
Could that have been Tippett?
No.
No?
Tipian? I don't know who's Tipian. That's in the cast list. I don't know what that doesn't make sense. There's no Tipian. Anyway, there's Officer McDonald, then there's a minor cast. Giancana shooter. I guess they have the killing of Giancana in the film. They have Zabruda, they've got Henry Wade, Jim Lavelle, and the supporting cast.
Oh, because
I can't wait to see that.
Yeah. But it's in trouble. The film is in trouble, no doubt about it. They don't even have a trailer, which is a bad sign. At this point, almost a year after finishing Principal Photographer, you got to have something to show.
The book is called November 1963. It's based on one of the Giancana children. Who is it? I'm trying to see who. I can't find my book right off the top.
I guess Nicholas Colosi, who's the writer-producer, is related to the Giancana family somewhere.
Like
right?
He's either a godson or or some nephew of someone.
Yeah.
This is the brother's godchild, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. And he's been pushing this. He's been pushing this for years. He also did a documentary.
Yeah. And then the daughter wrote a book, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't have them on my top list because I have so little faith in their books that I don't even have them in my priority mafia books anymore. They was just a bunch of bullshit. Chuck was the brother, I think. Anyway.
Well, guys, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a pause here. The recording will continue here in the cloud. Everybody can stay logged in, and we are going to we're going to take a quick lunch and be back at 1:30.
Hey, Dave, one quick question.
Dave.
Yeah, my presentation for this afternoon, I sent it to you the same way.
Okay.
Double check and see if you could open it the same way. If not, I may have to go out to college and open it up from there. But if you can get it, if you feel like you can get it open like we just did previous to the one this morning, I'll stay here. Okay.
All right. Let me see if I can. Now it's asking me to log into your IECC. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can.
You did last time, but you did something to get it open.
Because I had that from Dallas last year.
Ah, okay. Then you won't have it then.
Yeah,
Hey, Leo, did you see the 4K version of the Darnell film that the Sixth Floor released last year? I'm wondering if
I've heard about that. In fact, Jim Eugenio sort of mentioned it, but I would love to see it. Is it actually online?
Yeah, supposedly. I think Bart wrote, I think, has written about it.
Is that a 4K scan from the 16 millimeter?
Yes,
original?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
I think I have found where the Wegman film could be, if it still exists.
Yeah.
I believe it's in the audiovisual center down in Culpeper. NBC apparently um, uh, in '85 they sent a whole bunch of records to the Library of Congress, who then put it into that bunker in
Uh-huh.
Packard facility, the campus. And so if it exists, that's probably where it is.
By the way, I was in the middle of writing you an email about after I saw the Robert Groden YouTube video.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, he makes outrageous claims. Like he says that the Weekman, the best version of it is on his 1995 DVD. I mean, that is literally impossible because
Exactly.
that's
Don't
a
even bother to entertain that for a
I mean, this
second.
is, I don't know. I mean, I admire Groden for all he's done, but there's something going on. I don't know,
I think
maybe
he's making, you know what?
he's dementia or something, or he's selling DVDs.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think he's, yeah, I
I mean,
think,
that's a 525 resolution NTSC. I mean, it's lousy resolution
yeah,
DVD. Come on. That's
yeah,
525 lines in NTSC. And we've got in 4K, we got 4,000 lines. I mean, to actually say the best possible reproduction of that is on my DVD. Plus, it's not even first generation. It's
right,
third generation because he made a negative off of the positive and a print that's
right,
third generation.
right,
So
right.
knowing film, I mean, come on. I couldn't
Um,
believe it when he said that. And then Jeff called it a negative. Yes, because, when you're not in the business, you call everything a
right.
negative. He didn't mean that. It is a reversal film. Okay. It's technically not a negative, but that's what Jeff meant. I don't know what all that brouhaha is all about.
Well, it's because Jeff suggested, or it was interpreted that Bob is holding the original story was Bob had the original and he was not giving it to anybody.
Hmm.
That was what the story was circulating.
Yeah.
And so then Bob got on Jess Connell's website or blog podcast and said, "Oh no, I got a copy and here it's in my DVD."
Yeah.
And he's claiming
Right.
that he's holding these things because of what happened with the Knicks film,
Right.
right? It disappeared. And he had some interesting comments in that video about the Knicks film, saying that the guy from UPI put it in a personal, when he took it back from the HSCA, he put it in a personal um, security box.
Yeah.
And then he died, and no one knows what happened to it.
Yeah.
That's his story.
Yeah, the plot thickens.
Yeah.
I mean, he does not, what he does not have the original. It's
Right.
in that warehouse somewhere. And I guarantee you, Bart, you can confirm this. If you scan 4K from that original reversal film, you're going to see a whole lot more,
Of
a
course,
hundred times more
So,
than you see on a
of course.
lousy
so
DVD.
Bart, what
Copying
I did, Bart,
copying was of terrible quality back in the
Yeah.
day. Into
Yeah.
negatives, all that malarkey
Yeah,
in
it
the
was,
'60s.
it was old telecine. It wasn't
It
even
would be
scanning.
you
Yeah.
would lose at least 25 to 40% of detail, increase of contrast, and so
Oh,
forth.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
absolutely diabolical. And the fact that it goes from transparency to negative, 3 generations,
Oh, yeah.
also means
Right.
twice the loss.
Right.
So,
So what I figured out, Bart, was that uh, the facility that's currently in Long Island City is just a logistical hub for NBC. I did some research through New York City records, and it looks like there were two movie labs in Long Island City that Groden could have gone to. Um, they're no longer in existence. NBC in the early 80s took all the various warehouses they were using and put everything into Fort Lee. And then in 1985, they donated hundreds of thousands of files to the Library of Congress, and then the Library of Congress puts these things in this bunker in Culpeper called the Packard campus. So if the original was included in that donation, and it suggests that everything from 26 to 67, I think, or no, 76, ostensibly all those historic files were shipped over to the Library of Congress. So I just told Luna's office that just contact the Library of Congress in the Culpeper facility and search for it, see if it's there.
I don't subscribe to this at all without evidence. So that's one thing. Secondly, they admit that they admitted to us 10 years ago that they had the film, and we basically said we want a scan,
Who
and
admitted?
the powers that be would not allow a direct
Wait.
scan of
Who
that
admitted
particular film.
this to you?
People at NBC.
Okay, so
So they told us, no, hold on. I'm an evidence guy. If I don't see any evidence, it never happened. I'm telling you, I'm being really strict with
okay,
that.
what I'm saying to you is if you have names, if you email them to me, I can have Luna subpoena them or talk to them.
It's
Yeah,
not
remember,
about that. It's
Mark,
about the fact. It's
many
about the
years
fact
ago,
that they don't even know what to ask for. They don't even understand that they need to ask for the camera original.
Yeah, I
They
know
don't
that.
even understand. No, these people don't know that at all. These people
I'm
are
giving them. I'm
completely oblivious about this. And I'll tell you something else. Yeah, this stuff is. I'm going to be really nice about this. This has been going on since April, 1st of April last year, and before that, as such. And I know government has been out of office, so to speak. Yeah, due to what's happening with the budgeting and all that last year. I understand all that, but it is a really simple request, and I don't believe that NBC, those films of that particular magnitude, that they never ever acknowledge to have and so forth, but at some point do all of a sudden disappear in a mountain. Those are really simply lying about. It's the
okay.
same as Gary Mack. Hold on, I'm talking here.
But I want to
Yeah,
explain.
hold on, because it's no point to interject me. At the same time, yeah, I know I've seen Gary Mack with NBC5, and the Weekman film is right in there in front of everybody, and Jimmy Darnell goes, "Oh yeah, that's me getting out the car, running down the road, blah 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 blah." And I'll tell you what, he looks at the Weekman film. The Weekman film is right with NBC5, and NBC5 gave everything to Gary Mack, and Gary Mack states, "Oh no, we don't have the Weekman film." Whereas I can see the footage from 20 years ago with Darnell in there, where he's looking at the Weekman film and not his own film. And I'm not surprised he misses that out on that, because how do you recognize all the stuff that you have shot over an entire career? But the search for it isn't precise. It's the same with the documentation. Dude, I'm telling you, as a European, I look what you Yanks are doing over there in Washington. It's a fucking disgrace. It's an
Okay,
absolute fucking joke what you
okay,
guys are doing there. All you
Here's
have
what
to
I'm.
do, all you
Bart,
have to do is present a list of what's missing. Really,
I'm trying
really
to go
that
forward.
simple.
I'm trying to go
A
forward.
list.
And whatever was told to Luna before was incorrect. Okay. I have, with working with Leo, I'm giving them very precise instructions as to what to look for. So
Wow.
all what happened before, you can be upset about it, but we're
I'm
going
not upset
forward
about
now.
it. I'm disappointed, but I'm not upset. I'm just
Well, okay,
disappointed.
all right, but we now
And I
it's a
don't see any progress
we
whatsoever.
know. All right, because she was
Art, come on.
wrong
There's a
information.
lot of progress being made.
No, not at all. Absolutely not.
I
All
know.
in areas that are absolutely.
Okay,
It
but
just
listen to me.
doesn't
Listen
matter.
to me.
I'm listening all the time.
Okay, so please shut up for a second. I have now the correct request thanks to Leo, we now have the correct request to make to, and I made it yesterday to Luna as to what to look for. She was given the wrong information and then NBC lied. Now we know where the locations could be where this thing could be located. And I asked her to ask specifically for them to search each of these locations. Okay. And so going forward, whatever happened, it was screwed up because she got the wrong information from somebody to ask, and then that gave NBC the chance to say we can't find it. Well, now we know it's a 16 millimeter, for example, not a negative, and we know where it was and possibly where it was sent to, and then we now have locations where it was last seen. Now, tell me about Gary Mack is no longer around, so how is that relevant to this request right now?
Gary Mack admitted in '08 that he had Darnell, the first
Okay,
generation
what
copy already.
happened?
And
So
they sat on that copy
okay,
of
all right.
Darnell for 10
I'm
years.
trying to get evidence. So if Gary Mack in 08 said he had it, Gary Mack's dead now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so where do you think this is?
No, that copy has been shown through the Sixth Floor Museum, but the Sixth Floor Museum has basically sat on it for more than 10 years.
So you're saying the
because
sixth floor has
Gary
the
Mack admitted that they had it in '08 and that it was going to be just a matter of time, blah, 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 blah. We're going to release the film, etc., etc. That
Okay,
took
so you're
10
saying to
years.
me, if I understand correctly, you're saying the sixth floor has the original Wegman.
No, sir, first generation copy.
Okay, so where do you think the original is?
No,
What?
sorry, hold on. Darnell first
You're talking
generation
about the
copy.
Darnell, yes.
Wiekman, yeah, is with NBC, but Wiekman was copied and sold to other affiliates. UCLA was one of them, and there are one or two others that basically bought a copy of that film.
So do
So
you have what is your thinking about where the Wegman film is?
NBC,
NBC. Okay, all
yeah.
right. So, but okay. So I now have, thanking with the help of Leo, I knew now how to make the correct request that was made yesterday to Luna's office. And then that's going over to the oversight committee. Whether they follow up, another thing. Okay, but at least she now knows the correct thing to ask for.
Look,
What
I
about
have given up hope on all this anyway. So
what about the Darnell film? There was a 4K scan made recently.
no, it was a 2K.
Okay, so who has the
Wait, but
Darnell
the sixth
positive
floor,
original?
the sixth floor had a press release last year saying they have a 4K. It's not a
It's a
4K?
2K.
And
Really?
when was this scan
It's a
done? When?
2K.
What
Well,
year?
I don't know, but if they had that scan already in '08, then it's also more likely they had a 2K scan at that
But
time.
that's in '08. It's not going to be the same quality as what we have today.
Well, that's what you're looking at, what they released about a year and a half ago on their website.
Oh.
That was made in '08, that scan, Bart?
That I can't confirm, but I know that they had a copy of the film, so that's the way I look at it. I don't
They
know
have a
when they
co
made that scan, but
they
the
have a
thing is,
copy,
the
but
copy
not
had
not the
in
not the
'08.
original. They don't have the original.
No,
No. Where's
NBC
the
has that original.
of the
And
Darnell film as well?
Yeah, of course.
because
Oh,
they
why are we not looking for that as well? The
because
original.
the press release said,
The films were sent to New York. So
well, and then when they go to New York, they were being put in these two warehouses in Long Island City. So there was some stuff at 30 Rock, but that was more for the TV programs. The archival stuff was sent to the warehouses for storage. Now,
So
there's a press
Bart,
release.
are you saying that the scan by the sixth floor museum is done from a copy? So they did a neck first and a print, so third generation?
no, that I don't know. I think they just directly scanned their copy that they had.
Copy, you
And it
say
comes from
copy.
someone's archive. I don't know the name, but I mean, if you look for the Darnell film on the sixth floor museum website, jfk.org, I think they write about it where it comes
Yeah, it
from.
says in August 2024, the museum officially released a 4K scan of the footage as part of its NBC5 archive collection. So they claim that they made this scan from the archive collection that was given to them by NBC5. Query is, was the NBC5 archive the original?
They've done the scan from a positive original 16 millimeter. That's the
Right. That's
best
what they said.
possible
That's what
quality.
they said they did. Whether Bart is right and they're lying, I don't know. But this is
It's
what.
not 4K. You can look that up. You can see that in the quality itself.
So do they show it on the website? Can you send?
Yeah, they show it. It's
Oh,
also on their YouTube channel as well.
okay. I'll
I
check it.
mean, if I
Okay.
can share, I can share, see if I can share
But
something.
this is what they said in August 2024, and whether they're, you know, they made a big thing about making it out of from a 16 millimeter, which is exactly what you asked about the other day, Leo.
Yeah, yeah, and 4K scan is the standard now. I mean, we do sometimes 4K scans from 8 millimeter, and nobody does 2K scans anymore from.
No, long time
It's
ago.
all 4K. Some of it 8K now. So if it's a 4K, it must be recent.
Well, August 2024 is when
Yeah,
they
that's great if
yeah.
that's truly a 4K
And
scan. I
then
mean,
Bart, didn't you look at that announcement, and then didn't you do an analysis of that? They said it was
I've looked into things that I saw that I hadn't seen before, and on top of that, I've been using AI. AI is fucking great, by the way, and it's not going to be long. You know what? The second that 4K scan comes out, if it comes out, which I highly doubt, um, it's over. I mean, look at my backdrop. You can see it already. The features of all the people starting to come out pretty well. People on the stairs.
What is that based off?
I get a higher resolution. It's end of debate. But you know what? This is exactly the reason why it's not going to happen, because that shows Oswald up there, which it will. Look at the mess that's going to create.
Yeah, I don't know why Robert Groden kept talking about Billy Lovelady.
He was
That
just
was settled
mistaken.
such a long time ago.
He was
I know
confused.
no, you know what? That whole debate. I don't know why he switched like that. It could be an age thing,
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
cognitive
I
and
think
all that.
so. Yeah, yeah.
It's possible, and I don't blame him. And he wanted to sell a few copies. And but at the same time, I'm going, no, this is absolutely wrong what you're doing. So because Lovely had left the steps by that point as well after the Wiegman film. And it was just constantly about Lovelady, and I was like, right, that's it. And it was 45 minutes longer and not getting back.
Yeah.
But it is what
Yeah.
it is. So
Yeah, it was painful to watch.
yeah, but
Leo,
so is Jefferson Morley's thing is also painful to watch. So, it's painful.
Leo, it looks like there's a link, the next to last chat from Joshua. It looks like that is the link
Ah.
to the sixth floor Darnell.
Oh yeah, I see it now. I see
Maybe
it.
Mark can look at that and make sure that's what he was seeing, but that appears to be what they have.
The Jones Collection, NBC5 art.
That's it, Jones Collection. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, hey everybody, I've muted everybody for time constraints. It is 1:30. We need to stay on schedule. We are going to be coming back, and speaking of being on schedule, Brian's late getting from the airport from Dallas back to Lawrence, Kansas. Let me see, is J. Gary Shaw here in our audience? Gary, are you with us? Hello, Gary.
Can you hear me now?
There you are. Okay, I couldn't see exactly who you were. It just showed Zoom user. All right. Well,
I don't know why. I don't know why it doesn't show, but
I'm gonna fix that.
It happens the same way with JFK Facts when I'm on there. So I guess I'll just be user today.
No, I'm taking care of that right now, Gary. All right. Well, we've got our next presentation here. Our next topic is Rosco White, a second look. The special guest speakers we're going to have with this is Brian Edwards and J. Gary Shaw. But right now it's just going to be Gary talking to us because Brian is driving hopefully under the speed limit back to his house. But yeah, go ahead, Gary. Take it away.
Well, he was supposed to have something prepared. I'm going to be the question and answer guy as much as possible. I will tell you this, that I've been working steadily on a new book, and I've paid very little attention to Rosco White over the last 11, 12, 14 months. So I'd be happy to answer any question. I will tell you this, that we have learned some things about errors that we've made in the book. They're particularly mine. One of them is I had identified a lady in the book as being a female impersonator, only to find out that the lady in the book was really Doris Duke, considered the wealthiest woman in the world at one time. And her grandfather, Duke University, was named after her grandfather. And that led us to why would that photograph even be in there? And it was puzzling to us, except she married a guy named Porfirio Rubiosa, a Dominican Republic guy who had previously married Trujillo's daughter and was real strongly connected to Trujillo. In fact, he was considered an assassin for Trujillo. And this became a very interesting little topic with us, and we worked a little bit on that. Found out that Rubirosa was close to Sam Giancana and was meeting with Giancana in June or July of 1963 in either Rome or Paris. I don't remember which. So that was puzzling to me. But then, oddly enough, David Atlee Phillips became the chief of station at the Dominican Republic in I believe it was June the 2nd, 1965. And 3 days later, Rubiroso is dead in a one-car accident over in Paris or Rome or somewhere over there in a race. He was kind of a race car driver and probably driving too fast. But it's an interesting little tidbit. We found out that also a man in the book that we had tentatively identified as being Maurice Gatlin out of New Orleans, and found out it was a guy named Boedeker, Boedeker. And I couldn't find any connection with a Boedeker to the assassination. So it's why would Roscoe have put that in the scrapbook? These are photographs in the scrapbook, the green book, as some people call it. And we did find out there was a Boedeker who owned a car business with another man named Werner. Their automobile agency was 2 blocks from 10th and Patton, which was kind of funny. But, that's the kind of thing that we hoped the book would do, is that we could identify some of the people that were pasted in the scrapbook and learn more about them. The automobile agency was actually Boedeker and Werner, Verner, and can't find anything about this guy. Both of those are German names, and they became very prominent in Dallas at one time. In fact, Boedeker, when he came there, was early 1900s and opened an ice cream factory. Later sold that factory to Carnation. And so that's one of the strange things in it. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you guys may have about that. I'm anxious to get the new book out, and hopefully that'll be out by November. But y'all know how books go. If you've written one, it may or may not make it. But I think we're about 90% complete with it. My co-author in it, I wore poor old Brian Edwards out, I think, and so I had asked Jeffrey Meek. Y'all may or may not know him. He's written several volumes on this case, and he lives about an hour and a half from me, and we've been working together on it. He's the co-author. So any questions, be glad to answer.
Hey, Gary, this is Casey Quinlan. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
All right, Case, how are you?
All right. Hey, you remember when we were at Chris Gallup's conference this last year, and you guys just got through presenting, and I'm trying to think who it was. A woman in the back was online, and she asked Brian for certain numbers, and she plugged them in, and she said something about the idea that I think I know who this guy is. Do you remember that at all?
I remember it vaguely. We never heard from her again that I know of. Maybe Brian did.
Okay. Yeah, it was one of those things I remember after giving out a set of numbers. Well, she plugged them into the computer, and I'm sitting there going, okay, all right, this is research on the spot in the minute. And she got access to something that she said, well, it was online. Well, okay. And I know I was questioning, how she got what at what particular time, but I can't remember who she plugged in and what numbers came about. But that was kind of an interesting research right there on the spot. And so anything that anybody out there in research has access to identifying some of these people in the book would be very, very helpful and successful to answering some backup questions that Gary and Brian had and have continually as they continue to open up this whole Rosco White thing.
Hey, Gary, I just wanted to ask, isn't this Ruby Rosa the same guy that was such a playboy and he ended up wrapping his sports car around a tree in France?
That's him. That's him. He was considered the origin of 007.
Right.
He was quite a playboy. He married another what was her name? Hudson, another very wealthy lady of that period of time. I don't know how many times he was married, but
always into money.
Yeah, he was always in some money. There have been books written about him. He was quite a man.
Well, Gary, let me ask, while we're waiting on Brian to get through the interstate there, writing the Roscoe White story, the Admitted Assassin book. For those of you that haven't got a chance to read it, it's called Admitted Assassin. And it's a really good read. And sometimes mistakes happen when you're when you're writing something and you want to. That's why there's second and third printings or new editions that come out, because let's face it, there's things that, as it comes out of the first publication, changes have to be made. Sometimes spelling errors or punctuations are corrected in the next volumes. I'm wondering how has the reception to the book been, and also what's the thoughts that's been relayed to you from Ricky with his dad's story being told from his perspective, and not being attacked by the media outlets.
Well, Ricky was on board with this the whole time, and he was very, very complimentary of how we handled it. We wrote the book basically to get that information out more than anything else. We never said, for instance, that this was so and so, but that it might be so and so because they looked like each other, and so we put it out there so people might know the full story, see the documents attached to it, hear what Ricky had to say, because a lot of it is, all of it is Ricky's story. And so I'm proud of the book. It's got a cool reception, and I understand that. But what's in it may be valuable sometime or another. It's the one person, I believe, who admitted to being an assassin that was an assassin and was there that day. And there's a lot of reasons for it, and we try to go through those in the book. So if you've not read it, please do. You can probably find a used copy now for a little of nothing. And it's been out, 2 years now. And so I'm going to tell a lot of stories in the new book that probably many of you know of them, but you don't know the whole story. I live this thing down here in the vicinity of Dallas, Texas, and I had contact with a lot of people that were close to the people who we read about and talk about all the time. So,
those of us who were there for 2023, a couple of years ago at the conference, when Ricky and his family were there, I cannot think of anything more emotional than that occasion, Gary.
Well, Ricky is an emotional. I used to call him a kid, but I can't do that anymore. He's 60 years old, and but he kind of looks at me like his daddy. And I love the family. He's as honest as anybody you ever saw. He's been married. He married his high school sweetheart, and they have 2 girls and a lot of grandkids, and maybe even great grandkids by now. And he's a hardworking young man, and he didn't make this story up.
And the whole family was there. Don't forget.
Yeah. And so I would urge you to read the book and understand that it's put out there for informational purposes. The documents that he had are as real as any you might see anywhere. And I'll let anybody.
Gary, one of the things that you brought out that I had never seen was the thing about Lee Oswald's address book, those pages that had been taken out. I had never seen that. And then when we checked out the enhanced versions in the color versions, you could see very well, how those couple of pages had been torn out. You have anything to add to that?
No, not really. I thought that was an important aspect of the whole JFK assassination story.
What would have been on those pages?
It's a good question. One FBI agent, no, Secret Service agent.
Oh yeah, it came from an article. Yes.
Yeah, Mike Howard said that it had a John Conley's name on it and a knife with blood dripping off the blade that had been drawn into it. So we'll probably never see that page, but that's what Mike Howard said, and you can take that for what it's worth.
Well, I thought that you pointing that out was very important in the book.
Well, we know that they did a lot of things to hide information and hide people. They didn't like James Hostie's book name being in the book, and tried to skip through that. Anybody else?
One question came up here in the chat. Just to clarify, the page is missing from what book?
From Oswald's little name and address book.
The little black book that
yeah.
Okay. Another question would be, will there be a follow-up to either I'm always interested in books that you write, Gary, clear back from when I first read Cover Up. Is there a plan to do a new version of the book, or is there a plan of just moving on to the one that you're working on right now with Jeff Meek?
Well, that's the one that's getting all of the attention right now. I'm 87 years old, and I'd like to get this one out. It's going to be lengthy. It has about 20 chapters, and they're episodes about the Kennedy assassination and the people a lot of them are the people I came in contact with, and told me things that if I've ever written about them, I don't remember it.
Is this kind of like I mean, it sounds like it's a personal story. Is this kind of like an autobiography type of idea, or what, Gary?
Not really. It's Jeff Meek. I wrote about Julianne Mercer, and he said, "Do y'all know who Julianne Mercer was?"
I do. Yeah.
Okay, most of you do. He said, "I thought I knew the Julianne Mercer story, but I didn't know it." And there's some things that about that story and others that people don't know about. I came in contact with a lot of Jack Ruby strippers and got stories from them. And, one of the main ones is little Lynn, who managed to live to be a grandmother, and where others didn't.
Well, you've definitely, your life path has definitely crossed over with many of the folks down there in the Dallas area. You're, as far as I'm concerned, you're one of our national treasures of information and kind of a gatekeeper to the Kennedy assassination and the ins and outs of the research community.
Well, I know a lot of the backstories from down here. I started in working with Ben Jones and Mary Farrell and who were also in this area, and we learned a lot of things through the years, and some of this will come out in the book.
Gary, for those who are still in the meeting, I just dropped the color version of that page of Lee Oswald's address book that is so prominently mentioned in your book, but in this case, the color, and anybody who wants to grab it can go ahead and get it in the chat.
That's good. Good. Thank you for that.
You know, Gary, I would say that to follow up with what David Knight was talking about, Gary is one of our top living research analysts that we go to from time to time, and I know this may be just a little off the subject, but at the same time, I ran into a guy in Kansas City who knew who Gordon McClendon was, and when he said that to me, I just said, "How do you know Gordon McClendon?" And so we sat down, and he's become a pretty good friend with me, but he was telling me the story of a kid that he went to high school with in Kansas City, Missouri, and that his sister was really a fox, good-looking young lady, and she went to Hollywood, and she ended up marrying Gordon McClendon, who was probably about 20 years her age, and I think she stayed married to him for probably about 2 or 3 years. And then she was cleaning up, you know how the story goes. She was cleaning up his room. And as she was cleaning up the room, got into some of his files. And he had a whole file on JFK and the assassination and the interconnections. And she turned around. She says, "I'm done. We're filing for a divorce." And she left him, but she is still alive. And she is in, let me see. She's in Las Vegas right now. And eventually, and I think she's 80 years old, so she's about 7 years your youth, okay, younger than you. So basically, we're still trying to get a hold of her and find out if she would, you know, express any concern what she may have seen in there. But Gordon McClendon, do you think he's a player in this?
Well, he definitely is. He was Jack Ruby considered him his, a best of friends, and Gordon's connection to the assassination is through David Atlee Phillips. They were close buddies. David was from Fort Worth, Texas, and McClendon is in Dallas, and both of them were in intelligence in World War II, and McClendon ended up shooting himself. I don't know whether you knew that or not. And, what role he may or may not have played in the whole thing. He and David Atlee Phillips really wanted to do a CIA program for television and worked real diligently at one time on that. They would be real happy, I guess, to see that there is a CIA program on the network now. I've not watched it. It might make me sick, but Gordon McClendon is a very intriguing character that's attached to a guy named Branstetter that some of you may have heard of or read about, who had a lot of connections to people in the whole thing.
And Gary, I know that you sent me material about Branstetter, Colonel Branstetter. And when I was reading through some of the comments that you made, Gordon was he was into radio and TV, both. Is that correct?
Well, primarily radio. He had the most popular radio station in the 50s and 60s there in Dallas, KLIF.
There you go. Yeah.
He was quite a popular guy. Ran for governor one year. Didn't do much, but he tried.
Well, I know some of the comments as I'm reading his book and another book that you sent me information on was that on November 22nd, he was supposed to be at the luncheon at Marketplace, and he was running late as he normally did, and the people around him kept jumping on him to say, "You need to not be late to the president's luncheon." And he finally turned around to them and he said something like this, and this quote unquote, So you want me to get there soon enough so I can see his brains being blown out. And I thought that to myself, like, why would you even say anything like that? And I know people say a lot of different things, like, hey, I'm going to kill you. Well, this is a grown man, and his connections are unbelievable.
Well, if you've read some of the documents, there's quotes like similar to that all through a lot of the documents of talking to people in Dallas before and after the assassination. Several of the stories in the book will be people who have had prior knowledge that the assassination was going to take place. There was talk rampant in Dallas because he was not liked, and Dallas was very, very extreme right wing. The leadership was basically in Dallas, and so they couldn't have chosen a better spot to kill Kennedy than Dallas.
Yeah, and Gary, do you and I know this is speculation, but at the same time, a lot of the films that were confiscated or destroyed or never returned, do you believe that maybe some of those films may have pictures of Rosco White on the grassy knoll?
I have no idea. All I know is that Rosco White left information to his family that implicated him in not only the assassination of President Kennedy, but other assassinations. He killed people on foreign and domestic soil, is the way he put it in his diary, that disappeared in the hands
Talking
of.
about that diary, do you think Ricky was a little naive in letting the FBI have it?
He didn't let them have it. They stole it.
They stole it. Okay.
Yeah, he was surprised when it left.
Okay. They went to look at the Foot Locker, and that's when is that
he was going to take it and show it to his mother. His mother hadn't even seen it and didn't even know it existed. And he was going to take it and show it to his mother and discovered it was missing. This is after he had spent about 4 hours with the FBI at the Midland FBI office being interrogated about the contents of his daddy's Foot Locker.
Gary, you mentioned in the book also that that you found either in the Foot Locker or in the circular case that had a lot of his material in there, a Super 8 or a 8mm film that was undeveloped. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it was in a small, probably about a 3.5-inch diameter canister, and it was 16 millimeter wide, and it could have been from what I understand, about 8mm film. It was taken on 16 millimeter, and then they had to split it and put it together. It was turned around, and it could have been one of those. But I had Larry Howard and myself and a PI by the name of Joe West drove all night. The only place you could have that developed was in Colorado Springs, I believe. But we drove all night with it once we had it to have them develop and see what was on it. Unfortunately, after all that period of time, it had deteriorated and they could get nothing developed from it. So would love to have seen what was on there, if anything. Could have been family pictures for all we but it was in the Foot Locker, and we'll always wonder what was on
it. Gary, another question. I think you mentioned in the book that when Ricky first got to the Foot Locker, that there were several weapons there, and he didn't know exactly what they were, but they're no longer in his possession.
Yeah, one of them was a little Derringer. You remember, Oswald allegedly shot himself in the arm with a Derringer when he was in Japan. And so we don't know what the Derringer had with it, but it disappeared. And so, one of the main things that they found in it, and the High Select Committee really looked strongly at that, is the third Oswald in the backyard photograph, different pose. And not only was it different, it was the only photograph that the authorities ever had, or that were left behind, that was the original. It was from the original negative. The other two that went into evidence were not original, copied from an original negative, which was interesting in itself. That Rosco had that one particular picture.
You're talking about 133C, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Well, I have an update on Brian. He will be here with us here in about 10 minutes or less. Just want to throw that out there so that way we can see what the presentation was and the questions he was going to ask Gary. I'd like to ask a question here. Do we and this was mentioned in the comments a while ago, but do we have any names, Gary, of any of the other people that Rosco had assassinated over the years, or do we have any speculation on that other than they were what you have relayed to us earlier?
Well, there were names, not names, code names is all we had, but there were discussions in the diary about some of those that we probably, if we had it, Ricky read it and others read it, but there were no names, and the only three code names that we know of are the three code names of the people that Rosco was working with JFK assassination, which was Lebanon, Saul, and Mandarin. Mandarin was Roscoe's code name. It's funny, all those have a connection that I'll not go into, and I may one of these days.
Gary, did Roscoe put down anything as a code name for the assassination of JFK? Or there's a lot of books that I've read where people say, "Oh, this was the code for this. This was the code for that." Did Roscoe have an assassination code name for the murder of JFK?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I think probably if we had the diary, we'd know a whole lot more about this whole thing. Even though the diary, Ricky said he didn't see any names in the diary, but he did see code names, and which be the right thing to do, I'm sure.
There's a name, and
there's Brian.
Is he good? He's here. There's a name at the end of the three pieces of paper that documents Rosco White dealing with a national security risk. What was the name at the end of each of those that I know you guys are looking for this guy?
Yeah, C. Bowers, Bowers. We have looked and looked for a connection to any Bowers to this case, and we found two or three, but nothing that we could hang our hat on as of now. We keep hoping somebody will come out of the woodwork, but first of all, the book's got to have some kind of circulation, and it's not a bestseller, that's for sure.
Okay, well, Brian is with us. So, Brian, let me introduce one of the four of Project JFK CSI Dallas and the co-author of Admitted Assassin with J. Gary Shaw. This is Brian Edwards. Welcome back to KC, Brian.
Thank you. I should have been here about an hour and a half ago, but weather in Texas wasn't very cooperative.
How did it go here in Texas, partner?
Oh, it was great. We did real good.
Good.
Spent most of the day and half the next night covering just about every subject that I've ever talked about. So, hopefully the documentary will. They're expecting it to be out next year about this time. They've got 5 or 6 more folks to interview. John Douglas, is it Jim Douglas or John Douglas? Yeah, he's going to be interviewed, and Dr. Mantic. Hopefully, Gary Shaw will get to have a chance to do that if you're interested. David, did you share with our guests about what Doug Horn sent us?
No, we've just basically been sitting here vamping with Gary about Admitted Assassin and also his
Okay.
upcoming book.
Okay.
So,
Well,
go
if
ahead.
we can do that later. Gary, did you have a chance to show any of the pictures about the update that we have?
No, I talked about.
Okay.
I talked about Doris Duke and Bodecker.
Okay.
Whichever word you want to use, and
Okay.
things about it that I haven't even talked with you about. But
okay.
If you want to share the screen there, Brian,
Yeah,
and show something,
I've got some pictures I can share.
Well, you might tell them about why you were in Texas.
Okay. Dory Wiley is a co-producer of a new documentary that's going to be coming out next year. So I've spent, they flew me down there, and I did an all-day interview and half the evening of that same night about it. We talked about just about every issue that would be of interest to a lot of people. Everything from the tramps to the motorcade itself. I mean, we covered so much material. I almost had to go home or go back to the hotel and start researching because I didn't know we were going to talk about so many different issues. But we talked about Ed Hoffman and Roscoe, and James Files came up. Hopefully I come across with some type of intelligence, but you never know what it's going to look like when they get it all cut. So David, I've just got a few slides here for our audience if they're interested to see. Can you see that all right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sure Gary's already covered all this, but
No, Brian, I just brought them up to date on some of the things we found out since the book has been published.
Oh, okay.
But
good. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
about Doris Duke and Bediger and
okay,
that sort of thing.
Okay. Well, hopefully those of you that read the book or know the story, this is the canister that Ricky found in the attic of his grandparents' home in 1990 and contacted the Assassination Information Center with this and brought it to their attention, and that's how Gary got involved in it. But inside Roscoe's scrapbook, it's a green dictation course textbook that Roscoe apparently used as some type of a scrapbook, and he pasted newspaper clippings relating to the assassination into the back of the book in an upside down configuration. And we've got a few of the pictures here. When we published the book, on page 8 of the scrapbook, we initially thought that the man was Maurice Brooks Gatlin, who had ties with the CIA, and there's 2 pencil marks across his picture, and we've with the help of Google Lens and Matt Dowdit, is that how you pronounce his name? Dowdit. Anyway, we positively identified this person as George Bodeker. Interestingly, the George Bodeker's biograph reads like a very connected businessman. He and his father started the first ice cream plant in Dallas, and was apparently a big wheeler dealer in the business community. And according to the Dallas Times Herald's obituary notification on the 5th of April, 1966, Bodeker was a, well, let's see if I have that here. Bodeker was a mason, 33rd degree mason. He and his father had the first ice cream plant in Texas. George was a member of the Mother Lodge of Dallas, which is where most of the ceremonial activities took place for the Masons in the Dallas area.
Hey,
And,
Brian.
Yes.
Sorry about this. It's Bodeker. He has a street named after him, and my cousin lives on it.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Dora. Hi, Dora. I didn't even see you there. Long time no see.
One of the things I forgot to tell him about Mr. and most, I think most pronounce that Bedeker that I know. I've met some guys that have the same spelling. He was one of the members of the Coon Creek Club, if y'all are familiar with it. And I failed to mention that.
Yeah, I've got a good picture that you sent me of that, Gary.
Okay, good.
Okay. So the connection, the only connection we could come up with is why would Roscoe have his picture in his scrapbook was the Masons connection. Other than that, we're stumped about why Roscoe would have his picture in his scrapbook. There's some advertisements from the Bodeker ice cream company. The plant, the building is still there, I believe, on Hervey Street. But it's interesting that he would even be in the book. I mean, we don't know his connection to Roscoe, but he was a member, according to the obituary notice, was a member of the Tannehill Masonic Lodge, the Mother Lodge, Downtown Dallas Rotary Club, Dallas Country Club, which was very exclusive, the Dallas Athletic Club, and the Coon Creek Club. That's how they spelled it, KKK. And don't know why that would be of an interest, but there's something connecting those two men together. Here's Roscoe.
Well, one of the members of the Coon Creek Club, of course, is H.L. Hunt. And very wealthy Dallas and Dallas area businessmen formed this club. I think it was 2,000 acres over near Athens, Texas, and it's quite a resort area for just the members.
Yeah, it was wasn't it a hunting and fishing lodge? Gary?
Hunting and fishing. They had a large lake.
Yeah,
on the property.
Well, in Roscoe's obituary, he was a member of the Gabe P. Allen Lodge in Richardson, but all the major ceremonies were taking place at the Mother Lodge in downtown Dallas, which is like half a block from the police station. I don't know if there's any connection to that or not, but here's Roscoe's lodge and his certificate, 33rd degree Mason. And Dallas Magazine in 1997 did an article, a whole feature article about the Coon Creek Club, and the byline was the Coon Creek Club was the last vestige of true Dallas society with a 40-year waiting list situated on 8,000 acres of prime land for hunting and fishing. The most prestigious Dallas club amidst not the social wannabes, but the social gonna-bees, which tells you a little bit about it. Membership is a little tough to get into. George Bush Jr. was a member. We have a picture of him on the property fishing on one of the many lakes. And thanks to Gary Shaw, here's the picture of the entrance of the Coon Creek Club. Didn't they change the name after some time because of
they went to CCC.
Yeah. Yeah,
To the
no,
case.
it's quite a deal. It's out in Athens, Texas. Have you ever been out? You've been out there, haven't you, Gary?
A number of times, yes.
Yeah. They wouldn't let you in, I suppose.
I didn't even
So,
try.
so the question we have is why did Roscoe have his obituary photograph of George Bodeker in his scrapbook? We don't know. That on the same page that Bodeker's picture was this lady, and we originally thought that it was Ellen Romatesh, a FBI certified, identified her as a spy of the Soviet Union. She has 3 pencil lines across her face, and then underneath the photos is that series of numbers, which we don't have any idea what they are. So, I mean, the resemblance is quite, close. But again, thanks to Google Lens and Matt Dowdit, I think that's how you pronounce it, we found out that this is a publicity photo for Judith Raskin, who was a opera singer and a member of the New York Metropolitan Opera Club company. So your guess is as good as mine as why he would have that picture of her in his diary or his scrapbook. And the only connection I can find, I mean, I did a little bit more research, and her husband was a well-known New York psychiatrist. I don't know what the connection would be for Roscoe to be, even know who she is or what she did. And she passed away in 1984. That's a picture of her there from a picture that appeared in the New York Times. So again, the question is, why would he have a picture of her in his scrapbook? And then Gary correctly identified this originally as he's a brigadier, as a major general, and it's George Seneff Jr. And Seneff was served as the staff aviation officer at Military Assistance Command in Vietnam from 66 to 67. He was also in command of the 11th Air Assault Aviation Group and developed helicopter tactics for jungle warfare. Seneff was highly decorated, but he was an Army general, and Roscoe was a Marine. So again, the question comes up, why would Roscoe have a picture of a major general in the Army in his scrapbook? Did he know him? Did he serve under him? We don't know. Nothing in Roscoe's DD 214 military records ever say anything about him being assigned to the same location where Seneff was.
There's one little tidbit that was in the diary that Ricky remembered is they robbed Fort Hood, which was down near Killeen, Texas, south of here, south of Dallas. And that's where Seneff went in 64, I believe, after he left Vietnam. And so there's a connection there. That in the diary, they robbed, they stole guns, basically what they did. Gun running was big back in those days. And one of the guys got killed, and they stripped him of all identification and left him there. The whole story is fuzzy, so, but at a later date, maybe we'll find out something about it.
And Gary and I are both on the same wavelength about this guy. We think what's his first name, Gary? Flaherty?
You're asking the old man here.
Yeah. Flaherty? Richard Flaherty?
Richard Flaherty, yeah.
Yeah.
Quite a guy, and y'all can read about him. There's a book about him, and there's a film out.
Yeah.
The young man. It's a strange story, but the facial resemblance is very close, very striking. And but he was doing things that out of the country when he was retired.
Yeah.
And
and it's sad. I mean, he was if you pull him up on the internet, he's about 5'2" or 3, and he was a company commander in the military in Vietnam. And you'd see all these soldiers, and you see this little kid standing next to him, and he had a uniform on. We thought, who's that guy? Well, that's Richard Flaherty. And unfortunately, he died in a really sad way for a military person. He was struck by crossing the street in Florida. He basically was homeless, crossing the street in his town or community, and got hit by a woman going to work, and she didn't stop, killed him instantly in the street. They finally tracked her down, but
right. She was a policeman.
Oh, that's right. That's right. She was a policewoman. Yeah.
Just drove on after she hit him.
Guess she didn't know the laws of the land there. But that's all. I mean, so there again, why would Rosco have a clipping of General Sinif in his scrapbook? We don't know.
Hey, I have a question about Ruskin, or at least maybe you can probe it a little bit. Maybe it had nothing to do with the woman, but maybe her husband. Her husband was what, psychiatrist?
Yes, New York, prominent New York psychiatrist.
Yeah, and may have had something to do with Lee Harvey Oswald when Oswald was in New York. I'm just shooting in the.
That's a good possibility.
Yeah,
didn't think about that. Yeah. Well, that's all. I mean, that's the only pictures I have, and kind of update you about that. I don't have anything else unless you all have a question.
Somebody just posted that they went to school with Richie Flaherty.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, whoever that was, write us more.
Yeah.
Or jump in here and talk.
Wow.
Yeah, I just Bill Moriarty here. Yeah, I just put that up. Yeah, Richie went to Stanford Catholic High School. Probably, I think he was a year or two ahead of me. But he was actually, his freshman year, he was on the football team.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He was a tough, small kid, but really tough.
Yeah.
And, compensating for his height. But he had to get into the military, he had to get, special permission to get in there.
He applied multiple times to get into the military.
Yeah.
Wow.
The amazing thing is after he was dead, they went into his belongings and got his passport, and he was going, after he got out of the service, he was going all over the world.
Yeah.
Basically. And what my suspicion is that perhaps Rosco was on some of the missions with him and knew him well, and they were doing the same thing. It's a great story if you have the time to listen to it or read the book. But you can go on YouTube and find out a good part of his story.
The name of the book is called The Giant Killer, and I think he's on the cover. But it's one of many books that I haven't even cracked open yet. But it's a fascinating. The video is just absolutely fascinating. I can't think of the name of the town he lived in Florida, but a police officer befriended him and found him in his subway one day, just pretty much destitute, living on the street. And he, took care of him and bought him lunch. And then over time, they got to know each other. And Richard shared multiple stories. And the officer, the policeman said, they were so bizarre and so wild, he didn't believe him. But after Richard passed away, or before he passed away, I think he did some background check, and sure enough, he's who he said he was, and said what he all the times he was in Vietnam and after that, and doing mercenary kind of things all over the country and all over the world. So,
hey, Brian,
I'm actually going to sorry. What? I was going to say I was going to a reunion in May of people who played at Stanford Catholic in the 60s. So a few of those guys went to school with him directly. They were the same class. I'll see what I can find.
Wow, great. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I've got.
Hey, Brian and Gary, You said the gentleman was a colonel or a general and his height was 5'2".
No, he wasn't a general. He was like a staff sergeant or something like that.
Okay.
And he was 5'1" or 5'2", just barely
I think,
taller than a high school than a grade school kid.
Brian, he ended up a captain.
Oh,
That's
captain.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, captain. And he was 4'9".
4'9".
And the reason I'm bringing that up is because as a Vietnam veteran, I know that we had what we call tunnel rats.
Yeah.
And I have
He had been
a person. I have a person of interest in my church whose father was awarded a Congressional Medal of Honor posthumously, but and he was like 5 foot, and his son did not know anything about him. And I went to his funeral, and I'm sitting there looking at this, and I said, "I know what your father did." I said, "Let me tell you." So I'm sitting there telling him about his father, but I said, and everything I think is written in either Laotian or whatever language that is. But there, I just wanted to bring out that we did have personnel who were that tall, and we used them as tunnel rats to go out and clean out the tunnels that the Viet Cong were digging out there.
Well, David, that's all I've got, unless there's any, questions. I'm still on Dallas. I feel like I'm on Dallas time here. I'm still.
Hey, Casey, are you talking about like what Forrest Gump did in the movie there?
Yeah. Yeah.
We've got about 5 minutes before our next open discussion with Casey Quinlan. Does anybody have any questions for Brian or Gary? We've got about 5 minutes before we move on.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about Ruby Rosa earlier, Brian.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting individual,
Yeah. Yeah, he died in a one car. Well, he didn't die.
I mentioned this with a sports car, wrapped
Yeah.
up in the tree and all that.
Yeah. Well,
Was there a woman in the car at the time?
No.
What's that?
He was alone.
Yeah, he was alone, but he didn't die at the scene. He died on the way to the hospital, but he's still dead. Doesn't matter.
And he was able to get into the Trujillo sphere there.
Yeah, well, he married Trujillo's daughter, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
What kind of influence he could have had on geopolitics?
That's a good question.
Okay.
And I'm going to look up your information as soon as I get a chance, Larry.
Oh, you're talking about the PB success?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Guatemala.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, that I think we are going to move on to our next topic and stay on time. So with that, I want to say thank you to Brian and also to Gary. And again, if you haven't had the chance to get the book Admitted Assassin, please do so. It's a damn good read. And support our two authors and members of our research community.
Hey, David.
Yeah.
I just thought of something. The reason I asked you about if you had mentioned to our guests about what Doug Horn sent us. Doug Horn sent us 2 banker boxes full of working papers that he had from his time on the ARRB, along with about 15 or 20 thumb drives of depositions of all the key players. And we're going through those, and we're going to post those on our website. There's stuff in there, and I know Dory's biting at the bit for this one, but Doug and his team were able to get pry out of the Social Security Administration, some of Oswald's W-2 forms and his tax returns. So look for those on our website as soon as we get them organized and scanned.
Yeah, that's our next big thing that we're doing. Also, we've got we got some other things we'll be posting on the website and doing major updates. Actually, we got major updates coming up this week. So definitely check out the projectjfk.com website. And also, I've had a couple questions. I'm gonna take a couple minutes here before I let Casey take off with it. Anytime going in the future, guys, if you want to know what we're doing, definitely you signed up through Eventbrite, so hopefully you subscribed to when you got your e-ticket. That will immediately send you an email to let you know when we're going to have an event. But also, if you don't get that, check the website from time to time. There's a tab called the Event tab. And I know some people had some problems finding that, but it's right at the top. You can find it at the bottom of the page if you scroll the way down, or if you just click the three slashes off to the side, depending on if you're working on a computer or your cell phone. Click on the Events tab, and that is where you will find the Eventbrite tab. The only way that we do e-tickets, whether it's for something that is a free event or whether it's a pay event, we use Eventbrite to do our ticketing system. So when you find the Eventbrite tab, you will be able to sign up for your e-ticket and reserve your spot. Sometimes we have limited spots availability, and sometimes, like this one here, we had 200 seats available. And I think we had 104 people sign up altogether. The other thing is I want to let everybody know that this 2-day event will be replayed on our YouTube channel and also on our website. Now, where are you going to find those videos? Well, again, projectjfk.com. Look at the past conferences tab. It's just on the right side of the event tab. When you click on that, you'll be able to see both of these two replays. The one that we're working on today will be uploaded to our website and to YouTube sometime this evening, and hopefully that will be available to view either late tonight or tomorrow. So if you missed anything, or say you had to step away from your computer, you will be able to go back and see what you missed. I will tell you, it's not broke up into individual presentations like some of our past Dallas conferences or Memphis. It is going to be a full video, probably 7-8 hours long. So you may need to fast forward on your timeline there and drag and move it over to where you left off at. But again, projectjfk.com. And if you support what we're doing and you like the programs that we're bringing to you to help us keep the lights on and pay the bills, on our homepage, when you first log into the website, scroll down to where it says Help Our Cause. Get your name up there on the website as a supporter and click the Donate Now button. It's the PayPal button. You can make a donation there so that way we can continue bringing these programs to you guys. With that, I'm now going to turn it over to Casey Quinlan, and he's going to have the next half hour to lead us in a discussion of things that he's working on, and you can do some Q&A with him if there's some time. Casey, go ahead and take it away.
All right, you got me on? You hear me?
Yep,
all right.
We can hear you.
Okay, I mentioned before that I'm doing what I call a library tour of Kansas and Missouri, and I'm trying to get programmed in to those libraries and plugged in so that see if there's any people that would like to hear an update on some of the documentation that's going on and the release of those files within the last 2 or 3 years. And so that's what I'm doing, and I'm just going to share some things with you on this. I usually start off with, a lot of people they'll ask me what my program is, and the first one I'm doing is called Assessing Blame and Responsibility for the Murder of President Kennedy. So I immediately take a quick survey, and I said, how many of you believe that Oswald was involved in this? A couple of them did, and then there's the rest of them sit back and say, we don't believe he was involved in it at all. I said, well, then what do you believe? Well, they all come up with that C word, which I've been told not to use, but I'm going to use it anyway, called a conspiracy. And conspiracies are awful hard to prove, but at the same time, that's what they believe. They believe there's more to it. And I just told them, I said, there is more to it. I said, wonder if you have been lied to on every aspect of the murder of John F. Kennedy. And what I will do, let me see if I can bring this up. I don't think I can bring it up to you guys, but at least I'll bring it up for me so you can at least see this. Um, uh, uh, what I tell these people when I go out, and it's interesting, I have very few young people. The good majority of the people that are there are in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. But I tell them this, I said, one of the foremost turning points in our contemporary American and global history was the cold-blooded murder of President John F. Kennedy and the murder of his alleged assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, 2 days later. The ramifications of these events on the military, the industrial, and the banking institutions at home and abroad were remarkable. The impact of these events developed the social values and moral belief systems which we created and nurtured within the culture of our American democracy. Okay, now, and then I start off by showing them a conglomeration of pictures, but I said, almost everything we believe and think we know about the assassination of President Kennedy is a lie. For the most part, we'll start in Dallas. The lie was driven through Dealey Plaza, and it was executed on Elm Street. Then driven to Parkland Hospital, it was removed by gunpoint to an awaiting hearse. It boarded Air Force One. It landed at Andrews Air Force Base. It was offloaded into a gray naval ambulance. Now remember, the it is the lie, was finally transferred to Bethesda Naval Hospital. It was abandoned at the back door of the Bethesda morgue. It produced an autopsy under military orders from incapable, incompetent, and unqualified military brass, led by admirals and generals, while the chief autopsy doctor, Humes, burned his first and second autopsy draft notes. It was presented to a blue ribbon commission, presidential handpicked, known as the Warren Commission. It is one of America's greatest cover-ups, and it is fraud. And that's how I start my program. And usually I have everybody's attention. But what is interesting about this is that I try to tell as much as I possibly can who was responsible, who was to blame. And I point out right at the very beginning, I said, you can question me all you want, but this is my show, and I've done the research, and this is what I'm going to tell you. The United States government, the United States military, the Pentagon, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, President Lyndon Johnson, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, 3 autopsy doctors, Dr. Humes, Dr. Boswell, and Dr. Fink, Admirals Galloway, Kenny, Burke, and especially Air Force Joint Chiefs of Staff General Curtis LeMay are completely responsible for this cover-up and fraud in the murder of President John F. Kennedy. This fraud has been faithfully perpetuated for the past 60 years by the Fourth Estate, the American journalism, and the electronic media. Was it a regime change? It was. The murder of President Kennedy was a highly sophisticated regime change operation on the part of U.S. national security establishment, the Pentagon, and the CIA. The key to understanding the murder of President Kennedy, as I said before, resides within the concealed history of NATO and its implementation and execution of CIA and U.S. military covert assassination packages. Until, and this is what I tell the people, I said, until you read that and until you can comprehend what that is, then you have all the right to question the 63 years that I've done research and the 1,400 books and documents that I've read. But until you understand what this is, then you will have questions. A solution to comprehending the execution of President Kennedy, the answer and the cause of the execution, and it was an execution of President Kennedy, lie in the ashes of World War II, the birth of the Cold War, and the creation of the American national security state. Now, I start off with ugly rumors about Oswald's ties to U.S. intelligence, and we have a number of those ugly rumors. Tied to the CIA, is on a CIA payroll, tied to the FBI. We have numbers of him being on that payroll also. One of the documents that was released, 80-page document, is James Angleton's document, 1976, 1977, I believe, the House Senate Select Committee on Assassinations, where he went behind closed doors and he basically told the committee, he says, if I answer this question, it's almost like if I answer this question, I'm going to have to kill you. Well, I've already filled that in, but for the most part, he says, if I answer that question, he says, you cannot take it out to the public. He says, Oswald worked for us. He was a low echelon CIA operations agent, and we trained him at the camp, Camp Perry. We trained him to be a defector, a false defector under the United States Navy, and he was going to defect to the Soviet Union as part of a program. Now, when I tell them that, usually they'll stop me right there and they said, well, then, if he was a CIA agent and operative, was he sent to Dallas to kill President Kennedy? I said, no, he was sent there to be the scapegoat. He's going to take the heat off of everybody else that's going to shoot him, because it's not one person shooting him. There's at least 5 shooters, according to the evidence coming out of the National Archives, with the x-rays of President Kennedy's head, the skull. And I get that information from Dr. Mantic, Dr. Chesser, and also Professor Doug Horn. Now, you don't have to believe this, but you probably need to read some of these books. And the book that I quote out of quite a bit is called The Final Analysis, and it is looking at x-rays. And if you read the book, well, you might have to take a medical dictionary with you. I can remember reading and ripping the book apart, Best Evidence by David Lifton, back in 1980 and 81. And I had 4 years of Catholic school where I took Latin, and I could understand some of the words. My problem with being an altar boy in the Catholic Church was I learned the Latin, I just didn't know how to decipher it. So now I had to decipher what a parasagittal laceration was. By a show of hands out there, does any of you know what a parasagittal laceration is? Okay, the doctors at Bethesda noted when they opened up JFK's body that they noted right off, and this is Dr. Humes. He says, well, he has a parasagittal laceration. And I go, para, side by side. Sides, the left side and right side of the brain. Sagittal, the seam that runs on the down the middle, right and left side. Laceration, a cut. He is describing an autopsy. That the president's brain already had an autopsy when they put it on the table. Well, there's a tremendous story that goes along with that, and I do not have enough time to go into that. But I want to tell you that because of these researchers and because of the doctors who got a copy of President Kennedy's skull, the question for the last 15 years had been whether or not is it possible to alter x-rays? And this was Mantic's and Chesser's main thing. They wanted to find out if you could alter x-rays, and they found out that they could. So they developed a machine. Let me see if I have the name of it. But anyway, I'll see if I can get that to you. They developed a machine that would go into x-rays and pull out the anomalies and find out why these anomalies were put in. So they went to JFK's skull x-ray that they had. That's in the National Archives, okay? They pulled out all the anomalies, and golly gee, guess what? There's a bullet wound on the top right skull in the hairline just above the right eye. Entrance wound on JFK.
Hey, Casey, sorry to interrupt, but I just posted the image of your mannequin last November.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. The idea that he was shot from the front, yeah, he was. Okay. Now, they also have a wound on the just above the right ear. It's a tangential wound, and that's the shot from the grassy knoll, the North Grassy Knoll, indicating, at least according to our other two authors here, that somebody was shooting from there, and it may have been Rosco White. Like Rosco White said, that's what he did. And there's a bullet hole in the back of his skull that was shot prior to the other two in front and right front, and which was blown out from the North Grassy Knoll, and that back of his head. We are now finding out that not only did the doctors at Parkland see this, but the doctors at Bethesda saw it also. So we are looking at lies after lie after lie after lie and trying to figure out what the truth is. I firmly believe that these doctors, these three people that went in and found out the x-rays of President Kennedy's head, that he was shot at least 3 times in the head. Those are all kill shots. Well, he was also hit in the throat from the front. And that shot, we believe, came from the South Grassy Knoll, but more particular from the wing of the concrete fence, and either standing in front of a railroad switching box, or laying down on that concrete wing with the rifle through there and had JFK coming toward him.
That's where it lines up, right?
And that's exactly where it lines up. And the basis for this, we have to use the Zapruder film, even though that some of you may think, and it could be, that the film has been altered. And if it has been altered, well, then, it'd be thrown out of a court of law. But at the same time, we have to have a base plat in order to be able to say, okay, this is where his head was at this particular time. So we use Zapruder frame 312. At least 312.
We're showing 3 entrance wounds from the front from your mannequin there from November, and you have just explained them, obviously,
Yes.
And so just in case anybody needs to, for reference, it's there, in the chat.
Yeah, and go ahead and copy that down. I think that'd be fantastic.
It's there.
Thanks, Larry. And here's the other thing. Chesser and Mantic looked at the throat wound and basically said that this is an entrance wound, what the doctors at Parkland already said. The problem was when they looked at the wound, there was no metallic substance around it. So they sat there going, okay, well, we now know with some of the documentation that's coming out that the driver said bullets were coming from the front. One of them went right through the windshield. We also know that from the assistant driver, Greer was the driver and Kellerman was the assistant driver, and he was the one that was in charge of the motorcade for the most part in the presidential vehicle. He said the last shot that hit JFK was an upward shot. And I'm sitting there going, upward shot? So where would an upward shot come from? Well, okay. When I pointed this out to these guys, they said, well, you're looking at maybe, I said, where? On the corner of the fence on the grassy knoll that intersects the fence with the concrete bridge up there, railroad bridge. I said, it's an upward shot. That's a downward shot. Upward shot would be from the drainage gutter. Okay. And that's where we're pinpointing that. Did that happen? I don't know. But according to the physics that we're putting into place, that would have been the shot. Now, they said that they traced that bullet when it went in. Okay. And this is the bullet that went into the okay, let me back up a little bit so I can at least get this to you. The bullet that hit JFK in the throat was not a bullet at all. They said it had no metallic substance in it. So basically, and I have to ask my people in the audience, I said, do you know of what was bulletproof in the presidential limousine? And they said, my God, the bubble top. I said, the bubble top wasn't bulletproof and it wasn't even on. But I said, the only thing that's bulletproof in 1963 in that car were the tires. Okay. Now, the bullet that went through the glass, okay, was found in the back seat of that limousine when the doctors asked several other doctors to go down in the limousine and bring forth any metallic substance, bullet fragments, bone, whatever, and they brought it up. Dr. White brought that up. When he brought it up, he gave them a bullet that was intact, but it was bent. And we believe that that bent bullet went through the windshield. It dissipated and fell into the back seat, but took the glass from the windshield, projected its physics onto that glass, and hit JFK in the throat from a left to right angle, almost at a zero trajectory, and hit him in the throat and embedded itself into the apex or the top of the right lung, which was removed by the doctors at Bethesda. Now, when you start to look at this, you're looking at shots that were never fired from, or at least were not fired from the sixth floor of the Texas School Book Depository building, but were fired from in front, right front, and behind. Now, behind where? Texas School Book Depository is anywhere from 60 to 45 degrees on the run as the limousine is going downward. So we're looking at something probably maybe 3, 4, or 5 degrees at an angle, and it could be the first floor, second floor, or maybe even and I know Gary Shaw brought this out, and the reason I bring this out is because I've always thought about what Gary said. He says, there's a laundry truck parked there on Elm Street, and that would be a perfect trajectory to fire from within that laundry truck on top, where you have all the it's covered with towels and everything else. So this is how I start my program. And do you think I have people's attention? I do. And they go, can you continue on? I said, well, we got another hour and 15 minutes. Can you hang with me? I said, I'll give you a bathroom break and we'll go from there. But this is what I am starting out, and this is what I tried to show them. And again, I have 62 books that I recommend that they read. And none of them, since I'm on a library tour, none of those books are in the libraries that I visit. And I wonder why. Okay. I'm gonna fade out of here a little bit, and
I just want to very shortly say here, 4 names here: Penn Jones, Jim Garrison, Vincent Salandria, and John Judge. What did they have in common? That the shot came from the storm drain.
The storm drain, right? And I know Brian and I would go round and round saying there would be no way that we could put a sniper inside there. And I go, why? How about a guy that's five?
No, not now. After they altered the.
Oh yeah.
Of course, I'm talking about 1963. Okay?
Yeah. Well, back in 1963, we were just introduced to a guy that was 4'9".
Well, John Judge said when he started going there and working with Penn Jones, when he got in there into that manhole, uncover and get in there, he would go all the way up to his armpits. And then and then afterwards, he would only get there down to his waist, his belly. And I mean, okay, so what's going on here?
Absolutely, and the other thing too, Larry, is that when we took students down there for 35 years, Brian would always go over, pull up the manhole cover, and jump in. And you know how big Brian is. And he would get in there, and they all looked. Now, the first time I was actually introduced to that, I was with Penn Jones in about 1970.
Excellent.
And I had read all of Penn Jones's books. He took me down to Dealey Plaza, and I'm looking up on the fence line. And he looks at me and he goes, "What in the hell are you looking up on the fence line for?" He says, "The fatal shot came from here." He reaches down, little old Penn Jones Jr. reaches down, pulls the manhole cover up and jumps in.
5'4", all 5'4" of them.
You darn right. So that's how I was introduced to that. And I'll tell you what, it's been in my mind ever since. And what is compelling this is the X-rays that Dr. Mantic, Dr. Chesser, and Professor Horn have brought out. And not only have they brought that out, but Larry Rivera has brought that out in several of his first books that he put out. So I'm going to end right there. Some of you will probably have questions, but at the same time, keep them going, guys. This is what I'm doing right now with my library tour.
All right. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Casey? We've got about 5 minutes before we move into David Denton and Matt Armstrong's Texas Connection presentations. If not, you can always put them in the comment section in the chat log, and Casey can answer those back for you. Or we may have some time during the open discussion after the Texas Connection segment. With that, I am going to now move into Professor Denton, who's now sitting at his college office. And
Can you hear me, Dave?
yeah, go ahead, Dave. Let's see if you can share your screen and that presentation.
Yeah, we might have to do some adjustments here, so let's start that process.
All right.
I am hitting share and
there you go.
Can you see my slides here?
Yeah, you need to click on the slideshow tab and then play from the beginning.
Go full slide.
Yep.
Hey, looks like it's going to be pretty easy. Okay. All right. So, how we doing here? Can we see that pretty well?
Here's what I want you to do. Those two X's, I want you to hit those two X's on the right side.
Two X's on the right side.
Yeah, where it says protected view and updates available, just click X on those.
Okay.
To the right.
Me up here?
No, not that. That'll close out your presentation. There's two little X's on those yellow tab lines that are popped up there.
I don't see the X's. I see it says protected view.
Yeah, just take that window and drag it over because you're probably being it's probably being hidden by the videos on the right side. So just drag that whole window over just a little bit.
You can click on the X. Actually, you want.
Now you should be able to see the X there, Dave.
Yeah, I just get out of this, right? No.
No, you can close that one out if you need to.
All right. Well, let's try again. All right. Where'd I go here? All right. Now we're back to where we were. Can you?
Yeah. Now if you can go to slideshow, you may have to close those X's before you can open up the slideshow. But go up to slideshow and then see if you can play from the beginning. It's the far left tab.
Yeah, I mean, over here can you see this over here?
Yeah, click on the one that says yeah, just double click on the box you got highlighted there and see if that pops up in a full screen.
I'm not sure what you're saying about double click. Where am I at here?
You see where the number 2 slide is? See if you can double click that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not going to do it. You're going to have to go up to the slideshow there on your toolbar. Click the slideshow the tab now. Go over there where it says from beginning.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not doing it. Damn it. Okay. on those where it says protected view and updates available, far right, there's going to be 2 X's. You've got to close those before you can go into slideshow.
Oh, I see him. I got you.
Yeah, close both those out. Now go to slideshow and then current slide or from beginning, either one. You should be able to click on them now. You missed it just a hair. Go back up to slideshow. Now go over where it says current slide.
Still not seeing it?
No, you're in the you're in the main window. It's not in slideshow view right now.
Well,
we can still see it. You'll just have to go down and click on each one of them. Yeah, there you go. Just run it for like that.
We just want to go this way with the.
There's actually a little box right there that says slideshow, resume slideshow. Click in there and see if you can open up your slideshow.
Nothing happened.
Now, just run it like that. That'll be fine. We can see it.
You guys can see it?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'll just if I click over here.
Yeah, you'll have to click on each one of those windows. Each one of those
yeah, can you see that? Okay, I just flipped slides. No, you can't.
Nope, we're still on the interconnectivity.
You're seeing Gordon McClendon?
Yep.
All right, the problem is I have a 3-screen setup here and it's all over the place. I think that's the problem, what I have going on out here. So
that'll do it.
Well, I'll stick with this one in the middle and hopefully we can see all this, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna get started for better or worse here. Obviously you start talking about Texas, or Lyndon Johnson, or those folks around Lyndon Johnson. That's a sensitive subject matter. There's a lot of folks that don't want to go there, and that's understanding. I'm skeptical in some ways. I'm not trying to change any minds here in terms of potential complicity, and yet, you see things that, a lot of information that's hard to ignore, is hard to avoid. It's almost in terms of as I said, preponderance of circumstantial evidence, suspicious behavior, a collection of witnesses, though we can obviously attack the credibility of some of those witnesses, and I think some people do. And yet, it's again, as I said, I'm not trying to change any minds here. I'm just simply trying to lay out some things that are hard to ignore, I think, in ways. The gentleman following me, Matthew Armstrong, who's a professor from North Carolina A&T, has some good information in this respect too, and is going to be following up with that. And in fact, we had a conversation about this, and it's if we're in the JFK research field, we're considered to be fringe in some ways by a lot of folks to begin with. And, that step farther, if you start to look at what Ken Dallek said after The Guilty Men came out 20 years ago. I'm sure you might be familiar with that. My friend Ed Tatro was one of the key people on that, on the History Channel, caused an enormous amount of backlash when that came out. Ken Dallek, the historian, said it's, talked about it being horrifying to even suggest that a sitting president might have been somehow associated with the JFK assassination. And again, I get that. It's a place where a lot of folks have a difficult time going to. But I also think, you have to, you can also go to a place where and maybe we should, is just treat Johnson as a suspect and not someone who's on a pedestal or in a position. He obviously wasn't president of the United States when all this went down. One way or another, just look at the facts, look at the collection of facts and decide for yourself about certain things. I think maybe that's the best approach to take with all this. I'd like to start, before I get into my slides, I'd like to mention about just as, the idea about things being difficult to ignore. I like to talk about Joan Mellon. And of course, you guys are aware of Joan Mellon, an author who passed away recently. Certainly no proponent of anything associated with a Texas connections or Lyndon Johnson. In fact, she wrote the book Faustian Bargains, if you recall, about 10 years ago, attempting to debunk the whole Mac Wallace story. I'm not going to really even get into that. And yet, she did an interview after that book came out with, I think it was Alan Dale. You guys familiar with Alan probably. And, they were talking about how the ridiculous things out there in terms of Texas. And in that interview, and I listened to it twice. I had somebody else listen to it. Mellon made the comment saying during the course of her research, she said, I have a reliable witness that says that Lyndon Johnson had foreknowledge of the assassination. I just listened to that whole conversation, and Dale was kind of taken aback by that. And here's somebody that's really was trying to debunk that story. Obviously, she didn't include that information in her book. I still, to this day, I have no idea who she was talking about. I just thought it was interesting that she came across something in that respect. She came across other things in her research too. I want to get to later if I have time. But those are things to think about. I think we do need to look at the potential interconnectivity between the CIA and Texas. There are a lot of things there that when I say Texas in general, we're obviously looking at the Texas was the center of the military industrial complex. Obviously the Texas oil people, extreme radical right wings, many of them connected to Johnson or saw Johnson as their guy. And what are those connections? Let's start with this guy. There's not a lot in the new documents associated with this angle, but there's Gordon McClendon. And McClendon is certainly an interesting character. McClendon could be described as a media personality, a true Texas insider, very well connected with powerful people throughout the spectrum. It's also clear that Gordon McClendon knew Jack Ruby. In fact, I go down to the bottom of my slide there. According to author Seth Cantor, when Ruby was arrested, he shouted out for Gordon McClendon. An interesting take. We know that, speaking of connections, well, first of all, let's talk about the files. I did come across a 201 file on McClendon, meaning that, again, if those of you probably understand this already, what does a 201 file mean? It means that the CIA has operational interest in you. Doesn't mean you are officially a member or have joined in, but it means they have operational interest. They had operational interest in Gordon McClendon. In 1975, we know that McClendon and David Atlee Phillips from the CIA formed the Association of Former Intelligence Officers and were key in trying to shut down a lot of the House Select investigations, right? According to researcher Ed Tatro, on the day of the assassination, McClendon announced at work that he was going to go see the president get shot. I know Ruby made similar comments and, let's go see the fireworks. Interesting that they both may have made similar comments. But McClendon is certainly an interesting character in this. Okay, let's go on. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about Johnson and Johnson specifically. Again, this is a little bit more of what I just said, but this is a quote from my article I wrote a few years ago on Nexus, called Nexus, that the thought may be too much for many Americans to embrace this, but the fact of the matter is Johnson was in a unique position to have access to the machinery of government to complete this violent overthrow of a sitting president and control the cover-up afterwards. No one had more of an access to power, who had connections with J. Edgar Hoover, his next-door neighbor, his buddy, in terms of controlling evidence, connections to things on the ground in Dallas and Texas, and powerful people. again, that's not an indictment. That's not suggesting that he was involved, but it says he had access. And obviously, no one had any more means, motive, or opportunity in a lot of respect than Johnson. Johnson's the one more than anybody else was central to the cover up in terms of if you regard the Warren Commission as a cover up, and I think everybody here does, that's more than anybody else's responsibility of Lyndon Johnson. So anyway, let's go on here. I've thought about this too a lot. I mean, okay, when we start to look at folks who implicate someone in this whole story, for instance, I'm going to be talking about Bill Harvey tomorrow, and I'm absolutely convinced that Harvey had something to do with all these things. But how many people do we have that can actually implicate Bill Harvey? No, I mean, some of you guys could come up with some. The only person I can come up with is E. Howard Hunt, and of course we talked about that this morning about you have to be skeptical about Hunt's confession. He mentioned Harvey, but what else do we got? We don't. I mean, yet in the case of Lyndon Johnson, as I have put up here on the screen, we have a whole scorecard of people that somehow in some way implicated Johnson. And I understand that, can probably go point by point down through these people and attack their credibility. That's true. I mean, for instance, we could talk about Estes, and he was a crook and a con man. Madeline Brown. Some folks don't buy her story. E. Howard Hunt. I get that, all that. And if you had one or two of these folks in a court of law, I'm not a legal expert, but if you're trying to compile evidence against someone, you could probably attack those folks in terms of credibility. But what about when you have this compilation of people? Then suddenly the credibility thing, I think, lessens in a little bit. So let's go through some of these quickly. Obviously, Billy Sol Estes was a con man and Texas wheeler dealer involved with probably involved with the murder of a agriculture official, marshal in Texas. A lot in terms of he finds himself, ends up in jail. In the 1980s, and of course, let's point out that multiple folks have said, and even again, authors like Joan Mellon have admitted, Estes and Johnson had a crony relationship. Now, what does that mean? Well, Estes in the 1980s went before a grand jury in Texas in the murder of Marshall, and pointed the finger at Johnson and a lot of other folks. Who got Estes to do that? Well, that's the answer is the next person on my list, Clint Peoples. Peoples is another individual who absolutely believed that Johnson was involved in many ways. Clint Peoples was probably the most famous lawman and one of the most famous lawmen in Texas history, obviously a Texas Ranger. And I have some more on him in a little bit. Peoples is the guy that got Estes to come forward. Here's a quote from Peoples that I want to bring out. And although he doesn't mention Lyndon Johnson by name, it's obvious who he's talking about. People said, "Before I die, there will be one of the most jarring international scandals that ever been as a result of this investigation." A lot of people take the position, "Oh, well, he's already dead," or "Well, he's already out of office." And I say, the hell with that. Those people that got by with this need to be, if they're dead now, they still need to be exposed as a deterrent against further things like this. That's coming from Clint Peoples. More on Peoples in a moment. Madeline Brown, again, I'm sure many people are familiar with that story. She claimed that Johnson made comments about at the night before at a party and about that the CIA was involved, so on and so on. They won't have to worry about the Kennedys anymore. Again, I think you're probably aware of that story. E. Howard Hunt. What does he have to say about it? Well, again, Hunt is a person we obviously have to look at in terms of skepticism. I mean, to say the least. I mean, he was a liar. He was the CIA, a con man. And yeah, you can make some arguments at the end of his life, like I think Larry mentioned that, dementia possibly there might have been part of, what part is the confession or whatever you want to call it. I would invite people to watch there's video on Hunt's so-called confession. And I will say this, whether you believe him or not, I think he's lucid when he's making those comments. I would say that. He described, he discussed a conspiracy with Johnson at the top of the food chain, so to speak. Take it for what it's worth. A few years ago, I came across and talked to one Gordon Ferry. Some of you folks might be of knowledge in terms of Ferry and his story. I've written extensively about him. Ferry could be described as a true insider in the military-industrial complex. He had a security clearance. He was on the detail of protection of the president at a very young age. He was a sharpshooter. And Ferry knew one Elliot Janeway. He involved in a lot of things in terms of, as I said, the military-industrial complex as he got older. And Janeway, according to Ferry, of course, Elliot Janeway was a economic advisor, a key Democratic figure close to Johnson. He suggests that Janeway confided in him that the night before the assassination that he met with Johnson and John Conley and in effect green-lighted the assassination. Now, again, that's hearsay. How much credence do we put in that story? I will say this, Ferry's, he's been around, he's made statements about a lot of things, some you might agree or disagree with. But I've looked at Ferry's bona fides. I've interviewed him for 30 hours. I think his bona fides are legitimate. His statements about Janeway, well, you take it for what it's worth. We know that Janeway was going on hang on a second, folks. I've got a whole bunch of people outside my office. Can I just hold just a minute, Dave?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Tremendous guy, Gordon Ferry,
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, I'm sorry, folks. I had about 50 students outside my door there on a Saturday afternoon. I didn't expect that to happen. All right. So let's talk more about Janeway. We also know that Janeway did, in fact, go on this kind of strange, shall we say, tour of investment houses in the spring of 1963, where he appeared to give some sort of canned speech to everyone that he went to about how bad the Kennedys were for America and the economics of the future. And then I've read this about someone who said it afterwards, after the assassination, one of the folks who heard that speech remembered immediately, go back to that, how strange that Janeway was going around bad-mouthing the Kennedys prior to in the spring of 1963. Gordon Ferry, in the course of my interviews with him over time, did not come out with another thing, which is kind of even, I think, finding me more incredible. Again, you can take it for what it's worth. I'm only passing on information here. Another element to that meeting that supposedly happened at the Hotel Texas the night before the assassination. He also said that one Clint Peoples showed up for that meeting. The Texas Ranger that I mentioned earlier, who was doggedly pursuing Johnson's potential involvement. And I thought, that's crazy. But when I started to look about it, that Ferry said, apparently Peoples had gotten some inkling of information. There might be something going on, and it may well have confronted Johnson with the possibility of that. And my good friend Ed Tatro, of course, probably knows about as much about this as anyone, said, yeah, I have a reliable witness. He wouldn't say who it was because they don't want to be anonymous. It suggested the same thing, that that Peoples may have showed up in a meeting like that. So take it for what it's worth. What about Richard Nixon? We know Roger Stone, Mr. Flamboyant, wrote a book a few years ago suggesting that Nixon intimated the involvement of Johnson. Take that. And how about the KGB? I mean, it's discussing new documents. We know in the first batch that came out, one of the things that came out is that the KGB believed the ultra right wing and Lyndon Johnson, I'm quoting that, were involved in the assassination. And that's not stuff that the KGB put out as propaganda. I think that's kind of what they were arriving at. Evelyn Lincoln, JFK's secretary, I think you folks have probably seen that. The statements she's made or put on paper to different letters saying, her suspects as JFK's secretary at the top of the list, she had Lyndon Johnson. And one of the latest things that come out that's probably most interesting in terms of new evidence, and I'm sure some of you folks are aware of that, the audio tape of supposedly Cliff Carter, and this has just come out in the last couple of years, correct? Cliff Carter, LBJ advisor, and Billy Soestes discussing the assassination that I believe is Estes' grandson has possession of that audio recording where they're discussing the assassination and LBJ's involvement. Now, again, I refer to my friend Ed Tatro in this respect because Ed knew Billy Soestes very well. I mean, he interviewed him multiple times on the phone, in person. And Ed's told me recently, he's listened to that recording, and he says that is absolutely Billy Soestes on that audio recording. My friend David Knight here and I have discussed this about, what if a good thing would be if we could, there's technology available to possibly time date that if we got possession of that. I don't know whether anybody could get to those folks who have that in terms of that recording, but Ed believes that Carter and Estes were basically covering their ass on that audio tape recording, that they were, purposely talking about Johnson to, leaving themselves out of it, which probably would sound appropriate, I think. So there's a long list of folks here. Again, you can break these things down. You can point by point discredit so-and-so, this person. But the compilation here, that's what I have a difficult time avoiding. The number of folks or the number of angles and directions we get this information from. Okay? All right, so let's see what else I've got here. I've already shown that. And Johnson's behavior, but in a lot of this stuff, we don't have time or detail to cover through all this, but there are a lot of suspicious things in terms of, Johnson and what he did before and after, his connections. Who lured Kennedy to Dallas? Well, that was primarily John Conley in the spring of 1963, a close, friend of Lyndon Johnson, who did a lot in terms of trying to get JFK in Dallas. And in fact, we also have the story where he actually intimidated JFK's front man, Jerry Bruno, and to intimidate him into, hey, you have to have this at the Trade Mart or don't bother to come to Dallas, which of course puts him in the direction where he can go through Dealey Plaza. You can take that for what it's worth. And I think, and obviously, Johnson had a crony relationship with D.H. Byrd, the guy who owned the Texas School Book Depository. I mean, you talk about a nexus or a central point in terms of looking at the whole JFK story, regardless of who you want to look at. I think you got to start with the D.H. Byrd. One of the starting points should be D.H. Byrd and the Texas School Book Depository, simply because the man who owned this building, the man who did in effect, or his people hired, who, took possession of that building a few months prior, actually, and then hired Lee Harvey Oswald. The connections are endless there. Obviously, crony relationship with Lyndon Johnson. I'm actually taking this from David Talbot's book. D.H. Byrd belonged to the powerful Suite 8F group of right-wing Texas tycoons and folks connected in the military industrial complex. Well, so D.H. Byrd was connected there too. Brown and Root was the powerful operation connected to Lyndon Johnson as well. By the way, also piece of information in that respect, Joan Mellon, again, who writing her book, she didn't bother to put this in either, but in the course of that interview that I discussed earlier, she mentioned the fact that Brown and Root was totally infiltrated with CIA people. So if you're looking for that interconnectivity, which I think we need to do in Texas and the Central Intelligence Agency, there's that. D.H. Byrd was close friends with one of the biggest haters of the Joint Chiefs, Curtis LeMay. D.H. Byrd was hanging out with Otto Skorzeny, the Nazi that obviously Casey Quinlan could have a lot to tell you about. So there's just a lot of things there that obviously, the Civil Air Patrol, that Oswald was part of. Well, D.H. Byrd started that. So these are, tentacles, if you will, or, I always say all these people are a 1 degree of separation from Lee Harvey Oswald. Byrd hired him, or Byrd hired Oswald. Byrd was connected with all these people. Again, can we ignore that? Maybe that's all just a coincidence. Back to these things. I mean, the fact that Emory Roberts, the Secret Service agent, the whole Palomera stuff, where Roberts is the guy ordering agents off the car. Well, he was close to Lyndon Johnson. Okay. And you can look at Johnson's blind ambition to be President of the United States, his amoral character. Multiple psychologists have suggested that Johnson was psychotic, that he was narcissistic, nonstop liar. George Reedy made the comments as press secretary that the biggest victim of the Johnson Whopper was Johnson himself. He believed anything he said. I mean, those are all just threads of things that lead us in that direction a little bit. So my purpose was more than anything else to bring these things out as a suggestion that they are difficult to ignore. One of the things that I also want to bring out, and we've looked at this before. I'm going to skip over the wagon board stuff. I mean, Wagon Board worked for Life magazine. They were doing an expose on Johnson. They were closing in on Johnson because of the multiple scandals that Johnson was involved with Billy Solestes and Bobby Baker. Their intentions were, according to Wagon Board Time Life, was to bring Johnson down. And Wagon Board suggested the person feeding them information was Bobby Kennedy. Tremendous info to bring Johnson down. They wanted Lyndon Johnson off the ticket and in jail. Those are stark differences, in terms of motivation. When you look at a situation where you are going to be president of the United States, or are you going to be off the ticket and in jail? What does that mean? I mean, those are questions to ponder. I bring up this document. I have before, and a lot of people have questioned this document. And my problem I have with it is that I came across it, others have as well, at a time where I was dealing with a lot of other documents coming out of the National Archives. And I kind of forgot about it and tried to come back to it. And I've been unable to get its point of origin. In other words, I thought it came out of the National Archives, but when I went back, it wasn't there. I have not been able to track down its origin point. I still bring it up because I think there's a good chance it's very legitimate. I believe, again, I've had some people check on that Malcolm Blunt and Walt Brown are two people who believe the document is legitimate. If that gives you any legitimacy to it, I don't know. What does it say? And you can't read it very well, but this comes out in February of 1964. The fact that Lyndon Johnson confiscated Bobby Baker's file from the Department of Justice while Bobby Baker was on a trip abroad. to make a file of Baker disappear. I mean, what was Johnson trying to cover up there? Okay. And here's another one. This one I did come across, and I think in the Black Vault, I think it's where an origin point, a document from 1965 associated with Billy Sol Estes. Now, the names are redacted. I know you can't see it very well, but you almost have to assume it's somebody, probably it's an FBI document, somebody associated close to Johnson. Who else would have the agenda to do this inside the government? That somebody contacted the office advising, claiming he was on a mission designed to get Estes out on bond and off the hook, and all charges pending against him infinitely delayed. So again, was Johnson involved in covering up the scandals that he was still implicated with? Now, I've had discussion with some folks that, hey, maybe those investigations didn't just go away when Johnson became president, but Johnson was insulated after he became president of the United States. Time Life dropped their investigation after Johnson became president of the United States, and even stated, we don't want to assassinate another president. So Time Life just dropped everything in terms of their approach to Johnson. What about John Connally? Well, I've already mentioned a couple things here. I think Gary Shaw, our good friend, I don't know if Gary's still here, came up with this thing on a drifter named Whitey Estes, who apparently in 1978 walked into an FBI office and stated he worked for Jack Ruby's Carousel Club in '63 prior to the assassination. And he claimed at one point to have seen Ruby, Oswald, and John Connally together at one point. What does that mean? Well, that's just another thread of evidence, that to take to believe or disbelieve. Okay. What about, I brought up this story in Kansas City a little bit when we had our thing there with Dave Knight's deal a couple years ago. And strange. It's an anecdotal story. It's a story about in the area where I live. I live in southeastern Illinois. About 45 minutes from me to the heart of the state of Illinois is Effingham, Illinois. Interesting community, to say the least. I ran into some folks that lived in that area, and nobody that's had any interest with the JFK assassination or any agenda, just average folks. And I was told a story that after the assassination, if you know anything about Central Illinois, it's oil country. There's a lot of oil, not like Texas, but a lot of oil rigs and oil, especially 60, 70 years ago. And there was an oil, be described as an oil patch outside of Effingham, about 10 miles away. It's a little town called St. Elmo, Illinois. And apparently, according to the story, people said that after the assassination, FBI agents appeared at this oil rig or wherever these people were at and said to keep their damn mouths shut about Jack Ruby being there. Like, I mean, what? Ruby in Illinois on an oil patch? But let's point out that H.L. Hunt, obviously another key figure in big Texas oil man, Kennedy hater, obviously on the periphery of all these things, owned a lot of property in Illinois, especially around Effingham, that in all probability, he probably owned that oil rig. And we know that Jack Ruby probably visited Hunt's office on the day of the assassination, knew Ruby, or knew Hunt. And here's another thing to consider. Ruby is a Chicago mobster. Another thing I found out and discovered is that Effingham, Illinois, was a kind of a getaway resort area for the Chicago mob. Big play. They have a lake there, Lake Sarah, where apparently mobsters own territory. They come down and, again, Jack Ruby, mob. Is there some kind of nexus here, in Effingham, Illinois, between Hunt, the mob, Ruby, very interesting stuff. I mean, whether Ruby was actually in Illinois or not, what was the extent of that? More threats. Don Reynolds, and I'm not going to get too deep into this because my time's running short here, but Reynolds was a guy that was actually testifying about the corrupted relationship between Lyndon Johnson and Bobby Baker at the very day of the assassination, so on and so on. Okay. The Del Charro Hotel, owned by powerful oil magnate Clint Murchison. And I know you probably can't see that very well. I didn't do a good job with this, but a lot of folks have reported on this about how this hotel was a meeting place for some of the most powerful people in America, oil people, Hoover, Nixon, mobsters, all showed up in this place. It was kind of a congruent place and something to think about as well. And I think most of you are familiar with in the first wave of documents that came out, one of the things we found out is the mayor of Dallas, Earl Cabell, again, let's go back to the 201 file. We know Cabell was under suspicion. We know that Jim Garrison actually contemplated prosecuting Cabell for changing the parade route. Author Phil Nelson said that, that Cabell was in with all the Dallas crowd, as you might suspect. And of course, his brother was CIA. Well, now we know, as a matter of fact, that Cabell was a contract agent of the CIA, the mayor of Dallas at the time of the assassination. I invite you folks to one thing to look at in some of the declassifications that came out. And again, this is some of the earlier files that came out in 17, 18, 19, in that range. But there's an FBI interview of Earl Cabell that's online. And one of the interesting things that came out in that interview was the FBI asked Cabell Cabell apparently made a trip to a governor's conference. I know it might have been Chicago. I'm not sure where it was at. Not really important. I think it was a couple of months before the assassination. And the FBI agent asked Cabell, "Did you discuss JFK's arrival coming to Dallas at that governor's convention?" And Cabell made the statement. He said, "I did not know that JFK was coming to Dallas." I read that like 3 times. I'm like, seriously, you're telling the FBI that you didn't know the president of the United States was coming to Dallas? I mean, I wonder what else he was lying about in that document, but interesting stuff. Again, threads, if you will. Okay. Johnson and cover up. I want to speak, and I'm going to wrap this thing up, Dave. I know I'm probably running a couple minutes over here, but I think this is important that a narrative being established. One of the things that came out in the 26 documents was a statement by J. Edgar Hoover. The public must be satisfied that Oswald acted alone, basically. And yet we already knew that Nick Katzenball, the Attorney General, that's been out there for 30 years, said the same thing. The public must be satisfied. Oswald acted alone. Bill Moyers, Johnson's underling, if you will, apparently made one of the same statements. In other words, a narrative was being established shortly after the assassination that Oswald had acted alone. That's the nature of a cover-up. And I juxtapose that with one of the most significant and important documents that came out associated with the JFK assassination that came out in 1993, coming out of the LBJ library. And I'm sure many of you are familiar with that, which is an audio tape of Johnson and J. Edgar Hoover talking about Oswald in Mexico City. And Hoover is telling Johnson, this was before Oswald was even dead, that the guy we have in custody is not the same guy that was appearing on audio and visual, information that we had from looking at the embassies down there in Mexico City, that we have this information that somebody was impersonating Lee Harvey Oswald. So the point here is that, at the very least, Johnson and Hoover knew something was going on. Within hours of the assassination, they knew there was more to this story, that Oswald wasn't a lone nut. And yet they were promoting this cover-up from the get-go. And I think that's something that folks have long since, I would close with this, that regardless of what your position is or how you see Johnson and the compilation of evidence out there and the credibility of it, I think there's almost a unanimous belief among the research community, understandably so, that Johnson was involved in the cover-up of the assassination. I mean, that's clear. I mean, and I've always asked the question from a rational standpoint is why? Why would Johnson risk his entire presidency by covering up the crime of the century if he had nothing to hide? I think that's a good question. Now, some people might say, well, he's, the whole World War III scenario, he's laying on Earl Warren. We got the Russian people find out that, we nuclear war. And I think that's BS. No, you might not, but I'll just leave it with that. I felt like there's again a compilation of evidence here that things that are hard to ignore. You can be skeptical about it all. And frankly, some of this stuff I am as well, in terms of credibility. And yet, here we are with this, we are confronted with this. And so I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to, Matt, are you available? I told Dave I would go ahead and just go right to my friend Matt Armstrong. Matt, are you available?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. I'd like for you to just go ahead and then we can, whatever questions we might have. Dave, do you think I should go ahead and open up some questions, or should you want me to go ahead and just go to Matt? I mean, how you want to go here, Dave?
Whichever you'd like to do, Dave.
Well, we're running probably a bit over, so let's get Matt on here. Matt Armstrong is an excellent author and researcher, a professor from North Carolina A&T, and he is going to continue the conversation. I think he has some new information that he's looked to, and with respect to some of the Texas connections. So, without further ado, Matt Armstrong, take it up, Matt.
Hey, Matt, go ahead and share your screen.
Thank you, David. All right, so how do I do that, David? I've got a PowerPoint presentation here. Do I just go to share?
Yep, go to share, and then you'll click on the PowerPoint presentation from there.
Yes. It says allow Zoom Workplace to share your screen. Open system settings.
Click that and see what happens with it. That should allow you to share.
Okay, then it takes me into system settings. Yeah, well, I'll just talk. For whatever reason, there seems to be an obstacle. So thank you, guys. Thank you to the JFK Historical Group for having me. And David, thank you for that fascinating talk and for everything I've learned here today. I'd never heard of the Coon Creek Club for today, among many other things. So I'm going to give a paper that comes from an investigative memoir that I'm publishing through Covert Action Press next year. And the name of the book is Murder Most Foul. The name of the paper is Murder Most Foul, Sandy Shapiro and the Fact Pattern of Captured Counsel in the Assassinations of the 1960s. So I interviewed Barb McClellan, Lyndon Johnson's lawyer, one of Johnson's lawyers, in June of 2024. McClellan, who indicts Johnson as a participant in the plot to kill JFK, has appeared on the History Channel and C-SPAN to talk about his law firm's role in the Kennedy assassination. McClellan situates that firm, Clark, Thomas, and Winters, at the center of the conspiracy. At the end of our 2-hour conversation, McClellan revealed to me an important new disclosure in the case, a name that I had never before encountered in the literature of the JFK assassination: Sandy Shapiro. The big one, I guess, was Sandy Shapiro, McClellan told me. Now, and I saw that Larry just interjected that McClellan is not credible, but anybody can look up this claim about Sandy Shapiro. It's out there for anybody to find. The big one, I guess, was Sandy Shapiro, McClellan told me, when he, Shapiro, said, well, we can't let Barr know about these things. Who was Sandy Shapiro, and why was Shapiro the big one? Sandy Shapiro, and again, anybody can look this up, worked at Clark, Thomas, and Winters, a firm that would later become known as Clark, Thomas, Winters, and Shapiro. Shapiro was the first tax attorney in the history of Austin, Texas, and he worked not only for the firm that represented Lyndon Johnson, but also the firm that defended Joe Tannehill. Shapiro himself defended Joe Tannehill. Who was Joe Tannehill? I know many of you know, but for those who don't, Tannehill, whose name is all over the JFK files, was a 300-pound wrestler whose father-in-law was a Texas congressman responsible for blocking the legislation of a young JFK in the 1950s. Tannehill was also part of the chaotic and protean defense team for Jack Ruby and Ruby's trial for the murder of Lee Harvey Oswald. Tannehill, who believed the JFK assassination was a function of conspiracy and was the man who arranged for the journalist Dorothy Kilgallen to meet with Ruby just before Ruby and Kilgallen died premature deaths, passed away in 2001. However, before his death, Tannehill told journalist Seth Cantor that Ruby could have been used and that he believed the Dallas police had to be in on it in reference to the murder of Oswald. Sandy Shapiro, who died on February 12, 2024, just months before my conversation with McClellan, defended Tannehill, and again, anybody can look this up. This is public information. Defended Tannehill in a July 1970 tax fraud case, United States of America versus Tannehill. It's actually a kind of famous case. It was first launched in 1962, the year before the JFK assassination, which raises at least two questions. How did Lyndon Johnson's firm come to defend this compromised man? And does this instance of compromised counsel represent a fact pattern in the history of the assassinations of the 1960s? The surest way to control an investigation is to control the investigators, i.e., the lawyers. Barr McClellan doesn't have all the answers when it comes to questions about LBJ, the CIA, and Israel, or the mafia. But a pattern emerges when one studies all of the lawyers in these cases. A fact pattern appears when one engages the insider accounts and the primary documents that map the story of the JFK assassination and the killings that followed, namely those of JFK's brother, Robert F. Kennedy, and the civil rights leader, Martin Luther King Jr. Specifically, the account of John Carrington, the attorney for H.L. Hunt, is quite illuminating. I think I've got so I don't have my PowerPoint. Here's a little visual. For those of you who haven't read it, this is H.L. Hunt, Motive and Opportunity, which came out in 2018. And according to Carrington and James W. Douglas in the recent Martyrs to the Unspeakable, the defense teams of James Earl Ray, Martin Luther King Jr.'s alleged assassin, and Sirhan, Robert F. Kennedy's ostensible killer, demonstrate a pattern of compromise and capture during this exigent moment in American history, a pattern that ties the killings to the social network of Lyndon Johnson. Like Percy Foreman defending Ray, Grant Cooper was compromised by his ties to the mafia and the CIA in a 1968 case involving Maurice Friedman, a Las Vegas developer who served as a frontman for the mob's hidden casino ownership. Like Foreman defending Ray and Cooper defending Sirhan, Tannehill's defense of Ruby was notoriously shoddy, corrupt, and revealing of the deep politics behind the assassinations of the 1960s. Curington sees the hand of Hunt in this pattern of captured counsel, and Hunt was, of course, one of President Johnson's closest allies. At Mr. Hunt's instruction, Curington wrote, of the time shortly after the King assassination, I traveled to call on Percy Foreman with a briefcase and laid it on the desk in front of him. I have 125,000 reasons why James Earl Ray should plead guilty to killing Martin Luther King, I said. Curington, who in his memoir leaves out the fact that Foreman also briefly defended Jack Ruby alongside Tannehill, Hubert Winston Smith, and Melvin Belli, describes H.L. Hunt commanding him, Curington, to locate another intermediary, Mark Deering, to make a similar payoff 4 to 6 weeks after the assassination of RFK in California. Was Hunt the richest man in America in 1963 and the largest supporter for the John Birch Society and the neo-fascist paramilitary force known as the Minutemen, also the paymaster for the defense of Jack Ruby and Joe Tannehill? Was Hunt a key proxy for Lyndon Johnson in his efforts to defeat his political opponents, if by defeat one means murder? Listen to the voice of Jack Ruby from the Warren Report. I don't think I will get a fair representation with my counsel, Joe Tannehill. I don't think so. I would like to request that I go to Washington and take all the tests that I have to take. It is very important. Jack Ruby, who repeatedly pinned the JFK assassination on Lyndon Johnson in both letters and video, is begging Supreme Court Chief Justice Earl Warren to transport him to Washington, D.C. so he, Ruby, can take a lie detector test and tell the truth far away from threats native to Lyndon Johnson's home state, Texas. Ruby's pleas, however, fell on deaf ears. The assassin of JFK's ostensible killer never traveled to D.C. Ruby, who was treated while in custody by famous CIA LSD doctor Jolly West, who was a contact of both Tannehill and Hubert Winston Smith, died in 1967, right after getting his initial conviction overturned on appeal. But in a 1966 letter about the Kennedy killing, Ruby wrote, "There's only one kind of people that would do such a thing. That would have to be the Nazis, and that is who is in power in this country right now." Who did Ruby mean when he said Nazi? In 1966, the President of the United States, Lyndon Johnson, was a good friend of neo-fascist paymaster H.L. Hunt. They were such good friends that Hunt shared Johnson's box at the 1960 Democratic National Convention, where Johnson was defeated in his bid for the presidency by John F. Kennedy. The binary mind has a hard time reckoning with the notion of a neo-fascist Democrat who passes civil rights legislation and loathes his own party more than the opposition, or the idea that one who is hired to defend a defendant might be working against that very individual for a larger entity. More research is needed in this area of Ruby, his compromised defense, and LBJ's neo-fascist social network as it branches out into the latter half of the 1960s. But in the JFK story and Cold War history, where artificial division, censorship, and binary thinking has been the systemic model of suppression for years, Sandy Shapiro's story reveals yet another connection between the worlds of Lyndon Johnson and the worlds of the JFK assassination conspiracy. Sandy Shapiro served a unique function as counsel for Joe Tannehill, while working for the legal team of Lyndon Johnson at a moment in history where when Bar McClellan was still at the firm and President Johnson was still alive. Shapiro defended Tannehill. And by doing so, Shapiro gained access to Tannehill's thoughts and files, the primary documents that mapped his life. Like McClellan himself, Shapiro entered a relationship of attorney-client privilege that generally seals the lips of counsel until the concerned parties go to the grave. Sandy Shapiro, Grant Cooper, Percy Foreman, Jack Ruby, Joe Tannehill, James Earl Ray, John Curington, Lee Harvey Oswald, John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr., and Lyndon Johnson have all now gone to the grave. But Bar McClellan lives. And the fact pattern he helps reveal raises a troubling question that builds on what David was talking about in his presentation. If the compromised attorneys from the cases connected to the assassinations of the 1960s all come from Lyndon Johnson's social network, is there credible evidence to pin the assassination on LBJ himself? Well, on October 5th, a member of the JFK Historical Group, longtime JFK assassination researcher Robert Morrow, asked X's artificial intelligence application Grok, did Lyndon Johnson orchestrate the JFK assassination? Grok answered, there is no credible evidence that Lyndon B. Johnson orchestrated the assassination of John F. Kennedy. The official investigation conducted by the Warren Commission concluded that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone in assassinating JFK on November 22, 1963, in Dallas, Texas. The Commission's report, based on extensive FBI and Secret Service investigations, found no conspiracy involving Johnson or any other government officials. Grok's response to Morrow deserves a human response. Therefore, it is the mission of this human being and this paper to apply critical thinking and human intelligence to Morrow's question. So in closing, I will attempt to answer Morrow's query about Lyndon Johnson's role in the JFK assassination with two core concepts: consilience and primary documents, and 10 evidentiary exhibits, and thereby prove that there is indeed credible evidence and a credible fact pattern indicating that Lyndon Johnson orchestrated the assassination of John F. Kennedy. And this article, what I'm reading from, has been published by Covert Action Magazine, if anybody wants to read along. Let it first be stated that Lyndon Johnson is dead and will therefore never receive a trial in the murder of John F. Kennedy. The standard of evidence in this case is not refers to strong historical conclusions that can be achieved when proofs from multiple independent and unrelated sources converge on a particular point, acting as a credible test of truth for a theory. What proofs constitute the highest form of historical evidence? Primary documents. Primary documents or first-hand accounts or artifacts are the gold standard of history. There may be no smoking gun in the story of the JFK assassination, but these 10 documents, supplementing the fact pattern of captured counsel just presented, represent a fact pattern of credible primary data pointing to Lyndon Johnson as the decisive participant in the plot to kill JFK. Now, the 10 documents which I had on a PowerPoint slide are as follows: the Zapruder film, the December 1st, 1966 FBI KGB memo. Third is the 2004 recorded and written confession of E. Howard Hunt, which David referred to in his presentation. The fourth is the 1967 JFK file labeled CIA Dimensions of Brown and Root. The fifth is print 29 from the Texas School Book Depository, a very contentious exhibit. The sixth is the August 9th, 1984 letter from Douglas Caddy to Stephen S. Trott. Seventh is the Texas School Book Depository building itself. The eighth is the 1965 Jack Ruby confession. The ninth is the 1963 Evelyn Lincoln list, which David also referred to. And the 10th is the Cliff Carter tape, which David also mentioned, which is certainly one of the most recent documents to drop here to this community. First primary document is the 8mm home movie of the JFK assassination the Dallas dressmaker Abraham Zapruder took on November 22, 1963. The Zapruder film, although contested on multiple grounds, like every piece of evidence in this debate, is without question the most famous and credible primary document in the Kennedy case. For the purposes of proving Lyndon Johnson orchestrated the assassination, the Zapruder film makes two things irrefutably clear. JFK assassination took place in Texas, and at least one shot came from the front or side, demonstrating conspiracy. If the assassination had taken place in Chicago, Miami, or Tampa, where other conspiracies were detected by the Secret Service and FBI, we would be having a different conversation today. But the successful plot took place in Texas, home state of Lyndon Johnson, the most powerful politician in that region, and a man with a well-documented desire to become president. Therefore, based on location, means, motive, and opportunity, Lyndon Johnson is now, at the very least, a credible suspect in the murder of John F. Kennedy. Second significant primary document is the 12-166 letter/memo from J. Edgar Hoover, director of the FBI, to Marvin Watson, a special assistant to Lyndon Johnson. Hoover's memo describes a source within the Soviet Union. This source disclosed to the FBI that the KGB at that time, the largest foreign intelligence service in the world, instructed all of its agents to immediately obtain all available data concerning Lyndon Johnson, whom the KGB concluded was responsible for the assassination of the late President John F. Kennedy. The 12-166 memo is significant because it affirms that Lyndon Johnson was a credible suspect in the JFK murder, was labeled as such by a systemic and private analysis in real time, and that the pinning of the killing on Johnson was not solely the work of Billy Celestes in the 1980s or the John Birch Society-sponsored research of J. Evetts Haley in 1964. On September 24, 2025, on the Solving JFK podcast, JFK researcher James DiEugenio claimed there was no antecedent to the Estes claims from the 1980s other than Haley. DiEugenio is incorrect, and this primary document, among many others, proves it. In January of 2004, famous CIA agent and Watergate burglar E. Howard Hunt recorded a confession about his part in the Kennedy assassination. Hunt's testimony placed LBJ at the top of the chain of command in the Kennedy killing. Beneath Johnson, one finds the names Cord Meyer, David Morales, Bill Harvey, and a French gunman on the grassy knoll. This insider confession, published in both Rolling Stone and Wired magazine in 2007, does not by itself constitute a smoking gun, but as we deepen the pattern of consilience, note the pattern of insider indictments emerging. The assassination took place in Texas, Johnson's home state. Johnson, with his abundant means, motive, and opportunity, was pinned as a suspect in real time by the KGB and journalists like Joachim Yosten. Now, with the confession of Hunt, we have a growing consensus that includes an agent from the KGB's ostensible adversary, the CIA. On June 4, 2014, the National Archives declassified a 1967 CIA document titled The CIA's Brown and Root Dimensions. This fourth primary document is significant because it challenges the binary thinking that plagues the JFK assassination research community, or some parts of it. I don't see that so much here. But the CIA memo was generated while Lyndon Johnson was in office and in response to a December 1967 article in the counterculture magazine Ramparts, which mapped the entanglements of LBJ's benefactor, the Brown and Root Corporation, with the Central Intelligence Agency. The JFK assassination research community tends to split between the LBJ did it crowd, think Roger Stone, and the CIA did it crowd, think Oliver Stone. This binary approach is criticized thoroughly in the works of Peter Dale Scott, who suggests that researchers deploy a deep politics analysis that recognizes the obvious. There are documented connections between the CIA, FBI, Mafia, Cubans, Dallas police, Big Oil, military intelligence, and Lyndon Johnson. In its disclosure that LBJ's corporate sponsor possessed numerous foreign and domestic contacts in the CIA while Johnson was overseeing the censorship of the JFK files, the CIA's Brown and Root dimensions demonstrate what Hunt's confession states: a deep relationship between an organization that loathed JFK, the CIA, a corporation that supported LBJ, Brown and Root, and a powerful individual who had everything to gain if JFK was assassinated, LBJ. The fifth primary document, known as Print 29, places the fingerprint of convicted murderer and Lyndon Johnson hatchet man Mac Wallace on Box A in the Texas School Book Depository the day of the assassination. On March 9, 1998, certified latent fingerprint examiner A. Nathan Darby filed an affidavit testifying to the fact that Print 29 matched with Wallace. Darby located 14 points of matching identification in his first analysis and 34 points of match in a later analysis. 8 to 12 points is the industry standard for a credible match in most countries. Shortly after Darby's first analysis, E. Harold Hoffmeister, another accredited fingerprint examiner, corroborated Darby's work. However, days later, once he realized his contentious historical context, Hoffmeister retracted his match. But it was too late. That is not to say a juror or reader or scholar might find the print 29 evidence unconvincing or inconclusive. But it's a credible document, part of an LBJ fact pattern, and frequently discussed in top-tier peer-reviewed scholarship, such as Joan Mellon's Faustian Bargains, published by Bloomsbury Books, which is my publisher. The LBJ fact pattern in the JFK case deepens when one consults the sixth primary document, the August 9th, 1984 letter from Douglas Caddy to Department of Justice Attorney Stephen S. Trott. Caddy, attorney for E. Howard Hunt, in this case Billy Celestes, asserts to Trott that his client, Celestes, possesses insider knowledge that Lyndon Johnson was behind the killing of JFK and others, like USDA official Henry Marshall, and that Mr. Estes is willing to testify that LBJ ordered these killings and that he transmitted his orders through Cliff Carter to Mac Wallace, who executed the murders. The Caddy letter lends credibility to print 29 and the prior 5 documents that pin the JFK assassination on LBJ. A building is a text that can be read and misread. The Lyndon Baines Johnson Library is one such text, but there's another. The investigation into the assassination of John F. Kennedy had a focal crime scene, the Texas School Book Depository. Who owned the building? Where investigators located print 29. David Harold D.H. Byrd, a close friend of Lyndon Johnson. Byrd owned the Texas School Book Depository building from 1937 to 1970. Shortly after the assassination, Byrd removed one of the windows from the 6th floor of the sniper's nest and hung it in his home like a hunting trophy. Byrd, a relative of the famous Virginia Byrds, who I incidentally grew up with, and a friend of Nazis, neo-Nazis, and rabid Kennedy adversary, United States Air Force General Curtis LeMay, he profited handsomely off the JFK assassination. Through an investment vehicle called the Alpha Omega Corporation, Byrd and his business partner, James Ling, purchased 132,600 shares of Ling Temco Vaught just before or after the JFK assassination. When LBJ reversed JFK's Vietnam withdrawal plans, LTV, a military contractor, saw its profits jump tenfold. Who used to be an employee of LTV? Mac Wallace. The 8th primary document is the 1965 on-tape indictment of Lyndon Johnson by the assassin of Lee Harvey Oswald, Jack Ruby. Ruby, who in a letter from jail referred to LBJ as a Nazi in the worst order, was asked by reporters during a break in the Oswald trial who was behind the JFK assassination. Ruby, who was again at that time represented by compromised counsel Joe Tannehill, offered a devastating but cryptic answer to this question. Specifically, Ruby said, "I want to correct what I said before about the vice president." The vice president, the reporter repeats. "When I mentioned about Adlai Stevenson," Ruby says, "if he was vice president, there never would have been an assassination of our beloved President Kennedy." "Would you explain again?" the reporter says. To which Ruby answered, "Well, the answer is the man in office right now." The man in office in 1965 was, of course, Lyndon Johnson. And so, shattering DiEugenio's claim about antecedents to Billy Celestes' indictment of LBJ, Jack Ruby now joins the KGB and Estes, and E. Howard Hunt, and numerous others, like the Secret Service agents Paul Landis mentions in his 2023 memoir, who blamed the Kennedy assassination on Lyndon Johnson. Furthermore, through my original research in the 2024 interview with LBJ's attorney Bar McClellan, I've now established that Sandy Shapiro, another attorney at Johnson's firm, represented Joe Tannehill, the attorney for Jack Ruby. To emphasize the arch point one more time, LBJ's defense team was in league with Ruby's defense team. Johnson's firm is now institutionally linked to the defense of Lee Harvey Oswald's assassin. This is new information published just this year in the case of the Kennedy assassination. The penultimate primary document comes from JFK's personal secretary, Evelyn Lincoln. On 11/22/63, Lincoln, flying back from the scene of the crime, drew up a list of suspects. Who was at the top of Lincoln's list? The same man one finds at the top of Hunt's list, Lyndon. This primary document provides quite the headache to researchers like DiEugenio. Did Lincoln stand by her claim years later? Yes. In a formal letter from October 7th, 1994, just before her death, Lincoln writes that the 5 conspirators were Lyndon B. Johnson, J. Edgar Hoover, the Mafia, the CIA, and the Cubans in Florida. Lincoln further reminds posterity that the House Intelligence Committee also came to the conclusion that there was a conspiracy. Credible evidence indeed, dear Grok. And so now we come to the 10th proof in this pattern of consilience, the 1971 Cliff Carter tape. Released in January of 2025 by Shane Stevens, the grandson of Billy Celestes, the Carter tape reveals Johnson crony and the former executive director of the Democratic National Committee confessing to Billy Celestes insider knowledge of Lyndon Johnson's role as the orchestrator of the JFK assassination. Well, Saul, Carter says, it's been a pretty touch and go situation. Lyndon and I have had quite a few unpleasant words here lately over the deal that he hired Mac Wallace to assassinate the president. It's been hectic in every way, but we've lived through it this far, and I guess we'll continue to do so. Lyndon should have never issued that order to Mac, but we've had our differences, and I'm true blue to Lyndon, as I've always been, and tried to carry out every order that he's ever given me. But this is one I'll probably never be able to forget. In the times that we've had in Texas and the embarrassment that Lyndon had gotten from Kennedy, I guess there wasn't anything else to do but what he did. Artificial intelligence may well be hijacking the history of the future. These credible documents and this analysis did not yet exist to AI when I published portions of this paper as an article in November of 2025, just prior to today's conference. This problem of AI elision and suppression can also be found in the 21st century discourse around the assassinations of Martin Luther King Jr. and Robert F. Kennedy. Researchers, human and transhuman, who are not convinced by the pattern of independent proofs presented here in this paper, should ask themselves, if forensic evidence, financial records, and primary documents from the CIA, FBI, KGB, Kennedy insiders, Johnson insiders, relevant attorneys, and the Democratic Party don't qualify as credible evidence, what does? That's it.
Matt, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
No, thank you for having me, David. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff out there to digest and to possibly discuss. Dave, anything on your end?
No, I was going to say we've got a few minutes before we close for the day. I do want to throw this out there that if you guys check your email, you should have received an email from Eventbrite with the link to the meeting. But I also want to make sure I put this out there before we close for the day. It's been known for Zoom or Eventbrite to pass the buck and get into some issues. So I want you to pay attention to the chat log. I am putting in the meeting ID and the passcode for tomorrow's meeting. It's the same one that we had for today. So your link should work today as well. But just in case it does not tomorrow morning when we get ready to start, you can go to Zoom and you can click join meeting. I just put in the chat feature there, the meeting ID number and the passcode. Please take a moment to write this down. That way, if you have an issue getting in the morning, you will have a different way. Try the link first. If the link doesn't work, then please make sure you put in the meeting ID and the passcode, and you'll be able to log in that way. We are going to start again tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock and go till about 4:30. Same schedule we had today, just, different topics and different speakers. I do want to point everybody to the projectjfk.com website. That's projectjfk.com. You will be able to find the replay of this in the past conferences section. It will be located. It'll be also hosted on YouTube. And if you have not been to YouTube before, check it out. We've got a lot of hours of footage, past conferences from Dallas, Memphis on there. There are plenty of things from the vault of Project JFK. So if you haven't checked them out, please check them out, and then make sure that you subscribe, hit the thumbs up button. And if you want to leave a comment on any of the videos, please do so. Please be respectful. Not everybody agrees with everything, but you have the First Amendment right to put out there what you want to say. Just again, like I say, please be respectful in your comments. Again, on the projectjfk.com homepage, also along with the JFK Historical website, that's jfkhistorical.com, you will find on the two front homepages a donate area to donate to the cause of both organizations. So if you can make a donation there, the donations that go on JFK Historical helps David with getting students to conferences, and the donations that go on projectjfk.com help us bring more programs like this to you and to pay the bills of keeping the website running and doing our research and making ourselves available. It becomes a group effort that way. You will be able to see the transcript of the chat log. It will be also hosted on the projectjfk.com website. Under the past conferences, there will be a little spot there where you can find the, you may have to scroll a little bit, but you'll find the spot where, the chat log is available for this. Lots of great information was shared today. There's going to be a lot of great information shared tomorrow. Please make sure that you log back in, spend the day with us, and I'm going to open up to any comments or questions that anybody may have. Stuff we talked about today, or if you may have a question for somebody in the audience that you are just dying to find out the answer to, now would be a good time to ask those questions. You can, unmute your mic and ask away.
Hey, Dave,
Yeah.
just let me follow up with that. I do feel like we've got an excellent lineup tomorrow, different things to discuss, the AXI and the military intelligence angle, Vietnam, and JFK, and some of the new things that come out in that respect. Also, we will have some open forum time too at the end, where folks can just kind of bring up whatever they want to bring up. The only thing is, like, we don't want to be here till about 9 o'clock tomorrow night, right, Dave? But we want to give folks some time to interplay on things, to discuss the back and forth on a lot of different topics that we've raised this weekend, and appreciate everyone being here today. Hope everyone enjoyed it. Thank you.
And Dave and me has been working. We're the co-directors of the Researcher Summit that you're seeing today, and also along with the Dallas conference. We work our asses off all year long, and I got to send a shout out to David Denton, because it takes the two of us to book the talent, book the locations. My side is research, and also the audio visual portions of this, and we really can't do without each other, but we work really great as a team, and we have a lot of people that help us be able to do this. It's not just the two of us, but we basically work hand in hand throughout the year to bring something good to the audience, good to the research community, and hopefully you guys get a lot of great information out of these kind of events. So thanks again, David. Appreciate your help on this.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be a very intense day of information. The Morales and Harvey section that's going to be going on for like 2 hours tomorrow afternoon. You're not going to want to miss that. JFK in Vietnam and Axie. Those are our 3 topics tomorrow. And the nice part about it is, guys, this is an event you guys get to attend, not have to pay for the flight or hotel accommodations. We are coming live to you in your living room and also on replay on the YouTube channel. So we hope that you're enjoying the events and what we produce. So if anybody has anything they want to say, appreciate all the great comments and the thank yous for what we're doing. Other than that, I mean, we've got about 10 minutes before we close for the day. All right. I do want to make sure that we let you guys know that there will be updates coming to the Project JFK website. We are going to be putting out a lot of information on Doug Horn. Again, that'll be on the projectjfk.com website. We're happy with the researchers that are turning their work over to us to house and to archive. Just like J. Gary Shaw, Larry Rivera, we have legacy tabs. Those legacy tabs are important. We want you to check those out. They want you to check those out. There are decades of research that are hosted there. There's things that you can see only on our website, not anyplace else, especially in the quality that we put out there. You can find images on Google, but a lot of our scans that we do, they're high digital. They are the best quality that you're going to locate online. And if at any time you want to find something, it's there. It's for any of the old generation guard like us, but also the younger generation. We've got to figure out ways on how to get them involved. I know I've done things at my college, and David does his at his college every day to put this out there so that way, this story doesn't just end with us. The research doesn't end with us.
Yeah, hey Dave, on that in that vein of thought, again, I know some of you have already made some donations today to our cause and I would highly recommend if you will be putting some things out at our upcoming conference in Dallas at the JFK Historical Group website. Any donations you make go for only 2 things. One, to hold these conferences so we have this opportunity. The other thing is we look for support to bring students to Dallas, which we've done every year. We're making plans already to bring college students back to Dallas this November. I'm meeting with folks. Money is difficult in that respect to do that, but we appreciate any help. We've always got a lot of it in the past. People appreciate the fact that we're trying to bring young folks into this storyline, and we will continue to do so. Okay.
And I think probably one of the last things that I want to talk about is speaking of getting the younger generation involved. The way that and I don't mean this in a bad way. I've got teenagers. I've got a young daughter myself in her early 20s, and I got to say that the best way to get them to see something, unfortunately, it's not like us. They don't go to the library to read. I mean, they basically are bombarded by papers they have to write for school or for classes. So sometimes the best way to reach them is through video. Sometimes it's small snippets. They like their TikTok generation and whatnot. But if you can show them videos that we've produced, sometimes that's the best way to get them to have a light come on and go, maybe I should be paying attention to something like this. And they need to, because if you can't understand what happened in the 1960s, not just the JFK assassination, but everything during that decade, you can't possibly understand what's going on today. On November 22nd, 1963, as a world, not just a nation, but as a world, we lost our innocence. President of the United States was gunned down in front of, onlookers on the streets of downtown Dallas. We need to ask why that happened. How did it happen? Who was involved? Who benefited from it? As Donald Sutherland said, who? We need to find out the reason why. So that's what we do. We do these research events to make sure that, this is not forgotten and we have not found the entire truth to this travesty. And we have to continue doing the work. So doing the work, you guys are here helping out. You're doing your part. Now add something onto your homework. Start getting younger people involved. Family, friends, talk about it. If we're not talking about it, nobody's paying attention. So with that, Dave, you got anything else?
No, except look forward to jumping in tomorrow, folks. We look forward to another good day.
All right.
We will reconvene tomorrow, 10
All
o'clock
right.
Central Time.
10 o'clock Central Daylight Time, and the waiting room will start being open about 9:30 a.m. So if you want to go ahead and get in at that time, then I'll let you guys in, and then we will kick off right at the beginning of 10 a.m. With JFK and Vietnam with guest speakers Dory Wiley, David Denton, and Casey Quinlan. And with that, everybody, thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to you audience members and to you of those watching at home in replay. I'm David Knight, your host, part of Project JFK CSI Dallas, along with Casey Quinlan, Brian Edwards, and Larry Rivera. See you guys tomorrow.